Chapter 2232. This was blood, this was family. No matter how long they had been separated, they would always feel a sense of familiarity with each other. The road was long and lonely. As the wanderer returned home, her tears were stained with tears. Yiqian did not know why she was crying again. When she realized that she was crying, her face was already mottled with tears. She lifted her foot and took the first step, the second step. She stood on the ninth step and looked up at the old man who was waiting for her. She saw the tears in the old man's eyes and also saw the excitement under his kind smile. She walked up the steps step by step. The old man, who looked calm on the surface, did not wait for Yiqian to reach him. He had already reached out his trembling hand until Yiqian took the initiative to stand under his outstretched hand. He gently stroked Yiqian's head and sighed. "Child, you're finally home." There was no need to verify anything. The blood that could never be severed had already told the old man that the child he was so familiar with was a child of the Fu family. Yiqian, whose tears were streaming down her face, looked up at the tear-stained old man. After a while she said softly, "It's cold outside. Let me help you into the house." Her words were short, but they were trembling. Okay. Let's talk inside, let's talk inside." The white-haired old man repeated repeatedly as Yiqian helped him into the house. Li Jinyan saw that Yiqian was supporting his grandfather steadily, so he discreetly let go of his hand and allowed Yiqian to help him into the house. He walked with Xia Jinyuan behind them. "Yiqian is indeed my uncle's daughter. I'm sure of it." The old man and the young girl walked slowly in front of him. Li Jinyan's deep and gentle gaze was fixed on them. He said to Xia Jinyuan in a low voice, "My grandfather won't be wrong either. He has already decided that Yiqian is his granddaughter, his only granddaughter." As far as he could remember, his grandfather had never shed tears in public. Even when his grandmother passed away and his mother passed away, his grandfather would only show his face after crying behind his back. He had never bowed down to fate and used his strong will to overcome difficulties time and time again. And Yiqian's return made him cry tears of joy. Even though he was trying his best to hold back his tears, his eyes still glistened with tears. Xia Jinyuan was also happy for Yiqian. Judging from the old man's reaction, he had already determined that Yiqian was his granddaughter. The bloodline was indeed magical. Even though it was the first time they met, he also felt that Yiqian was the old man's granddaughter. "I also believe in my intuition. However, old Mister's identity is special, so it's better to be cautious. The DNA test is indispensable." Looking at Yiqian's back, Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "There are still many things that need to be sorted out. Let's go in first." Li Jinyan nodded. "You know more about Yiqian's past than I do. It just so happens that I have a lot of questions to ask. But..." He paused for a few seconds before continuing, "We have to avoid my grandfather. I'm worried that he won't be able to accept it." He was referring to the difficult life Yiqian had led in the past. Xia Jinyuan nodded in understanding. What kind of life little fox led in the past? He couldn't say it in front of the old man. He definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. Later, the old man will definitely ask about Yiqian's past. With Yiqian's kindness, she won't complain. She'll only say things that will make the old man feel better. But with the old man's wisdom, he'll definitely be able to tell that Yiqian is coaxing him. Does the old man have any heart problems? If so, it's best to prepare the medicine first. Xia Jinyuan arranged everything carefully. Chapter 2233. The old man's heart was fine, but his blood pressure was unstable, and there was a blood clot in his brain. Li Jinyan paid close attention to him the entire time, afraid that his grandfather would be too agitated and cause problems. The heater was turned on, and it was warm and comfortable to walk in. The old man was supported by Yiqian into the living room. He introduced the furniture in the living room in a hoarse voice. "This place was renovated according to my wishes by the state. There isn't a single nail in the furniture, and it's all made of mortise and tenon construction. Look at the wooden sofa. It's all handmade by an old carpenter. It's sturdy, durable, and much better than those leather sofas or fabric sofas outside. Do you see the curtains? They're made of cotton and linen. They weren't dyed with chemical dyes, but with ancient plants." There were so many things he wanted to say and ask, So much so that the old man didn't know where to start. He was so touched that he couldn't say a single word. He could only talk about the environment he was living in now. It could be seen that the state had meticulously arranged the old man's life in his later years. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all arranged according to the old man's wishes. From the large furniture to the small daily necessities, everything was arranged according to the old man's habits. The old man was born in a wealthy family. He was a rich young master who had maids and manservants to serve him. Before the age of 28, his life was exquisite. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-notch. Although he fell on hard times later on, the old man never gave up on life. He could live his life to his liking with just a bouquet of wild flowers, a wooden chair, a green bowl, and a pot of water. It was because the old man and the old madam were open-minded and never lost interest in life that they were able to survive one crisis after another. Even though he was old and retired, the old man still maintained his youthful attitude towards life. Yi Qian admired him. Everything in the house is what this old man likes. Later I'll have Jinyan go out with you and buy some things that you girls like. Jinyan is your aunt's son. He's older than you and he's your older brother. If you need anything in the future, you can look for him. The old man spoke very slowly, but he didn't stop for a moment. He wanted to chat with Yi Qian and get closer to Yi Qian. He wanted to make Yi Qian accept him as a grandfather who had never cared about her, and didn't even know about her existence. He also kept holding Yi Qian's hand, as if he was afraid that he would lose it if he let go. Even when he was sitting on the sofa, he still held on to it tightly. Every time he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Yi Qian. He looked at him carefully, as if he was afraid that if he said too much, Yi Qian would get angry and leave. Yi Qian saw how careful the old man was. His nose was stuffed. Please take a rest first. I will accompany you. Holding the old man's skinny hands, Yi Qian said softly, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here with you. The old man's shoulders trembled. His eyes, which were filled with wisdom and calmness, were filled with tears. He gripped Yi Qian's hand tightly. His chest heaved violently. Tell Grandpa your name and how old are you this year? Which military school are you studying at now? How have you been all these years? Have you suffered a lot? Tell Grandpa all about it. Grandpa wants to know. The old man's voice was choked with emotion. Li Jinyan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Please speak slowly. Yi Qian is here with you. Don't be so agitated. He then said to Yi Qian, Grandpa has a blood clot in his brain. He shouldn't be too agitated. Chapter 2234. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan took the warm water from the housekeeper and handed it to Li Jinyan. Let old master drink some water and calm himself down before we talk. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere today. I'll be with you the whole time. Yi Qian was scared. He had a blood clot in his brain which was called a cerebral thrombosis. With this disease, he should not be agitated and unstable. She hurriedly said something to reassure old Master Fu. Drink some water first. You can ask slowly and I'll tell you slowly. For a long time, the Fu family had only been looking for martyr Sun Xueqing, but they didn't know that martyr Sun Xueqing had given birth to a daughter for Fu Yusheng. Now that Yi Qian, who resembled martyr Sun Xueqing, had suddenly appeared, old Master Fu, who had always been calm, was greatly agitated. Yi Qian waited for old Master Fu to calm down before replying softly. My name is Yi Qian. I'm 20 years old today. I'm a first-year commander student at the National University of Science and Technology. You can see that I'm doing well and haven't suffered much. I also know that you've been looking for my mother, and have never given up. Thank you for always thinking of us. Thank you, Yi Qian said softly with sincere eyes, trying to make old Master Fu feel better. Old Master Fu didn't believe her. With tears streaming down his face, he held his granddaughter's hand tightly. His voice was as heavy as a rock. How could you not have suffered? How could you not have suffered? Your mother was pregnant with you. In that era, it was a big deal to get pregnant out of wedlock. People would point fingers at you, but she was still able to give birth to you. Grandpa was late. Grandpa let you and your mother suffer. The Fu family has mistreated you and your mother. Old Master Fu blamed himself. In his life he didn't let God down, he didn't let the earth down, and he didn't let the country down. The only thing that made him uneasy was his son's fiancée. An innocent girl and his son were about to get a marriage certificate, but his son was suddenly called back for a year of confinement. The family didn't receive any news, and by the time they found out, things had changed. Who would have thought that her daughter-in-law would actually be pregnant? In that era, having a child out of wedlock would cause one to be criticized and scolded by thousands of people. In that era, her daughter-in-law still managed to give birth to a child. It was clear how strong she was. This child was like her mother. She was young, but her gaze was firm and unyielding. Her back was even straighter, and she had the arrogance to compete with the wind and snow. This kind of arrogance was not something an ordinary person could possess. Only those who had suffered countless hardships, endured countless hardships, bravely faced them again and again, and defeated them again and again. In order to make him feel better, his granddaughter was comforting him. Yi Qian was also very sad, but more than that she felt relieved. With tears in her eyes, she kept comforting the old man who was deeply immersed in self-blame. Don't blame yourself. You've already tried your best to find my mother. It's just that my mother's name isn't Hong Mei. It's normal that you couldn't find her. Faced with the old man who was so deeply remorseful that his hands were trembling, Yi Qian didn't dare to mention that her mother had already sacrificed herself. She quickly changed the topic and talked about herself. I'm also doing very well. I'm really doing very well. I got into the school I like and I'm doing very well. Don't be too sad. How could he not be sad? His only granddaughter had been exposed to the outside world, and the Fu family didn't know anything about it. She had suffered so much and suffered so much. How could this old man not be sad? Chapter 22:35. Now that his only granddaughter was back, old Master Fu was more happy than sad. Good girl, this is the Fu family's good girl. Even though life was tough when you were young, who didn't suffer at that time? Everyone was the same, so we didn't think it was tough. Also, compared to the life you had before, we didn't suffer at all. Don't cry anymore, it'll hurt your eyes if you cry too much. Indeed, Yi Jian only said nice things. She made light of the hardship she had suffered in Yi Jifan's house when she was young, which made the old man, who was as clear as a mirror, feel even more distressed. Old Master Fu, who had lost control of his emotions, looked at Yi Qian without blinking. Hearing her comforting words, not only did he not feel comfortable, but he felt even more sad. How could the Fu family be so blind? How could they let such a sensible child be pregnant? Fu Yuxing, you're such a bastard. How could you not realize that your fiancée is pregnant? Old Master Fu, who felt guilty, became angry again, which made Li Jinyan, who was standing next to him, so worried that he secretly clenched his fists. Especially when he saw old Master Fu turn away, tears streaming down his face. His eyes were red. Li Jinyan gently stroked old Master Fu's back from behind. You should rest for a while. If you cry, Yi Qian will cry too. Facing old Master Fu, who was sad and blaming himself, old Master Fu's stooped figure made Yi Qian feel so sad that she felt uneasy. Clenching old Master Fu's skinny hands that had never let go of her for a second, Yi Qian said softly, Grandpa, let's not cry anymore. He had thought that it would be difficult to say the words Grandpa, but when he actually said it, he realized that it was actually very simple. Before old Master Fu could react, Yi Qian said again, Grandpa, if you continue to cry, I won't dare to talk to you anymore. The too heartfelt Grandpa finally made the old man come back to his senses. He was too shocked and too excited. The two Grandpa finally broke the last bit of distance between the grandfather and grandson. There was no longer any sense of unfamiliarity. Good. Countless goods came out of the old man's mouth. Grandpa. This child called him Grandpa. How could this child's heart be so pure and kind? How could he forgive this rotten old man so easily? Good child, don't be afraid that Grandpa will be sad. Grandpa knows that you're just trying to coax me and make me feel better. Grandpa can't take back all the pain you've suffered in the past, but in the future, Grandpa won't let you suffer alone anymore. If there's anything, let's face it together. Also, wait for your father to come back and make him apologize to you properly. It was all his fault back then, but you, a child, had to suffer. No, he still has to apologize to your mother. As a man, he didn't protect his wife and daughter well. He deserves to be beaten. He deserves to be scolded. 20 years. It's been 20 years since Grandpa found out about your existence. Child, if there's anything you're unhappy about, tell Grandpa. This is what Grandpa deserves. I'm really not unhappy about anything. Please don't think too much about it. What happened back then? Yi Qian looked at Li Jinyan, who was worried about the old man's health. She wondered if she should call him brother. So be it. The Devil King was her brother after all. Li Jinyan, who had been listening by the side, saw that she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at him. He seemed to have guessed something and smiled. He waited for Yi Qian to speak again. Chapter 2236. Yi Qian's gaze swept across his face, but she did not call him brother immediately. The Devil King was her team leader during her training. She had been scolded, yelled at, and scolded by him. The cold image of the Devil King had long been engraved in her mind. Suddenly calling him brother made her feel indescribably awkward. The old master, who was immersed in grief, noticed Yi Qian's slight pause. The clear-minded old man understood everything, but he could not say it. He could not force his granddaughter, who had only returned home after 20 years, to acknowledge him as her father. He could not and did not dare to. Today, she had already given him a huge surprise by calling him Grandpa. Now he needed time to adjust their relationship. Good child, the Fu family was not kind enough to let your mother suffer. It was all our fault, all our fault. The old master did not want his granddaughter, who had finally returned home, to feel sad. With a solemn expression on his deeply wrinkled face, he said to Yi Qian, "A mistake is a mistake. No matter how much time has passed, this mistake must be acknowledged. Although the past was in the past, the damage left behind would not disappear because of it. Mistakes must be corrected, and they must be corrected properly." Yi Qian gently shook his head and comforted the old man. "I know what happened back then. Grandpa, you were not wrong. My mother was not wrong either. And my father was not wrong either. None of you were wrong. The mistake was that the timing was not right. The mistake was that fate made a fool of us. Don't worry, I really don't have any resentment. In the past, to be honest, I did hate, but now I don't. I know that you have always been looking for my mother. I know that my grandmother and aunt still miss my mother when they passed away. I also know that my father did not remarry because of my mother. What else do I have to hate? No, really no. It's not that you don't want my mother and me, it's just that we missed each other. I don't hate, I only feel happy now. I never thought that I would have a grandfather, a father, and a family whose blood is thicker than water. I really never thought. But now I have them all. I really don't have any hatred, no resentment, only happiness. Grandpa, I am happy, very, very happy." As Yi Qian spoke, the tears that he had tried so hard to stop started flowing again. 2 lifetimes. She had used 2 lifetimes to have a close relative whose blood was thicker than water. Only then did she have a family that she truly loved. This time, the tears that flowed down her face were no longer filled with sadness. Instead, they were filled with genuine joy. She was really, really happy. When she cried, the old man could not control the grief in his heart. His wise eyes, which had seen the world through hardships, were filled with tears. He held Yi Qian's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, good child, Grandpa thanks you, Grandpa thanks you." She was kind and righteous. It was all thanks to her mother's good upbringing that he was able to meet his only granddaughter. In the future, when he was in the underworld, he could happily tell the old woman that she had a good granddaughter, a very, very good granddaughter. The old man and the young woman started crying again. They could not stop crying at all. Li Jinyan gave Xia Jinyuan a look, indicating for him to comfort Yi Qian. He then advised the old man, "Grandpa, if you continue crying, I will have to call the doctor." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan gently comforted Yi Qian. "The old man's health is not good. Your crying will make him even sadder. Little fox, today is a good day. Let's not cry so much. We should smile more." Chapter 2237. He was also afraid that Yi Qian would keep crying. Crying too much was not a good thing. It was bad for both the body and the mind. Xia Jinyuan, who felt sorry for his lover, said in a softer voice, "Just now the devil was eagerly waiting for you to call him brother. In the end, he didn't hear you call him brother. Instead, he saw you crying with the old man. That won't do. Crying too much is bad for the body. It's fine if you're young, but not the old man. Now that you have a grandfather and a family, I think you also wish for your grandfather to live a long life. The last sentence was the most effective. It stopped Yi Qian from crying. Yi Qian, who was crying so much that her breathing became unstable, was comforted by Xia Jinyuan. The urge to cry in her heart gradually subsided. When she finally stopped crying, Yi Qian had a helpless look on her face. Today she had cried a little too much. She had gone overboard. She cried for no reason and couldn't control herself at all. Her tears flowed like a waterfall. She had clearly cried all her grievances away, so why did she start crying again just now? She was like a child. Xia Jinyuan reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. Seeing that she was crying so hard that her eyes resembled a rabbit's and her breathing was uneven, Xia Jinyuan, who was comforting her, patted her back with heartache. He picked up a cup of warm water from the coffee table and said, "Drink some water before you talk to the old man. Also look at Li Jinyan. He's waiting for you to call him brother. In the army he's the devil and the leader of the soldiers, but at home he's just your family. He's your brother. What's so difficult about it? Let me say it. It's not a loss for you to call him brother. In the future you'll have another family member who will protect you and love you dearly. Isn't that a good thing?" The old man, who had been comforting Yi Qian, used his handkerchief to wipe the corners of his eyes. When he heard this young man, who he didn't know, speak like this, he couldn't help but take a second look at him. The young man had been quietly accompanying them, and had not paid attention to what he was saying since he entered the room. Now that he had opened his mouth, he was speaking up for the Fu family. Looking at his granddaughter, she was also willing to listen to his advice. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. The old man looked at Xia Jinyuan gratefully. Although he did not say anything, it was enough to make Xia Jinyuan happy. It meant that he had left a good first impression on the old man. Since Xia Jinyuan valued Yi Qian, he naturally valued Yi Qian's family as well. Li Jinyan, who had persuaded the old man, had mixed feelings. The word brother was also quite unfamiliar to him. Although he was the eldest grandson of the Li family and had several younger brothers and sisters, they had been estranged from each other since childhood and did not have many deep feelings for each other. He did not expect his stepmother's son and daughter to be close to him. He only hoped that they would not harm him. As for calling him brother, he did not expect them to be close to him. The children of the Li family were born with the cold blood of the Li family. Today, Old Man Li was able to control all of the family business in his hands. His hands were stained with the lives of his brothers. In Old Man Li's words, the children of his wife were not considered part of the Li family, but they could be the dogs of the Li family for the rest of their lives. The Li family was a warlord. His great-grandfather married a total of 12 concubines. Except for Old Man Li, who was born to the first wife, the other 16 children were born to the 12 concubines. However, in the end, only the first wife, who was his great-grandmother, survived. Survival of the fittest was the Li family's ancestral teaching. Whoever survived was qualified to be the next heir of the Li family. Today, Old Man Li survived by stepping on the bones of his family. Chapter 2238. Li Jinyan's lips twitched coldly. He had never thought of finding kinship in the Li family. The Li family did not give him a sense of kinship, but the Fu family had made him feel warm since he was young. The Li family did not give him a sense of belonging, so the Fu family, which had few members, was his home. Now that the family was reunited as an older brother, he finally had a younger sister. He was just waiting for her to speak. Older brother. Just thinking about hearing Yi Qian call out to him in a soft voice, Li Jinyan's cold expression softened. There was even a flicker of light in his cold eyes. The devil, who was usually calm and composed, was a little excited. He would work hard to be Yi Qian's good older brother. He would make her trust him wholeheartedly in the future. He would support her and shelter her from the wind and rain. He would give her the best of everything. Being an older brother was a kind of responsibility. He would work hard to fulfill this responsibility to the fullest. Li Jinyan, who was waiting for Yi Qian to call him older brother, couldn't help but sit up straighter. His heart was beating faster and faster. and he was a little nervous. His gaze was dark as he waited for Yi Qian to speak. Old Master Fu's emotions had calmed down. Seeing Yi Qian looking behind him, Old Master Fu gently patted the back of Yi Qian's hand and said amiably, "Child, you and your older brother must be well in the future. Only when you are well will I be able to rest assured. He is your older brother, your dearest older brother." Yes, the devil was her older brother. He would be her dearest older brother. She could call him that openly. Just as Captain Xia had said, he was the devil, the leader of the soldiers in the army. But at home he was only her family. He was her older brother. Why couldn't she say it? Since Grandpa had already spoken, how could she go against his wishes and disappoint him? The atmosphere was tense enough, so it was better to talk about something more relaxing. Thinking of this, Yi Qian, whose eyes were red, looked at Li Jinyan with a smile. Under the old man's expectant gaze, her dimples bloomed like a flower. She said sweetly, "Brother, please take care of me in the future." The sweet big brother not only made the old man happy, but it also made the calm Li Jinyan's heart tremble. It was as if he could hear the sound of flowers blooming in his ears. Why did I feel a sense of familiarity when I first saw Yi Qian? Because blood is thicker than water. Why was it that when he saw Yi Qian, he only wanted to get close to her and look at her? Because she was his sister, his only sister. With me here, no one can bully you, including him. The Demon King of Sister Spoiling was officially on the job, and he quickly made a list of all the rules that an older brother should protect his younger sister. After saying that, his cold gaze swept towards Xia Jinyuan. Then he couldn't help but smile. "If he dares to do anything to you, I'll teach him a lesson." Yi Qian was instantly amused. She laughed out loud. She looked at Captain Xia, who was sitting upright and still. Then she looked at Li Jinyan and said in a crisp voice, "Then I'll have to trouble you in the future, brother." "It's no trouble. It's what I should do." Li Jinyan, who was answering seriously, glanced at Xia Jinyuan. When he retracted his gaze, a cold light flashed in his dark eyes. The first thing he had to do was to discuss with him not to hug his sister all the time. The smile on Yi Qian's face deepened. It felt good to have a brother protecting her. Chapter 2239. Ever since she was young, she had always envied the children in the village who had older siblings. Every time they were bullied by other children, the first ones to stand up for them would not be their parents, but their older siblings. They would protect their younger siblings like a mother hen protecting her chicks. At that time she was especially envious of them. Later on, when Yi Ying was bullied by other children, she still foolishly rushed up to protect her. In the end, when she returned to the Yi family, what she received was not praise, but a beating and scolding. Yi Ying complained to Sun Dongqing, saying that Sun Dongqing and the other children in the village bullied her, and even helped the children hit her. Since then, Sun Dongqing had never done such a stupid thing as protecting Yi Ying as an older sister. However, in her heart, she still hoped that she would have an older brother or sister to protect her. She naively thought that one day, an older brother or sister would appear and block Sun Dongqing's scolding and beating for her. Her naive and silly childhood dream suddenly came true one day. The older brother, who walked in front of her, was a special forces soldier who could take on 10 people by himself. Yi Qian felt that by calling him older brother, she had actually taken advantage of him. Xia Jinyuan, who had received 2 consecutive glances, glanced at Li Jinyan, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. A brother-in-law was a creature that either ignored everything or was reasonable in everything. Just by looking at his expression, Xia Jinyuan knew that he was a brother-in-law who was reasonable in everything. With a brother-in-law who was reasonable in everything, his life would not be easy. It did not matter, as long as Little Fox's life was good and she was happy. Moreover, Li Jinyan, this brother-in-law, was not at home all year round. When he returned to the capital, Little Fox might not return. One was in the navy and the other was in the army. They would not be able to see each other often. Even if his brother-in-law was reasonable in everything, they would only see each other for a few days. As for Xia Jinyuan, he would just have to bear with it. With that thought, Xia Jinyuan immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He did not disturb the old man's family reunion and continued to sit quietly by the side. His eyes were filled with encouragement as he gently gazed at Yi Qian. The old man also noticed that something was amiss. His originally kind gaze instantly turned sharp as it fell on the young man whom he had only briefly glanced at earlier. He was a major and had good looks. His facial features were well defined. His eyes were not bad either. He had military might and righteousness. His height was about the same as his grandson's. He was tall and straight. Judging from his appearance, he was a good young man. Seeing that the old man was sizing him up, Xia Jinyuan, who had been sitting upright, smiled politely at the old man and gracefully allowed the old man to look at him. This time, it was as if he was accompanying the little fox back to her parents' home, while he himself was visiting the Yu clan. The only mistake he made was that he did not bring any gifts to visit them. The old man liked young people who were bright, intelligent, and as bright as the moon. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's neither servile nor overbearing attitude, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. The oppressive and sorrowful atmosphere instantly relaxed when Yi Qian called him brother. The old man, who blamed himself for not knowing that he had a granddaughter for more than 20 years, placed Li Jinyan's hand on top of Yi Qian's and said earnestly, "The two of you are very close. As an older brother, you should know how to give in to each other and protect your younger sister. As a younger sister, you should know how to be considerate of your older brother and take care of him more. One of you is from the Navy while the other is from the Army. It's not easy for you to meet each other. If you have time, write to each other more often and get to know each other. Okay? What's the most important thing for a family? The most important thing is to think about each other, care for each other, and not drift apart. Once you drift apart, your feelings will fade. When you want to find each other again, no matter how hard you try, there will always be a ravine in the end." Chapter 2240. The fact that old Master Fu was able to overcome adversity time and time again had a lot to do with his open-minded personality. And now, the world-renowned old master was using his lifetime of experience to teach Yi Qian and the others how to behave and how to face adversity with composure. As the topic revolved around Yi Qian, the mood gradually changed from heavy to light. 2 hours later, the emotional old master was a little tired. The attentive Yi Qian gently held the old man's arm and said, "Grandpa, I'll accompany you back to your room to rest for a while. When you wake up, I'll chat with you again." Okay. You don't have to accompany me. Chat with your brother." After receiving his granddaughter's concern, the old man felt particularly comfortable. Even his dispirited spirit was swept away. "Later you can tell Grandpa about your childhood and your mother. Later you can write a letter to your father and let him know that he will be happy." Yi Qian nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Please get up slowly. Don't get up too quickly." With her taking care of old Master Fu, Li Jinyan did not have to interfere. Seeing Yi Qian carefully and steadily supporting old Master Fu back to his room, he said to Xia Jinyuan, "My sister will definitely stay here when she comes back. As for your side, Grandpa will never agree to let her stay there." Xia Jinyuan had already expected this. Hearing this, he calmly replied, "That's normal. Of course, she has to accompany her grandfather. When the time comes, I'll accompany her to visit Grandpa. Before our relationship is fully disclosed, Captain Xia, it's more appropriate for you to address my grandfather as old master." As her brother, Li Jinyan began to openly protect and pamper his sister. "My sister is still young. In the past, it was all thanks to your help. Our entire family is very grateful to you. But since she's back as her brother, I naturally have to share some of her burdens and solve some of her problems. Before your relationship with my sister is fully disclosed, it's better not to worry too much. Otherwise, if word gets out, she'll be affected. After all, she's still a military school student." There was a written rule that military school students were prohibited from dating. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Xia Jinyuan felt depressed when he heard her say, "Before our relationship is made public." Of course, he knew that military school students were not allowed to date, so his current identity was still that of a secret boyfriend. Only a few brothers in his team knew about it. He had guessed correctly. Demon King Li treated Yi Qian like an elder brother who would take care of everything. In the future, as long as he felt that he had wronged Yi Qian, he would definitely step forward to teach him a lesson. It was a good thing that Yi Qian had a brother to pamper him, but it was not a good thing that he had a brother-in-law to control him. What I'm saying now doesn't have much weight in front of you. After all, you've helped Yiqian too much. You've far surpassed me, your brother, that you've just acknowledged. But now that you've become my sister's boyfriend as her brother, it's inevitable that I have to be more lenient. I don't want my sister to suffer any grievances, and I don't want to see you hugging my sister in front of me. Li Jinyan, who always pampered his sister, had a serious expression on his face. His voice was so cold that it was almost chilly. She's an unmarried woman. You have to be careful of your image. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan's understanding of the Demon King had been completely overturned. The Demon King he knew was cold and taciturn. If he had something to say, he would say it in 5 words. If he could express it with his eyes, he would never say it out loud. Chapter 22:41. However, the devil in front of him was nagging endlessly. He was no longer as cold and taciturn as he usually was. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Xia Jinyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. His identity had changed, but his personality had also changed. However, he was indeed very concerned about Little Fox, which was why he spoke so sincerely to him. Therefore he did not dislike it. Li Jinyan was naturally very satisfied with Xia Jinyuan. The two of them had known each other for almost 7 years. From the beginning of the basic military training, to later when they became rivals, and then when they were assigned to different posts, they had always kept in touch. It could be said that they were both friends and rivals. Now, based on Xia Jinyuan's love and care for his sister, and the fact that he might become his brother-in-law, there were some things that he had to say, even if it made him uncomfortable. Although I don't know how much my sister has suffered in the past, she has a maturity that does not match her age. I also know that she has lived a hard life in the past. Xia Jinyuan, I am very grateful for your care for my sister. I will remember it for the rest of my life and will never forget it. However, I still have to say a few words that I don't like. This is my position as her brother, so I have to say them. Although you and my sister are in a relationship and you know what to do as her brother, I don't want her to be hurt because of a relationship. I did not participate in her life in the past, but I will definitely participate in her life in the future. Of course, you don't have to worry about what I will do. I will only appear when you bully my sister. His sister was his closest relative, and she was the apple of the Fu family's eye. How could he allow others to bully her? Xia Jinyuan listened carefully with a serious expression. He nodded and said, Little Fox must have suffered a lot more than you can imagine. When I first saw her, she was thin and weak like a monkey. Later, I found out that she grew up being beaten and scolded. My heart ached for her situation, and I couldn't help but pay more attention to her life. Growing up with beatings and scoldings, Li Jinyan's heart was deeply pierced by these words. His sister lived a hard life without parents. She was beaten, scolded, and insulted by others. However, as her closest relatives, they didn't know anything about it. He said in a low voice, These people don't even think about escaping. If he didn't take care of them one by one, he wouldn't be worthy of being Yiqian's brother. With a cold look in his eyes, he asked Xia Jinyuan, Who bullied my sister? Please tell me one by one. Fortunately, there aren't many of them. One of them is already dead. And there's also Yi Jifan's family of 3. They aren't much of a threat anymore and we're almost done with them. The only one left is Yi Jifan, who can't be taken down yet. At the mention of Yi Jifan, Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. Even the Commission for Discipline Inspection could not find out anything about him. It was obvious how difficult it was to deal with him. Li Jinyan pursed his lips. A person who couldn't be taken down yet meant that he was difficult to deal with. His cold face darkened as he glanced in the direction of the bedroom. He lowered his voice and said, Back then, my uncle was suddenly recalled for an inspection and was grounded for a year. After that, my aunt left the army and went missing. Grandfather tried to find out more, but he couldn't find anything. Even if Hongmei isn't my aunt's real name, as long as the army is real, it's impossible that there wouldn't be any clues. Moreover, after my aunt died, it's impossible that the army didn't know anything about her. Grandfather tried to find her many times, but to no avail. I suspect that someone is secretly preventing grandfather from finding my aunt. Chapter 22:42. Xia Jinyuan was amazed by Li Jinyan's keen senses. He was quite impressive to be able to detect the abnormality from this point alone. Since he was Yi Qian's brother, and now he kept calling her my sister, then there was no need to hide the investigation from him. You guessed right, someone is indeed behind this. Before Xia Jinyuan could finish his sentence, Li Jinyan, who was sitting opposite him, glared at him fiercely. Xia Jinyuan, who was unaffected, said slowly with a calm expression, "After martyr Sun Xueqing sacrificed herself, all information about her was erased. Moreover, there are many problems with her sacrifice. It is very likely that she was secretly killed by her own people. Now, the military commission and the military department have secretly set up an investigation team to fully investigate martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice. The reason why I stopped you from investigating Yi Qian yesterday was because of this. I didn't want you to suddenly interfere and disrupt the military commission's investigation. There is also a very important person, Yi Zhifan, whom I mentioned just now. This person is very cunning. After martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice, he rose from a small village official to the current chief of the Southern Province Construction Bureau. He has a very powerful force supporting him. Yi Qian and I suspect that this force is very likely related to martyr Sun Xueqing's death. In the Yi family, Yi Qian has an aunt. Her husband, Sun Yaozu, was an old acquaintance of martyr Sun Xueqing. Before martyr Sun Xueqing sacrificed herself, someone gave her a sum of money and deliberately misled martyr Sun Xueqing, who was on a mission. Martyr Sun Xueqing realized that something was wrong. Before she was killed, she took a dagger in her hand and prepared to kill Sun Yaozu. At that moment, a person wearing the same combat uniform shot her. Before she fell, martyr Sun Xueqing only had time to blind one of Sun Yaozu's eyes. Before Yi Qian walked out of the bedroom, Xia Jinyuan told him everything that he already knew. When she walked out, she saw Li Jinyan's back stiffened and he exuded a cold aura that warned people not to come near him. Hearing her footsteps, he turned around. His cold black eyes were actually faintly red as he stared deeply at her. His eyes seemed to contain 1,000 words that he couldn't say. "Come and sit," he said. Xia Jinyuan said, "I told your brother some things. He is very angry now, really angry. So it was because of her." Yi Qian felt a warmth in his heart as he walked over. "Brother, don't be angry. I just want to find the truth now, so I'm not that angry anymore. The Central Military Commission told me very clearly that this matter involves a lot of things, and it's not something that can be solved in a few days. The implications are too deep and we need to take it one step at a time. As long as the Military Commission doesn't give up, I've waited for so many years. I'm not afraid to wait another year or so." The more sensible and understanding she was, the more Li Jinyan's heart felt stifled. When he spoke, his usually cold voice was extremely hoarse. "Leave these things to me. Focus on your studies. Don't be too depressed. Who did this to Auntie? Who is the mastermind behind Yi Zhifan? Leave it all to me. Just focus on being the eldest daughter of the Fu family. Don't worry, I'm here to take care of everything." Having a brother was a wonderful feeling. He was supporting her, sheltering her from the wind and rain, and guarding her home. Faced with such a doting brother-in-law, Xia Jinyuan was a little jealous. He wanted to sit down and hold her hand, but when he thought of his brother-in-law who was still fresh out of the oven, Xia Jinyuan controlled himself. Chapter 2243. He could resist the urge to hold her hand, but he couldn't resist the urge to speak. Hence, a jealous Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice, "That's what I said too. Don't shoulder everything by yourself. Leave it to us men." With that, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "Little fox, you have me and your brother in the future. You can't hide anything from us and face difficulties alone." "He's right. Your problems are my problems. I won't allow you to hide anything from me." Li Jinyan agreed. He looked sternly at Yi Qian, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room, and said seriously, "I'll be a very competent brother. I'll protect you in the future. I won't let you suffer any grievances. And I won't let you be bullied." His gaze shifted from Yi Qian's face to Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting opposite him. He looked directly at him with his cold eyes. "Including him. I can't bear to let my lover suffer any grievances. If one day, as a brother, I let my little sister suffer any grievances, I'm afraid I'll have to offend the Devil King." Xia Jinyuan immediately replied and rudely retorted, You have a great chance of offending me. Li Jinyan replied rudely. His voice was even colder than before. My little sister chose you. I don't object. But if you dare to betray her, Xia Jinyuan, don't even think about living a good life. He used to think that Xia Jinyuan was a good soldier, but that was as a comrade. But now, as an older brother, he was much more picky. He used to think that Xia Jinyuan was worthy of Yi Qian, but now he had to observe him carefully. Li Jinyan's gaze turned even colder at the thought of handing over his only sister to Xia Jinyuan. He couldn't let Xia Jinyuan marry his little sister so easily. He had to observe him carefully. But in the end, he still had to see what his little sister wanted. He respected all her wishes. Don't worry, I'll depend on my little fox for the rest of my life. She's the only one who doesn't want me. He had set his mind on the little fox and hoped that the two of them could get married soon and give birth to a few little radishes. Oh, a few little radishes didn't work, they had to give birth to a little radish. They could only give birth to a little radish. Since he had already thought of giving birth to a little radish, how could he let the little fox down? That was impossible. Xia Jinyuan had always been confident in himself. He only wanted to hide the lover he had chased after for so many years at home. No one was allowed to see her. How could he let her down? This was something that would never happen even in several lifetimes. Yi Qian finally understood why there was so much tension between the two men. It was undeniable that it felt good to be the center of attention. She had a brother who doted on her, a grandfather who doted on her, a lover who loved her, and a father who still didn't know of her existence. The hardships of her previous life had been exchanged for a reunion in this life. It was worth it, it was really worth it. She pursed her lips and smiled. If either of you bullies me, I'll tell Grandpa. I'll ask him to come out and teach the two of you a lesson. Gu Ponglio's eyes were bright and spirited. Her beautiful face glowed with the most beautiful colors. If Captain Xia bullies me, I can also tell the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief told me personally that if you dare to bully me, he'll whip you. How would I dare to bully you? Old man Xia treats you like his own daughter and treats me like an adopted son. Xia Jinyuan saw her bright smile and her eyes were as bright as stars. There wasn't a trace of gloominess in them. The smile on his handsome face became even gentler. Chapter 2244. His little fox was very beautiful. The sadness that had occasionally appeared in her eyes was gone. This was what he hoped for. He only hoped that she would live a carefree life. Li Jinyan smiled faintly. His sister was very smart. What she said just now was to tell him that she was on good terms with Xia Jinyuan and had the Commander-in-Chief's support. She wanted him to be at ease. That's good, that's good. He only hoped that there would be no more haze or sadness in her life. Whatever she wanted to do, he would definitely support her. Whatever she wanted, he would do everything he could to get it for her. And if she wanted to be with the person she loved, he would also silently support her. Commander-in-Chief Xia's call interrupted the three of them. Yi Qian took out his cell phone, looked at it, and immediately picked it up. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was standing in the ward, saw that Yi Qian picked up the call in less than 3 seconds. He was slightly relieved. Xiao Yi, where are you in Old 6? His mother is in the ward now. Come back and see her first. Madame Xiao was in the ward. Yi Qian's expression turned serious. We are outside now. It will take about an hour to get back. Please wait for a while. Then he quickly said to Xia Jinyuan, Madame Xiao is here to see you. Go back quickly. Give me the cell phone. Xia Jinyuan, who had a faint smile on his handsome face, stood up and took the cell phone from Yi Qian indifferently. He walked out. Li Jinyan saw this and could not help but frown. Commander-in-Chief Xia's divorce was not a secret in the military. He also knew a little about it. However, from what he saw just now, it seemed that Xia Jinyuan did not have any feelings for his mother. Madame Xiao is a woman with a strong personality. She left Captain Xia in pursuit of freedom, so Captain Xia did not have deep feelings for her. Yi Qian had already seen him frown slightly. He explained the reason implicitly and defended his boyfriend. Ms. Zhao's departure hurt Captain Xia a little. Later on, some things happened, so Captain Xia didn't have much motherly affection for her. Li Jinyan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her anxiously defending Xia Jinyuan. Sister, you're already so loyal to him before you're married. As his older brother, I might have to play the villain a few times. Xia Jinyuan is a soldier, and I respect him a lot. But if he wants to be my brother-in-law, it won't be that easy. As your elder brother, I have to take care of your marriage. I can't be careless. Who said that the Demon King was cold and taciturn? He was clearly good at talking. Yi Qian silently wiped the cold sweat off her boyfriend. She smiled sweetly and said, I didn't say that I would marry Captain Xia right away. He still has a shady identity. Other than those close to him and a few of our comrades know a little about it, the rest of the people don't know about my relationship with Captain Xia. The tall man had already walked out of sight. A trace of worry flashed through Yi Qian's smiling eyes. She turned serious and said, Brother, Captain Xia is more than just a boyfriend to me. All these years he's been holding my hand and telling me what I should do and what I should do. I can't get to where I am today without him. Without Captain Xia, perhaps I wouldn't be where I am today. Brother, did you know? It was also Captain Xia's request to send me to train under you. He personally suggested to Major General Yang that I could train under you. He also told me that you're the soldier he admires the most. Being able to train under you for a few days is better than being able to train under you for a year. Chapter 2245. Yi Qian's eyes were full of tenderness when she talked about Xia Jinyuan with her family. Li Jinyan could feel how much she loved Xia Jinyuan. If it wasn't for his arrangement, I might not have known about you, Grandpa and Dad. I might still be living with the hatred of being abandoned because of Mom. Brother, Captain Xia is very important to me. He has become a part of my life that I can't let go of. My life has long been linked to his. I know you want to test Captain Xia for my own good, but I can't bear to do that. So, brother, I have to ask you to be magnanimous and let him go. When he heard Li Jinyan's serious expression, he couldn't help but reconsider the importance of Xia Jinyuan in his sister's heart. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard her say, Be magnanimous and let him go. Okay. I won't make things difficult for him. You can't bear for him to be sad, and I can't bear for you to be sad. Li Jinyan waved his hand. His cold, handsome face broke into a faint smile. I know you're worried about him. Go take a look. Yi Qian got up and left. Li Jinyan looked at his sister's anxious figure and couldn't help but laugh. Then he sighed softly. His sister was still too inexperienced. Sometimes she would be at a disadvantage when compared to Xia Jinyuan, who was once the #1 playboy in the capital. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Xia Jinyuan a warning on their first day together. Although his sister understood that he was doing it for her own good, she didn't understand why he said it. He was just telling Xia Jinyuan that the girl he loved now had her family backing her up. This was Li Jinyan's sister, who was pure and kind. Xia Jinyuan was a responsible man. He couldn't deny that he was relieved when he heard from his sister that the commander-in-chief knew about their relationship and was completely on his sister's side. Family Xia was different from the Fu family. Although the Fu family was wealthy, they were born into a business family. On the other hand, Family Xia was an aristocratic family with roots in the imperial city. After all, there was a difference between Family Xia and Family Xia. No matter how responsible Xia Jinyuan was, he would still be worried that his Family Xia would be wronged. Now that she had the approval of the commander-in-chief, her sister's life would undoubtedly be more comfortable in the future. With Xia Jinyuan's love, the commander-in-chief's approval, and his sister's extraordinary abilities, he really didn't have to worry about his sister being bullied by Xia Jinyuan. He might even get to see Xia Jinyuan being bullied by his sister. The smile on Li Jinyan's cold face deepened when he thought about how his former rival would be bullied by his younger sister. Yi Qian, who had chased after him, had no idea what her brother was thinking. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's cold footsteps, she couldn't help but feel even more worried. Madam Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. I'm outside now and won't be able to come back in a short time. You don't have to wait for me. Xia Jinyuan, who really didn't have any feelings for his biological mother, said politely, Please put my father on the phone. I'll ask him to send you away. He was very calm but not indifferent. He was very distant but he was also very polite. To him, she was just a stranger. Madam Xiao, who was holding the phone tightly, closed her eyes in pain. Fortunately, she turned around and didn't let her ex-husband see her gaffe. Unwilling to leave just like that, she said softly. Yuan, if it's not convenient for you to rush back to the hospital, I'll come and find you, okay? Your father said you were injured. I was very worried and wanted to see you. Chapter 2246. Xia Jinyuan wanted to laugh, but before he could answer, he heard familiar footsteps behind him. He could tell that she was worried about him. She turned around and smiled gently at Yi Jian, who was chasing after her, to reassure her. Then she continued, You really don't have to run back and forth. I can walk out of the hospital. What problem can there be? It's really nothing serious, just a flesh wound. Did he really have to tell her that he didn't want to see her? He didn't want to say it. After all, she had given birth to him. It would be too hurtful to say it out loud. Because of the Xia family's upbringing, they would not allow him to harm a biological mother who had given birth to him. The only thing he could do was politely distance himself from her. Yi Qian felt relieved when she heard his calm tone and the calm expression on his handsome face. Miss Xiao was still Captain Xia's biological mother. His biological mother had hurt him in the past, so much so that he still couldn't forget about it. She was afraid that he would be upset when he recalled the past. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jinyuan saw that she was relieved for him. He put his phone back into his pocket and pulled her into his arms with his long arms. Yi Jian, who was 1.68 meters tall, was considered tall. However, in the arms of Xia Jinyuan, who was 1.80 meters tall, she looked especially petite. The tall and straight man was wearing a handsome military uniform. He was holding a girl who was also wearing a handsome military uniform. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the bright sunlight was especially eye-catching. They were also a perfect couple. You're so worried about me? Miss Xiao is so worried because of a phone call. Xia Jinyuan hugged his lover's petite body. The innate coldness between his brows was completely replaced by tenderness. Don't worry. I told you last time that Miss Xiao is indeed an insignificant stranger to me. Although she gave birth to me, the things she did after that more or less offset the debt of giving birth to me. We don't owe each other anything. Yi Qian liked the feeling of being hugged by him. He arched his back slightly, and she only needed to tiptoe to rest her chin on his broad shoulders. She then wrapped her arms under his armpits and held on tightly to his shoulders. She liked this kind of hug. It was very reassuring and heartwarming. You said that we have to talk about everything between us except for business matters. Captain Xia, if you have something on your mind, you should tell me as well. Yi Qian, whose waist was tightly held by him, spoke softly. She even rubbed her head against his neck like a puppy. You know everything about me. I want to know about you too. You want to know why I don't have any feelings for Miss Xia. Xia Jinyuan guessed what she meant. He suddenly lifted her up as if he was carrying a child. Startled, Yi Qian immediately reached out to support herself on his shoulders, not daring to let him carry her. Your injury. Put me down. Yi Qian panicked. Her delicate face changed color. However, he did not let her go. He used a little more force to lift her up. Yi Qian was suddenly half a head taller than him. She had to lower her head to look at him and talk. If you don't move, my injury will definitely be fine. Xia Jinyuan laughed deeply. He loved the way she panicked when she saw him. She was like a little bird that could only flutter in his palm, inviting him to love her tenderly. Could it be that his brother-in-law, Li Jinyan, noticed that he liked to tease little Fox, so he gave him a warning on the first day? Suddenly, Xia Jinyuan felt a chill in his heart. He liked to tease little Fox because his heart was itching. However, in the eyes of the devil and old master, it would be seen as him bullying little Fox. Chapter 2247. That would not do. He had to restrain himself. Now that his little Fox had a family, he had to respect his father-in-law's family. Xia Jinyuan did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. Especially since they were still in Li Jinyan's territory. He had to restrain himself even more. Put me down first. You're injured and yet you're still so naughty. Yi Qian was worried about him and stopped struggling, but he did not let him do as he pleased. Put me down, or I'll call my brother out to teach you a lesson. This was the benefit of having a brother. As soon as he called out, someone would immediately rush out to protect him. Xia Jinyuan's laughter became deeper and more joyful. My little ancestor, you're already so naughty. Major Xia, who had just regained his senses, gently let go of Yi Qian's smug expression. He looked at her bright eyes and white teeth under the sunlight, and his heart went numb. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her cheek. You're getting bolder now that you have someone to rely on. His future life would be tough. He had a brother-in-law who kept a close eye on him, and a father-in-law whom he had never met. He did not know what his father-in-law's personality was like. The Fu family had always kept a low profile, and he did not even know what his father-in-law did. He heard from his brother-in-law that his father-in-law had not returned home for a few years, just like his third brother. He had been transferred to the Northwest for 4 years and had not returned home. He had not even called. Those who did not know would think that he had been missing for a few years. His father-in-law's situation was similar to his third brother's. He had to ask the devil about it later. Yi Qian had already looked around and said nervously, "Be careful. There are old scientists living nearby. It's not good to be seen by them." Then his face turned serious again. "You don't pay attention to the injury on your waist. I'll handcuff you to the hospital bed later. Let's see if you can still do anything." "I'll handcuff you too. I won't go anywhere." Xia Jinyuan, who had stolen the kiss, smiled and did not do anything else. He was also worried that his brother-in-law would rush out of the house. Thinking of the devil's warning, Xia Jinyuan chuckled. "The devil said that I'm not allowed to hug you casually in the future. What should I do? I'm a little scared that we have to be supervised when we're dating." Was he scared? Otherwise he wouldn't have hugged and kissed her just now. Yi Qian smiled and glared at him. "What are you afraid of? Are you trying to get me to coax you again?" She raised her eyebrows slightly, and there was a sly and proud smile in her bright eyes. "Captain Xia, I already have a brother, and he just told me that if you dare to bully me, my brother will seek justice for me. So Captain Xia, don't tease me in the future. Otherwise, I'll tell my brother." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan did not say anything. Instead, she laughed heartily. Perhaps it was because she was so happy that tears came out of the corners of her eyes. Gradually, tears flowed out of her eyes, and her bright eyes became watery. "Captain Xia, I have a grandfather and an older brother. I haven't seen my father, but I've been looking for him. Captain Xia, I'm so happy. What should I do? I'm so happy that I want to cry again." She laughed and cried again. With one hand holding the corner of Xia Jinyuan's shirt, she kept wiping her tears with the other. "Why am I crying again? I don't want to cry. I want to laugh. I'm too happy." He knew that she was too happy. Although she was crying, her dark eyes were especially bright. Raising his hand to wipe away her tears, Xia Jinyuan smiled gently. "I'm happy for you too. Sometimes the tears that flow out are not because you're sad, but because you're too happy." Chapter 2248. Look at how happy you are. You're like a little kitten crying and laughing at the same time. Do you really want to ask brother-in-law to teach me a lesson? Little fox, you found someone to back you up. You're even more daring now. Why don't we cry inside? I'm sure brother-in-law will send me flying with a punch. Who told me to make his sister cry? Be good, you have to feel sorry for me. As an injured person, I'm no match for brother-in-law. I'll be beaten black and blue. I won't be able to show my face at the military promotion ceremony tomorrow. His little fox had been bullied too much when she was young. No one helped her or stood up for her. Therefore, when her brother, the devil, said that if she was bullied in the future, he would stand up for her and teach them a lesson, it would definitely evoke her childhood trauma and remind her of the hardships and difficulties she had suffered as a child. Just now, she was proudly showing off to him that she had a brother. Her face was as innocent as a child's, as if she was making up for her childhood hopes. This kind of little fox made his heart ache so much that it was twisting. Yi Qian thought about Captain Xia being beaten black and blue. She cried and laughed at the same time. "No, I'll persuade my brother when the time comes." "Little girl, you're getting more and more cocky." Xia Jinyuan didn't know what to do with her. She kept mentioning my brother. His slender fingers wiped away the last drop of tears at the corner of her eyes. He said helplessly, "I'm getting a little jealous now. If it was in the past, you would always be Captain Xia, Captain Xia. You would look for Captain Xia if you needed anything, and look for Captain Xia if you didn't need anything. Now you're looking for your brother. Little fox, I'm starting to get jealous. Hearing what he said, Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My brother is different from you. He's my family's pillar of support. And you're the pillar of support I can't live without. What's there to be jealous of? This was a little tricky. She still wanted to stay with her brother tonight to accompany her grandfather. Then there would be no one to take care of Captain Xia. The words pillar of support I can't live without made Xia Jinyuan's heart palpitate. He held Yi Qian's cheeks with both hands without saying a word. His deep eyes stared at Yi Qian without blinking. He then slowly planted a kiss on those delicate lips that made his heart palpitate. He raised his head and said gently, I'll tell you about Madame Xiao tomorrow. You can accompany the old man tonight. Come with Li Jinyan tomorrow morning. I'm worried that old man Xia will be waiting for me in the hospital. I have to go back to the hospital first. He could ignore Miss Xiao, but he was worried about old man Xia. In fact, Captain Xia and the commander-in-chief had a very close father-son relationship. It was just that both father and son liked to make things difficult for each other whenever they met. Yi Qian also wanted to stay and accompany her grandfather. Just as she was thinking about how to bring it up, he had already said it himself. Her heart felt warm. She looked up at the handsome and elegant man and said softly, Okay, I'll ask my brother to send you back to the hospital. When you see the commander-in-chief, apologize on my behalf. He knew that it was difficult for her to say it, so he took the initiative to say it. It was because he kept her every move in his heart that he noticed her hesitation. Her brother said that he wanted to make things difficult for her, so he taught him a lesson. How could Captain Xia, who cared so much about her, make things difficult for her? He doted on her for so many years. How could he make things difficult for her? Xia Jinyuan still didn't ask Li Jinyan to send him back. The old man's mood had fluctuated too much in the morning, and he had a cerebral thrombosis. He was afraid that something unexpected might happen and catch Yi Qian off guard. He only asked Li Jinyan to drive him to the entrance of the park before he took a taxi back to the hospital. By the time Yi Qian finished lunch with the old man, Xia Jinyuan had already returned to the ward. Chapter 2249. Yuan. Mrs. Xiao, who had not left, saw her tall and handsome son finally return to the ward. She was so surprised that she stood up from the stool and quickly walked up to him. Yuan, are your injuries serious? Let me take a look. She was not faking her concern. She really cared about her only son. Unfortunately, a missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. Xia Jinyuan did not care about her at all. He stepped away from her and stood aside with a faint smile. Thank you for your concern. I just changed the gauze this morning, so I can't let you take a look. His attitude was neither cold nor warm. He treated her with the courtesy of an ordinary relative. I see. Then I'll take a look when I change the gauze. Mrs. Xiao retracted her hand awkwardly and chased after him to the bedside. She asked in a delicate voice, Have you eaten lunch? Are you hungry? I brought some fruit, including your favorite banana. Let me get it for you. She wanted to mend the relationship between mother and son, but Xia Jinyuan refused. He sneered and said lightly, You're welcome. My father and I don't like bananas. It's a waste for you to buy them. But you used to. She remembered that Yuan used to like bananas very much. Only old Xia did not like bananas. Mrs. Xiao was surprised at first, but when she saw the indifference in Xia Jinyuan's eyes, she could no longer say, But you used to like bananas. Yes, that was a long time ago. Her son had grown up and she was old. Some things had changed. Mrs. Xiao stared at her grown son and smiled bitterly. I really shouldn't have come today. I thought about whether I should or not, but I still came. Looking at her unmoved and indifferent son, Mrs. Xiao knew that she should leave. She got up and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Old Xia, sorry to trouble you today. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had already gotten over his ex-wife's actions, nodded slightly and said to Xia Jinyuan, who looked indifferent, Your mother is also worried about you. I know. Xia Jinyuan smiled and turned to Miss Xiao, who was so upset that she turned away. Thank you for coming to see me today, but this is how I am. Please understand. Mrs. Xiao, who couldn't stand her son's politeness, nodded her head carelessly. She clutched her bag tightly and said, I'll leave first. Then she staggered out of the ward. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed softly and turned around to send his ex-wife out of the hospital. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? By the time he thought about making it up to her, sixth brother was already past the age where he needed maternal love. When he ran out of the ward, he saw that his ex-wife had not left. Instead, she was leaning against the cold wall with her head raised high, trying hard to force back the tears in her eyes. Commander-in-Chief Xia approached and stood in front of his ex-wife. He said in a deep voice, "Sixth sister has grown up. There are many things that I can't control. I know. Today. Thank you." Mrs. Xiao forced her tears back and pressed the corners of her eyes with her hand. When she stood still, her face returned to its usual dignified state. She said in a dry voice, "I didn't expect him to be so polite to me like a guest. He wasn't fierce, he didn't scold me, and he was very polite. Old Xia, you taught a Yuan well. You've worked hard all these years." Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled. "I didn't take care of him much. He grew up on his own." He paused for a moment and his face became serious. His voice was much deeper. "You haven't answered my previous question. How did you find out that sixth brother was in the hospital?" Chapter 2250. Mrs. Xiao froze for a moment. "Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Is it important that I know Yuan is injured?" "Yes, it's very important." Commander-in-Chief Xia stared at his ex-wife with sharp eyes. His cold and deep voice was tense, revealing a sharpness that made Mrs. Xiao panic. "You need to tell me very seriously." Mrs. Xiao, who didn't take it seriously, restrained all her expression. Her ex-husband's seriousness made her feel even more uneasy. This morning, Old Du's daughter, Jai, accompanied Chenglan to the hospital for a physical examination. When she got out of the car, she accidentally saw Yuan leaving in a car, so she called me and told me that she saw Yuan in the hospital. Mrs. Xiao explained seriously, afraid that her ex-husband would misunderstand, and said, "I asked this child to go to the border for me to inquire about Yuan's whereabouts." Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned and stared at his ex-wife, as if to confirm whether she was lying or not. After a while he asked, "Then how did you know that Yuan was injured?" "How would I know that Yuan was injured?" Mrs. Xiao smiled bitterly as if she had been soaked in gold thread. "I didn't know. I just remembered that Yuan didn't like to go to the hospital since he was young. It was impossible for him to come to the hospital for no reason, so I called to ask you." It turned out that he had also been tricked by his ex-wife. Commander-in-Chief Xia was slightly relieved, but there were some things he had to remind his ex-wife. Although his son didn't recognize her, the relationship between mother and son could not be changed no matter what. "You know the relationship between family Xia and the Du family. Although you have been good friends with Old Du's wife for many years, I hope you can distinguish between your good friend and your son." For the sake of his only son, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't mind his relationship with his ex-wife strained. His usually dignified and deep voice was cold and sharp as he reminded his ex-wife, "If you insist on putting your good friend first, I don't mind using extreme means to make you never set foot in our country again." It was not just a reminder but a warning. Mrs. Zhao's body swayed slightly. Her hands, which were holding her handbag, were so strong that her veins were bulging. She was very angry, but she endured it. She was afraid of disturbing Xia Jinyuan in the ward, so she lowered her angry voice. "Xia Xinhui, in your eyes, am I someone who doesn't even care about her own son's life?" Something like that. Facing his ex-wife's anger, Commander-in-Chief Xia said calmly, "Sixth brother thinks so too. More or less. Sixth brother thinks so too." Hearing this, all of Madame Zhao's anger disappeared. In an instant there was no color in her eyes, only darkness. "Don't worry. Between my best friend and my son, I will naturally choose my son." The anger and questioning just now seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She grabbed the handrail on the wall of the hospital for patients to walk slowly with one hand. She seemed to have aged a lot in an instant and said softly, "I came here this time to see my son and tell you and my son that Old Du seems to be interested in Yuan. Since the last time I met Yuan, Old Du and his wife have been asking about Yuan, intentionally or unintentionally. I know even less about Yuan's current situation than the couple. It's useless to ask me. Today Jai called me. At the same time, I was surprised and even more certain that old Du has his eyes on Ah Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Madame Xiao, who was still elegant no matter how embarrassed she was, looked at her ex-husband tiredly. Facing her ex-husband's vigilance and thinking of her own son's indifference, Madame Xiao knew that she would have to live the rest of her life in pain for the sins she had committed in the first half of her life. Retribution, retribution. This was what the Buddhist scriptures called karma. Chapter 2251. Tell Ah Yuan to be careful. You don't have to worry about Chenglan. I won't say that Ah Yuan is injured. After saying that, Madame Xiao held onto the armrest and slowly turned around. She walked very slowly, her hand never leaving the armrest. She walked out of the sight of Commander-in-Chief Xia so slowly and gracefully. One good thing about Madame Xiao was that she didn't make promises easily, but she wouldn't make any mistakes when she did. Old Du is probably suspicious about what you've been doing in the army. Commander-in-Chief Xia returned to the ward, his dignified face still cold. He said in a deep voice, "You and Xiao Yi should come back to Beijing as little as possible in the future." Old Du was different from other people. He was the deputy chief of staff of the General Staff Department. Although the information of all the soldiers in the Snowfield Brigade was top secret, he still had to be careful that Old Du didn't touch the border. The door of the ward wasn't closed tightly. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying on the bed, heard the conversation outside clearly. Compared to Commander-in-Chief Xia's seriousness, he was much more relaxed. "I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Your daughter-in-law has found her family. She will definitely come back to Beijing as long as she has time off. If she comes back and I happen to be on leave, I will definitely come back with her." Found her family? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who still didn't know what was going on, frowned. "Speak clearly. Don't beat around the bush. Speak half of it and leave half of it out. It's a long story." Xia Jinyuan, whose mood wasn't affected by Madame Zhao's visit, sat up straight. When it came to the Yu family, his attitude had to be serious. "Old man Xia, what I'm going to say is all true. I guarantee it's 100% true. Also, it's a bit too much information. Do you want to prepare a heart-saving pill first? Get lost. Make it clear." Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't stand his son's indecent behavior. He sat upright, but his tone always had a hint of hooliganism, especially when he was talking to him. "Then listen carefully. It's about your daughter-in-law's background. Do you want to drink some water first? I'll prepare a glass of cold water for you." Xia Jinyuan wasn't being indecent. He was just being picked on by the commander-in-chief. He got up and poured a glass of water for him before starting to talk about business. "Old Mr. Fu, one of the founders of our country's missiles, atomic bombs, and space satellites, you must be familiar with him." "Nonsense. I still have old Master Fu's brush and ink in my study. How can I not be familiar with it?" "Xia Jinyuan, you'd better speak properly." As soon as he spoke, Commander-in-Chief Xia glared at him. How dare they talk about old Master Fu? Xia Jinyuan, who felt that there was a communication barrier between him and old man Xia, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He adjusted his breathing and continued to speak calmly. "Yi Jian is old Master Fu's granddaughter, his biological granddaughter. I'm not talking nonsense. It's you who doesn't have the patience to hear me out." His daughter-in-law was old Master Fu's granddaughter. Commander-in-Chief Xia's first reaction was to splash the water in the glass on his son, who was giving him a headache. His hands trembled and he stopped himself. Xia Jinyuan noticed his actions and raised his eyebrows. "Are you so frightened that you want to splash water on my face? Or do you not believe me and want to splash water on my face?" "Both?" Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression was even colder than when he was talking to Madame Xiao. "Sixth brother, you have to be responsible for what you say. Do you know what you just said?" So he didn't believe him? Well, that's right. Even he didn't quite believe him at first. It was normal for old Master Xia, who was extremely cautious and strict about everything, to not believe him. If he didn't believe him, he would explain himself until he believed him. Chapter 2252. I've always been responsible with my words. Your daughter-in-law is indeed old Master Fu's granddaughter. When you called Yi Qian just now, I was accompanying her to meet old Master Fu at Dangue Garden. Old Master Fu's grandson, who is also my comrade Li Jinian, was also with us. Yi Qian is still accompanying Old Master Fu at Dangui Garden. I asked her to come over with Li Jinian to watch the promotion ceremony tomorrow. Commander-in-Chief Xia was a little out of breath. He didn't believe it before, but now he was 100% sure that Xia Jinyuan wasn't lying to him. His daughter-in-law was actually Old Master Fu's granddaughter. Even though he had been through a lot, he was still shocked for a long time before he came back to his senses. He said in a low voice, "The military investigated Xiao Yi before, but they couldn't find anything." "How did you know? You didn't even say a word, and even I didn't know. You didn't even mention anything to me about such an important matter." Although he was shocked, his question was still very sharp. Xia Jinyuan saw that the commander-in-chief's expression wasn't too good. He knew that the impact of this matter was quite big. He hurriedly said, "Drink some water to calm yourself down. I didn't know earlier than you did. It all happened this morning. I rushed back to the hospital because I was afraid that you would wait for me. Secondly, I wanted to tell you about this matter as soon as possible." Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression eased. The news came too suddenly, and he still needed time to digest it. "Are you sure it's true? Tell me how you found out that Xiao Yi was Old Master Fu's granddaughter. This is such a big matter. It's not something that can be solved by Old Master Fu's nod of approval. If something goes wrong, all of you will be stripped of your military uniforms." This was no small matter. The main reason was that Old Master Fu's identity was special. Suddenly having a granddaughter was not something that could be solved with his own family behind closed doors. He recounted in great detail the photo in Li Jinian's hands, how Yi Qian's parents missed it, and how Old Master had secretly sent people to investigate. Father-in-law was afraid that he would implicate mother-in-law, so he waited until Old Master came to visit him a year later. He didn't dare to say much, and only hurriedly wrote a few words in Old Master's palm. "Based on the photos left behind by your father-in-law and your mother-in-law's name, you secretly went to the army to inquire about it. 20 years have passed since then. It wasn't until Li Jinian brought the photos here today that we found out about the twists and turns in the story." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had listened to the whole story, sighed heavily. Suddenly, he thought of a very important problem. He frowned and said coldly, "This matter has to be suppressed. It has to be scientifically confirmed. Have a good rest, I have to return to the military first." Commander-in-Chief Xia did not say what he had to say. He hurriedly left with the guards. Sun Xueqing was Old Master Fu's daughter-in-law. Old Master Fu's son, Fu Yusheng, was the chief engineer of the country's navigation research. Back then, Fu Yusheng was suddenly confined for investigation for a year. A year later, Old Master Fu went to inquire about Sun Xueqing, but to no avail. When Xiao Yi was 3 years old, Sun Xueqing sacrificed herself, and all her information was erased. Commander-in-Chief Xia thought of all these and his footsteps became faster. His expression became colder. All these incidents made it seem like someone was deliberately targeting the Fu family. Xia Jinyuan did not chase after them to ask for the reason. He conveniently told Old Master Xia that his father-in-law had suddenly been confined for a year, just to make Old Master Xia think in a certain direction. The smart and capable Old Master Xia must have already thought in a certain direction. He left the rest of the matter to the military and the military commission. He and Little Fox did not have to interfere for the time being. Chapter 2253. Because Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. There were some things that he and his little fox could not interfere with. What was his little fox doing now? Chatting with the old man with the Devil King? He never thought that the Devil King, whom he had warned to be one step too late, would become the little fox's brother, and he would be the one who brought the two siblings together. He had to admit that this was the fate between him and his little fox. Yi Qian spent the entire day with the old man. He did not go anywhere except home. The old man, who had just reunited with his granddaughter, was so hale and hearty that he even spoke with vigor. When it came to dinner, he ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. He also went to bed 2 hours earlier than usual. Usually, he would only go to bed after 12, but tonight, he was already sleepy at around 10. In the old man's words, "A long life of 100 years is too short. I have to at least live to 110 years old." Yi Qian and Li Jinyan laughed when they heard this. Li Jinyan even said, "You're only 88 years old now. You should live to 120 years old." The old man was born in the first year of the Republic of China. I don't expect to live to 120 years old. I'll try my best to live to 110 years old. I'll be happy to see the two of you start a family, get married and have children. I'll be able to hold my great-grandchildren. The old man, who was originally a little sleepy, became energetic again when he talked about future generations. He said excitedly, "I became a grandfather at 61 years old. I'm 88 years old this year. Let's see if I can become a great-grandfather again when I'm 90 years old. Little Miss Jian is still young. I remember that female soldiers can only get married and have children at 24 years old. Junior officers can only get married at 26 years old. Let's see if I can hold my grandchildren then. Then I'll have to wait another 6 years. I have to live well and strive to live to 110 years old. I'll live to have children and grandchildren." The old man's greatest wish was to have children and grandchildren. Before he went to bed, he did not forget to remind his grandson, Li Jinyan, to write the letter as soon as possible and send it to Yi Qian's father so that he could be happy. Li Jinyan felt that his uncle was not happy. He should be so excited that he was dancing with joy and tears. She gently closed the door and said to Yi Qian, who had a gentle smile on his face, "When I was 24 years old Mr. mentioned that he wanted to have a great-grandchild. Now that you're here, we can share the responsibility and reduce the pressure by half." He joked very seriously. Yi Qian tried so hard to hold back his laughter that his shoulders twitched. "Then you have to continue bearing the burden. You're 7 years older than me. It's time for you to get married and have children." Li Jinyan was 27 years old this year. It was time for him to get married and have children. "If I find a suitable girl, I will marry her immediately." Li Jinyan smiled and pushed open the door of the small study he had stayed in during the day. "Come in and have a seat. I will tell you about the history of the Fu family. Then you will know why grandfather wants us to get married and have children." Li Jinyan knew that she was bold. In the past, because of his status, she didn't dare to tease him. Now that he was her brother, she was bold enough to tease him directly. He hoped that this would mean that they would be closer. The old photo album opened again. Li Jinyan pointed at the photo taken in front of the Fu family's old mansion. His cold voice filled the darkness of the night as he said in a low voice. The Fu family was a wealthy merchant family. They started their business in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, and they declined when the old man was 28. From prosperity to decline, from being a wealthy family in Jiangnan to not even having a place to live. Yi Qian flipped through the photo album and listened to Li Jinyan talk about the history of the Fu family. Once again his heart felt so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Chapter 2254. He didn't feel much when he heard about his grandfather's and grandmother's life in the hospital, but now that he was no longer in the right state of mind, he felt so sad that his heart was twisted into a ball. When grandfather was 37, grandmother gave birth to my mother, who is your aunt. When your father was born at the age of 40, uncle was just 1 month old. Grandfather entrusted uncle to great-aunt's family. It wasn't until uncle was 9 years old that grandfather found uncle on the streets. On the streets? Yi Qian's heart ached as he asked in a hoarse voice. My father, why was he on the streets? Uncle didn't mention it, and grandfather didn't say either. If you want to know, you can ask uncle. He knew everything about the Fu family, but he didn't know the reason for this. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you know or not. If you ask again, it might be another sad story. Yi Qian pursed his lips. His brother was right. Grandfather had gone through too much. Why should he bring up the sad past? After closing the album, Yi Qian's heart was so heavy that he had to drink several glasses of warm water in order to slightly ease the pressure in his heart. After putting away the album, Li Jinyan took out a pen and a letter and placed it in front of Yi Qian. Under the warm light, a faint smile appeared on his cold, handsome face. Write a letter to uncle. Do you have a photo? Send a photo to uncle and let him see you. He works at a missile research center in the northwest. He hasn't been home for 4 years. Works at a missile research center. Yi Qian, who had never met his father, was full of respect for him. I don't have a photo. I only have a photo on my student ID. Scan it and send it to Dad. Yi Qian took out the student ID that he always carried with him. It's a photo from the front. It's very clear. After taking the student ID, Li Jinyan carefully looked at the photo on her ID. It was very clear and beautiful. Her gaze was cold and strong. Just looking at her made him feel comfortable. This was Li Jinyan's sister. Their blood relationship would never change. The letter and the scanned photos of the student IDs were sent out the next morning. It would take at least a month for them to finally reach Chief Engineer Fu Yuxing. Yi Qian, who was sitting below the stage, was fully focused on the dozens of officers on the stage. Yi Qian knew all of them. They were his comrades from the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade. You must cherish your honor and never forget your original intentions. You must remember your mission and take responsibility for your actions. You must never let down the people, the military ministry, the military commission, and the chairman's trust in you. Be loyal. Always remember what your responsibilities are, and what your responsibilities are. Always remember that you are a soldier who protects the country. Serve the country, be loyal to the people, be loyal to the country. Commander-in-Chief Xia stood in front of the rostrum and spoke in a solemn voice, full of military might. He told all the promoted officers that a military rank was the highest honor bestowed upon a soldier by the country, and that they should remember their mission and responsibility as a soldier at all times. The promotion ceremony began with the solemn national anthem. The officers lined up neatly in front of the rostrum. Commander-in-Chief Xia, Major General of the Army, and Major General of the Navy respectively presented them with their military ranks. Yi Qian watched as Commander-in-Chief Xia personally removed the major rank from Xia Jinyuan's epaulette and fastened the lieutenant colonel rank epaulette. At that moment, Yi Qian was so excited that it was as if he had been promoted himself. The ceremony ended with the majestic singing of the People's Liberation Army. All the promoted officers saluted the rostrum and the audience. Chapter 2255. There were not many people in the audience. This was a military promotion that was not made public. When Xia Jinyuan walked to Yi Qian's side, the military rank on his shoulder was still that of a major. To outsiders, he would always be a major. Yi Qian's gaze softened as he looked at the man walking towards him. Li Jinyan, who was walking beside Xia Jinyuan, stopped in time and said to him, "I have something to do. Accompany my sister first." His sister's eyes were fixed on him. He had better be sensible and leave. Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. It was not bad to have such an observant brother-in-law. You're returning to the base this afternoon, right? I'll bring her over to look for you later. My dad still has something to discuss with the three of us. See you later. Commander-in-Chief Xia needed to discuss Yi Qian's return to the Fu family in detail with the three of them. Okay. Li Jinyan nodded. Since the commander-in-chief had invited him over, he did not say anything else and turned to leave. The Devil King today was the normal Devil King. His face was stern and his words were simple. No one was allowed to approach within 30 feet of him. Yi Qian saw him walking towards the commander-in-chief and knew that he had something to do. She stood in place and waited for Xia Jinyuan to walk over. The man in the military uniform walked elegantly. With every step he took, Yi Qian felt her heart skip a beat. Today, he was wearing a winter military uniform that was only worn for major celebrations and important foreign affairs activities. It was a Western-style suit with a white shirt and a navy tie. On the outside, he wore a well-ironed military uniform that exuded the aura of a soldier. As he walked, he looked more elegant and dignified than the regular military uniform. It also showed more military might. This was the first time Yi Qian saw him in a military uniform. It had gold embroidery and gold embroidery. It was so handsome that she could not take her eyes off him. No wonder Li Jinyan was so perceptive. Even his eyes were fixed on him. How could an older brother disturb his younger sister's happiness? Xia Jinyuan had never been stingy with his charm, especially in front of Yi Qian. Even his hair was extraordinarily charming. Seeing that Yi Qian's gaze never left him, the young lieutenant colonel's footsteps became lighter. Why are you so engrossed? He walked closer and stood in front of her. Under the military cap, his handsome face had a gentle smile. Indeed, even the strands of his hair had their own charm. You have to be more reserved, little fox. You're almost drooling. Your brother wanted to come and look for you, but he was too embarrassed to come with you when he saw you staring at me. The young lieutenant colonel became even more charming. His every move. Yi Qian, who was engrossed by his teasing, couldn't help but blush. Her very, very, very handsome is the kind of handsomeness that makes me mesmerized. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. The little rascal's guts were almost as big as the sky now. Now even my hair is showing you my manliness. If this doesn't make you mesmerized, I'll be very sad. The auditorium was not a suitable place for chatting. When Yi Jian muttered shameless, Xiao Luo chuckled and said, there will be times when I will be even more shameless. When that time comes, don't be scared away by me. Yi Qian suddenly realized what he was implying. Blushing, she glared at the shameless young lieutenant colonel. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Why are you blushing? Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was pretending to be innocent, chuckled softly. Oh, you've become naughty too. Come, let's talk outside. Chapter 2256. Yi Qian didn't respond and just followed him. If he did, he would say something else. Yi Qian glanced at his shoulder, pursed his lips, and took a few steps forward. He frowned and hesitated for a while before he asked, Captain Xia, why does the Snowfield Brigade keep their military ranks the same? Because they carry out too many dangerous missions. Once captured, the higher the military rank, the more dangerous it is. Sometimes, not only do we have to guard against the people outside, we also have to guard against the people inside. The missions carried out by the Snowfield Brigade are state secrets, and spies are everywhere in our country. Keeping the military ranks the same is also a form of disguise. It wasn't a secret that the military ranks didn't change to the public. He could tell Yi Qian. As you can see, the only people who promoted us are Major General Commander of the Navy and Commander-in-Chief Xia. The Snowfield Brigade and the Tri-Habitat Frogman Assault Team don't belong to any army. The only leaders we face are these three, and it's also for the sake of our safety. And you, if you are awarded the rank of captain after graduation with your military achievements, you can actually be promoted to the rank of major. However, according to our country's military rank promotion system, each promotion from first lieutenant to colonel takes 4 years. You may be promoted to major directly after joining the team, or you may have to wait 4 years before you can be promoted to major. Next time, I hope I'll be the one to watch you get promoted. Before they walked out, Xia Jinyuan said solemnly. Yi Qian smiled and looked at the man she admired. I also hope and look forward to that day. Then let's look forward to it together. He looked at her and smiled. Their gazes intertwined with each other. The love between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan was never about one side being strong and the other being weak. They pursued a love that was evenly matched. They could be each other's support when the other was in danger, and they could also stand shoulder to shoulder when the other was at the peak of glory. The love they pursued was such a love. Soon, the two of them met up with Li Jinyan and went to Commander-in-Chief Xia's office together. At this time, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was at home with Madame Li, who had been angered by Yi Ying to the point that she had an old illness, a headache. Don't worry too much about the outside world these few days. Focus on recuperating. Deputy Chief of Staff Du sighed as he placed the boiled Chinese medicine on the bedside table. I have enough to deal with in the company and at home. Let's talk about the outside matters after you've recovered. What can a little girl do? She's already back in the southern province. Out of sight, out of mind. What do you have to worry about? We have to pay more attention to Shirley's son. Madame Li, who had a headache, was half lying on the bed with a hot towel on her forehead. When she heard this, her eyes turned sharp and she said coldly, Now that I've embarrassed myself, everyone has to smile at me. This resentment can't be erased by her returning to the southern province. She dares to play tricks on me and make me lose face. Ha, if I don't let her know how powerful I am. I can't guarantee that anyone will climb up and step on me in the future. You don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. As for Shirley's son, Madame Li removed the hot towel from her forehead, and her expression became much more serious. I asked Schumann if she went to the hospital for a checkup. She said she did, but she couldn't find him. Shirley said he probably went to visit his comrades. Aren't you thinking too much? It's not like you don't know how bad Shirley's son is. Now that he's wearing a military uniform, if he doesn't act like a decent person, how can Shirley show his face? Deputy Chief of Staff Du shook his head. He's not pretending. It's the aura he exudes. He's a thug. He doesn't look like he's just idling around in the army. Chapter 2257. Mrs. Lee didn't say anything more, but raised her hand to cover her forehead and closed her eyes tiredly. She had a nervous headache, which couldn't be controlled by drugs. Rest was the best treatment. But with so many things at present, how could she be allowed to rest? Well, you'd better rest more and think less. I'll ask Li Yuan to accompany you to the sanatorium in High Province for a month. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du had always respected his wife, and he didn't feel good when he saw her having a headache and suffering. The nanny knocked on the door with a hot towel in her hand and came in. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du asked the nanny to leave and served her by himself. The hot towel was put on her forehead, and Mrs. Lee said comfortably in a low voice. She pressed the hot towel with the back of her hand and replied weakly, I'll ask Schumann to find old Xia later. You can only rely on yourself in the army. I'll help you if I can. Family Xia is really the nemesis of our Du family. Kai Wei was not suppressed by old Xia's son, but he was suppressed by Xia Onbong's son. My eldest daughter was also suppressed by Xia Onbong's daughter. I'm angry when I think about it. Mrs. Lee, who was strong by nature, was a little angry when she thought that her children were being suppressed everywhere. The only thing that made her feel a little comfortable was that she was not suppressed by Xiao Shuman's son. Otherwise, she would be so angry that her life would be shortened. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du was also helpless that his children were always inferior to family Xia. But what could he do? After all, the foundation of the Du family was a little shallow. How could it be compared with family Xia? Master Xia had 5 sons and 1 daughter. Except for the second son Xia Onbong, who had been the Minister of Public Security, who died in the line of duty, the eldest son Xia Onghua, the third son Xia Xinhui, the fourth son Xia Jiaza, and his daughter Xia Sujuan. Which one of them wasn't a powerful figure who would shake the ground 3 times when they went out? The Du family was no match for family Xia. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du knew very well, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise he would make his wife, who worked hard for the family, angry. But with his wife's temper, he couldn't change the topic if she wanted to talk about something. He had to continue with the topic. After pondering for a while, Deputy Chief of Staff Du comforted Madame Lee with a smile. You didn't say that before. You always mentioned that as long as our eldest son Kai Wei is better than Shirley's son. Now Kai Wei is a regiment commander while Shirley's son is a major. You've already won. If I want to win, I will win for the rest of my life. At the moment when Madame Lee slowly opened her eyes, a strange cold light flashed through her deep eyes. Didn't those people often say secretly that Xiao Shuman was luckier than her? She wanted to let them see who was more fortunate between her and Xiao Shuman. She was a divorcee who didn't even acknowledge her only son. How could that be considered a blessing? This was called bad luck. You're already a grandmother, but you're still so stubborn. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du was a little helpless. He didn't know why his wife wanted to compete with Shirley's ex-wife, Xiao Shuman. They had been in contact with each other for decades and had a good relationship. Xiao Shuman was far away from home. Whenever she needed his wife's help, his wife, who couldn't get away from abroad, would try her best to help her regardless of money or manpower. Speaking of a good relationship, his wife's expression would be a little gloomy every time Xiao Shuman was mentioned. He really didn't understand why. Xiao Shuman is all alone now. Why do you still want to compete with her? You don't worry about it. I'll keep an eye on Shirley's son. Don't worry about him. Chapter 2258. Madame Lee snorted coldly. With a sneer on her tired face, a few sharp wrinkles appeared at the corners of her mouth. People live to fight for their dignity. When I was young, there were always people who liked to compare me with her. After the comparison, they said that Li Chenglan was not as good as Shuman. I don't believe that she, a lady who has no relatives and is in trouble, can beat me. I'm determined to fight for my dignity. Look, haven't I won now? When she was in trouble, I helped her without hesitation. When she was in trouble, I worried about her. Now, who dares to compare me with her? Who dares to say that she is better than me? She is divorced and even her son doesn't recognize her. But what about me? I have children, and even my eldest grandson is 4 years old. But what does she have? Nothing. Except for herself, she doesn't even have a close friend. The deputy chief of staff was stunned. After a long while he laughed and said, Madam, I really admire you. You can fight for your dignity for decades. I have no choice but to admire you. Our family can be where we are today because of your help. So you are not in good health now. I am very worried. Since the outcome of the battle between you and Xiao Shuman has been decided, you don't have to worry about it. If it doesn't work, I will ask the eldest son's wife to take our grandson to High Province for a vacation to relax. The eldest son, Du Kaiwei, was already married and had a son who was 4 years old this year. Thinking of her good friend Xiao Shuman's current situation and her only grandson, Madame Li's gloominess dissipated a lot. Forget it. Don't bother the eldest son's family. I am not a big problem. When the matter in Nan province is solved, I will feel better and my headache will naturally go away. Madame Li, who had a slight headache after applying several hot towels, could not help but think of Ying when Nan province was mentioned. Thinking of Ying, she remembered that she went to the brothel yesterday and heard several noble ladies next door talking and eating. Her head, which had finally calmed down, suddenly throbbed with pain, as if it was being pricked by needles. Ying. It was this bitch who made her the laughingstock of the upper-class circle in the capital. Did she think that after paying a fine and going to the police station for a few days everything would be fine? In her dreams. Since she liked to change men so much, he would let her change men several times a day. Madame Li had always been ruthless in her dealings. Now that Sun Ying, whose surname was Sun, wanted to escape safely, it was simply wishful thinking. It was impossible. Madame Li, who had a splitting headache and had to take 2 painkillers, waited for the deputy chief of staff to leave. With a fierce look on her face, she called Du Kongyue, the eldest brother of the deputy chief of staff who was now the second in command of your province. Ying definitely wanted to come out. All right, then let her come out first. Once she came out, she would definitely make her life a living hell. With Madame Li's intervention, just as Xia Jinyuan had said, they did not have to care about Ying anymore. They just had to focus on their own lives. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting respectfully in front of the old man and being scrutinized by the old man, maintained the standard sitting posture of a soldier. His expression and breathing were relaxed, and he tried his best to make himself look natural in front of the old man. The young lieutenant colonel, who was restless even when recuperating, walked out of Commander-in-Chief Xia's office. When he heard his brother-in-law say that he was sending his girlfriend back to Dangui Garden, Lieutenant Colonel Xia made up his mind to follow. Commander-in-Chief Xia was even more supportive. He said from behind the 3 of them, Lao Lu, accompany Xiao Yi to visit the old man. Remember to bring some gifts. Don't be rude. Chapter 2259. Xiao Yi was very outstanding. In the past, when she was held tightly by his son, he was still a little worried that his daughter-in-law would be snatched away by other outstanding men. Now that his daughter-in-law had become Old Master Fu's granddaughter, he was even more nervous. Old Master Fu had dedicated his entire life to the country. He was involved in the 3 major fields of missiles, atomic bombs, and space satellites. There were countless outstanding students under Old Master Fu's tutelage, and countless outstanding students who were still unmarried. If Old Master Fu brought Xiao Yi to a blind date on a whim one day, he would be worried for 6th brother whenever he thought of that scene. With Xiao Yi's appearance, talent, and ability, only Old Master Fu would look down on others. No one would look down on Xiao Yi. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was afraid that his future daughter-in-law would be snatched away, felt that he was really worried sick. He had to hurry up and express his feelings in front of Old Master Fu before everything started. At the same time, he had to show his face and leave a good impression. As a father, he thought a little too much, but as a son, he didn't think so much. It was definitely necessary for him to pay a visit and show his face in front of Old Master Fu to leave a good impression. As for whether Yi Qian would be snatched away by other outstanding men, Xia Jinyuan didn't think in that direction. Old Master Fu's gaze was very sharp. When he swept his gaze over, it was as if he could make demons and monsters have nowhere to hide. Under such a sharp gaze, Xia Jinyuan maintained the steadiness of a soldier. He didn't move or sway and was as majestic as a mountain. Yesterday, old Master Fu, who was in a bad mood, only looked at him briefly and focused all his attention on Yi Qian. Today, facing Xia Jinyuan, who was obviously related to Yi Qian, old Master Fu's gaze was not only sharp but also quite detailed. After sizing him up for at least 5 minutes, old Master Fu retracted his gaze and nodded secretly. He was a very good young man. Just his majestic aura alone made him feel at ease. Xia Jinyuan saw the satisfied look in the old man's eyes, and his tensed heart immediately relaxed. The old man's gaze was comparable to the old man's. Just a glance from him could make one's blood turn cold. It could turn a tiger into a rabbit in an instant. No one dared to be presumptuous. Xia Jinyuan's heartstrings had just loosened when he suddenly felt the old man's gaze fall on his face and scrutinize him. His breathing almost became erratic as he revealed a calm smile and allowed the old man to scrutinize him. The old man's gaze landed on Xia Jinyuan's face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. After a rough look yesterday, he immediately felt that this young man's appearance gave him a sense of familiarity. Today, after a closer look, the more he looked, the more he felt that he was acquainted with an old friend of his. He didn't know if this young man was a descendant of his old friend. That old friend of his not only had status, but his character was also unquestionable. He was upright, loyal, and honest. He was loyal to the country and did his best for the people. As a member of the Special Forces, Xia Jinyuan noticed that the way the old man looked at him had changed. It was because he was recalling another person's gaze through him. In front of the elderly, Xia Jinyuan had always been polite. He sat upright with his eyes open and his smile elegant. No matter how the old man scrutinized him, he didn't show any disrespect. As a soldier, no matter what, his back must be straight and his gaze must be open and candid. No matter where he sat, even if he didn't move, his strength of character and integrity could subdue others. The old man, who had seen countless people, nodded repeatedly in his heart. His gaze was no longer sharp. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction and asked kindly, "Your surname is Xia, and you're from the capital. There aren't many people in the capital with the surname Xia. Are you related to General Xia Yunkue? Don't be so formal. Just take it that I'm helping my granddaughter to choose someone." Chapter 2260. The open-minded old man did not want to make things difficult for a young man. Moreover, this young man had come with his granddaughter yesterday and today again. Even though his granddaughter did not say anything, he knew who this young man was. Grandson. Not bad. In terms of appearance, he was worthy of his granddaughter, not to mention his temperament. He was very satisfied with the young man's calm temperament. In addition, he was similar to an old friend, so he liked him even more. Yesterday, Xia Jinyuan was only there to boost Yi Qian's courage. Today, he was visiting as his grandson-in-law. His state of mind was completely different. While he appeared calm, he also revealed the elegance of a century-old family history. Faced with the old man's question, he smiled and said, "Yes, it's my grandfather. He retired 15 years ago. Now, he and my grandmother are at home tending to flowers and fish." "So you're General Xia's descendant. No wonder you're so imposing." The old man nodded slightly. He was indeed the descendant of an old friend. Only the descendant of an old friend could be so outstanding. General Xia was a righteous man. Back then, he had almost been unable to return to the aerospace department. It was General Xia who had stepped in and single-handedly made him stay in the aerospace department. Thinking that this young man was the grandson of an old friend, the old man was even more satisfied. The smile on the old man's face became even more benevolent as he smiled and said, "Your grandfather and I are old acquaintances. Back then he even helped me. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, General Xia's grandson and my granddaughter would become a pair." Actually, Xia Jinyuan's palms were sweaty. When he heard that the old man and his grandfather were old acquaintances, the last trace of nervousness in his heart disappeared. When he heard the last sentence, "They were a couple," the wetness in his palms gradually disappeared. Their grandfathers were actually old acquaintances. As expected, he and the little fox were not from the same family. They would not enter the same house. Although he knew that the old man was satisfied with him, Xia Jinyuan did not dare to be careless. He smiled and said, If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known that you two were old friends. Grandfather likes to stay at home now. Today he tends to the flowers and plants. Tomorrow, he carries a hoe to cultivate a small piece of land to plant some fruits and vegetables. In the spring, the flowers and plants in the backyard bloom delightfully. In the summer, green fruits hang on the branches. When the fruits are harvested in the autumn, there are some that can't be finished. Grandpa sends some to the neighbors to share the fruits of his labor. Old Master Fu, who loved to listen to such things, laughed heartily. His old voice was rich and strong. General Xia told me before that when he retires, he will go back home to farm. He can't farm, but he can cultivate the land. You even have surplus grain to give to your neighbors. It can be seen that General Xia is quite healthy. Yee. Good. Hearing the laughter from the study, Li Jinyan's cold eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that his grandfather approved of Q King's identity. Yi Jian took the supplies in his hand and put them aside. She smiled and said, "He's very popular with the old man. When Grandpa Zhen was still around, the old man didn't quite agree with him coming over to pursue me. Later, Grandpa Zhen told me that Captain Xia is a good man and that he's worth a try. Uncle Chun also tested him and was very satisfied. He also advised me to discuss things with him and not make decisions on my own, so that we won't be at odds." Chapter 2261. Therefore, she was not worried at all when her grandfather said that he wanted to talk to Captain Xia alone. Li Jinyan finally understood how much his sister trusted Xia Jinyuan. He had originally wanted to test Xia Jinyuan, but now he had completely given up on it. He raised his hand and patted her head. The cold devil revealed a faint but gentle smile. "As long as he continues to treat you well, Grandfather and I won't have any objections. I won't go in and disturb Grandfather. I'll take my leave first." The devil had returned to the team today. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, so he had to leave to catch his flight at 4. "You have to go back to school tomorrow. Be careful." Also, Li Jinyan was a little reluctant to part with her. He picked out the important things to remind her. "Also, there are only a few months left before you go abroad for the competition. You have to hurry up and train when you get back, especially in terms of physical fitness. If there's anything, call the duty room first. I'll call you back when I'm back." This was her brother, whose blood was thicker than water. He cared for her in every possible way, afraid that she would be wronged. Yi Qian felt warm inside. She nodded and replied seriously, "Brother, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. I'll go back to school tomorrow afternoon. I'll keep Grandfather company and make him happy." After all, women were more attentive than men. Li Jinyan completely believed that she would make the old man happy. The old man was indeed very happy. Knowing that his grandson didn't want to disturb his mood, he quietly returned to the team. He sighed for a while, but because of Yi Jian and Xia Jinyuan's company, the kind smile on his face never disappeared. It was already 7 in the evening when Xia Jinyuan left Dangue Garden. Walking out of the warm house into the cold night outside, Xia Jinyuan held his girlfriend's hand and sighed with a smile. "Old man Xia laughed at me and said that you won't have much time to accompany me in the future. Seems that he was right. What should I do, little fox? I can't bear to leave. I can't stay overnight in Dangue Garden. I have to leave even if I don't want to." Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. "You were the one who said that it wasn't appropriate for Grandpa to ask you to stay the night. Now you're telling me that you can't bear to leave. Why don't you just go back with me?" The witty Yi Qian's eyes twinkled, and there was an indescribable craftiness in them. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan's heart itched and melted, and even his eyes darkened a little. Today's main purpose is to leave a good impression on old Mr. If I really stay overnight, even if old Mr. doesn't say anything, his impression of me will definitely be greatly reduced. If an unmarried man and woman were to live in the same house, the older generation would more or less feel uncomfortable. For the sake of my lifelong happiness, I have to leave no matter how much I want to stay. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who planned slowly, would not lose the big for the small, lest he suffer in the future. Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled so widely that his eyebrows curved. He turned to look at her and said to her with a smile, "Captain Xia, close your eyes. I'll give you a reward for your performance today." No, put your hands behind your back first. Don't move around. The doctor said that your wound is recovering well, so you still have to be careful. If the doctor hadn't said that he could move around, she wouldn't have let him accompany her back today. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He could guess what reward he would receive. It was a reward that he liked very much. With his eyes closed, he smiled and bent down slightly to wait for the reward to arrive. When he bent down, Yiqian didn't need to stand on tiptoe. He only needed to raise his head slightly to kiss his sexy thin lips. A light kiss definitely couldn't resolve the young lieutenant colonel's yearning for a long night. With his hands behind his back, he wrapped them around Yiqian's slender waist and turned the light kiss into a deep sucking kiss. Chapter 2262. The warmth between the two of them would not last long. Yiqian was worried about the injury on his waist, so she quickly ended the kiss and covered his thin lips with her hand when she heard his irregular breathing. She was too deep into his kiss, and his thin lips were burning hot against her palm. Yiqian raised her head to look at him. Her dark eyes were bright, like the stars in the night sky falling into the mortal world. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lower his head again and kiss her eyes gently. Yiqian couldn't help but close her eyes when he kissed her. She could feel the deep affection in his kiss. Go in and accompany the old man. I'll leave first. After kissing her eyes, Xia Jinyuan said in a low and hoarse voice. She was the only one in his deep and cold eyes. I'll come over tomorrow to take you to the airport. His little fox had to leave tomorrow, and it was time for them to part after their short reunion. Yiqian didn't go in immediately. Unwilling to let him leave, she snuggled up to him and pressed herself against his broad chest. My brother said that there will be a competition during the summer break. Do you think we will be training together during this period? The military has already asked your school, but the school leaders didn't agree. Your freshmen will be going to the northern part of Xiang province to practice during the May Day Labor Day. You won't be able to participate in our training. Every time she got close to him, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. His expression became increasingly gentle as he stroked the back of her head. He was also disappointed that he couldn't train with her. Yiqian was also a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. She looked up from his arms and adjusted his tie and collar. Then we'll have to wait until the summer break. Go home early and rest. The commander-in-chief is also waiting for you. Xia Jinyuan went through the discharge procedures this morning, so he didn't have to go back to the hospital tonight. Okay, go in quickly. Xia Jinyuan looked down at Yiqian, who was carefully adjusting his collar. The corners of his lips never fell. He and Yiqian had known each other for 6 years, but they had been boyfriend and girlfriend for less than 2 years. However, they had more chemistry than other couples who had been married for decades. She could understand what he meant with just one look, and he could tell what she wanted to do with just one movement. It was said that men and women were a semicircle. When they found the semicircle that suited them, they would become a complete circle that could not be separated from each other. He and the little fox were each other's lost semicircle. Their union represented eternity, and neither of them could leave the other. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Rest early. After giving her a goodnight kiss, Xia Jinyuan stood at the bottom of the stairs. His eyes were filled with love as he turned around and walked back into the house. Just as she was about to open the door and enter, she turned around and waved at him. Xia Jinyuan smiled. See you tomorrow, little fox. See you tomorrow, Captain Xia. Yiqian turned around and saw the tall and straight man staring at her. She waved her hand, and only then did she open the door and enter the house with a smile. As soon as the door closed, the elegant and handsome man stopped smiling. His gentle eyes gradually darkened and became so dark that they were unfathomable. An unknown light flashed across the depths of his eyes, leaving behind a faint trace. That was a normal man's burning desire to possess the woman he loved. The 20-year-old Yiqian was not the 15-year-old Yiqian. Years of training had made her tall and slender, and her graceful figure was different from the usual delicate girls. She was like a bamboo shoot that had sprouted out of the ground, unafraid of wind and rain. Chapter 2263. Every time Xia Jinyuan hugged her slender waist with both hands, the man's wild nature was instantly aroused. He wished that he could hug her waist tightly and rub her into his body. He hid his wildness so well that Yi Qian didn't know that every time he hugged her waist, he would appear noble on the surface and howl like a wolf on the inside. The older she gets, the more seductive she is. She's tempting me to sleep with her at any time. Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't left yet, said softly before starting the car and leaving Dangue Garden. It took a while to drive from Dangue Garden to the villa complex. Xia Jinyuan, who arrived at the villa complex at 9 p.m., walked into the living room while unbuttoning his military uniform. After a few steps, he saw Commander-in-Chief Xia lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. He hadn't even changed out of his military uniform. When his gaze landed on Commander-in-Chief Xia's graying sideburns, Xia Jinyuan's eyes dimmed. In his memory, old man Xia's hair was black and as hard as steel needles. But now, his black hair had dimmed and his sideburns had turned white. His father was no longer young. He was no longer the father in his memory who held up his belt and glared at him fiercely. Xia Jinyuan felt a little suffocated. He walked over quietly and asked, "Dad, why don't you go back to your room to rest?" He rarely called Commander-in-Chief Xia Dad. When he was young, he would call him by his full name when he was angry. Later, when he was provoked by Ms. Xiao, he became mature overnight and realized his mistake. However, because of his pride, he refused to lower his head and simply stopped calling him that. The older he got, the more mature he became. He didn't know when he replaced Dad with Old Man Xia. However, Old Man Xia didn't mind and let him call him that until now. Little Fox said that Old Man Xia wanted to hear her call him Dad. Was it because he still longed for him to call him Dad? Perhaps it was because of Old Man Xia's understanding of birth, old age, sickness, and death, that he naturally called him Dad. Commander-in-Chief Xia's tired face was clearly illuminated by the white light. He was in a deep sleep, so Xia Jinyuan called out Dad again. Only then did Commander-in-Chief Xia open his eyes. Commander-in-Chief Xia opened his eyes like a lion that had just woken up. Although he was no longer young, his gaze was sharp and dignified. As he sat up straight, there was no longer any tiredness on his face. "You're back. Have a seat and tell me about your visit to Xiao Ye's house." Commander-in-Chief Xia sat up straight. After many years of military service, he had engraved the military posture and manners into his soul. No matter what, his back was straight. In Xia Yiwei's words, wherever Commander-in-Chief Xia was present, a family chat would be as tense as a military meeting. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting up, was a little thirsty. He picked up the thermos on the coffee table and unscrewed it. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan and said uncertainly, "I think I heard you call me Dad just now. Did I hear wrongly?" "You didn't hear wrongly. You're my dad. Why can't I call you that?" Xia Jinyuan sat on the sofa next to him and buttoned up his military uniform again. Old man Xia couldn't bear to see him take off his military uniform and only unbutton it. It was better not to provoke him in the middle of the night. The guy who liked to provoke him the most suddenly became obedient. Could it be that he ran into trouble at Old Man Xia's place? Could it be that Old Man Xia was dissatisfied with Old Man Xia? Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became a little serious. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Tell me what happened. Chapter 2264. Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why does it sound like you're waiting for me to get snubbed in front of Old Master?" After saying that, he paused for a moment and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the stern-looking Commander-in-Chief Xia with an obvious look of inquiry. What else could it be? Commander-in-Chief Xia replied faintly, clearly telling Xia Jinyuan why he had waited so long. This kid was getting more and more powerful. As his father, he actually felt a little pressured when his gaze landed on him. He was on guard against Xia Jinyuan seeing through his thoughts. Both father and son were stubborn, so a serious conversation was very unsuitable. If they weren't careful, the smell of gunpowder would fill the air. Only by ridiculing and attacking each other could they continue the conversation. Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes revealed an obvious smile when he heard Commander-in-Chief Xia's reply. "Dad, it seems that I haven't called you that for too long. You're so flattered that it's inappropriate, right?" Flattered? Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened. He was indeed a little surprised, but what words did he use to describe it? He reprimanded. "Xia Jinyuan, are you itching for a beating? You'd better save your energy. If you can't hit me later, you'll be so angry that your face turns blue. Xia Jinyuan saw that the commander-in-chief's face was faintly darkening, so he didn't continue joking. Instead, he lowered his voice and sighed. When I saw your gray hair just now, I suddenly wanted to call you that. You have to get used to it. When Yi Qian marries into the family, she'll also call you Dad like me. I prefer Xiaoyi to call me Dad. As for you, go away. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had a smile in his eyes, sneered in disdain. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing upright, and said in a deep voice, "What's old master's impression of you?" He was more concerned about this matter. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. Under the light, there was a faint smile on his handsome face as he replied, "For now, it's not bad. I'm basking in old master's glory. For now, old master's impression of me is not bad." Basking in old master's glory? Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned slightly, then relaxed in an instant, and a faint smile appeared on his serious face. Old master and old master are old friends. Sixth, you're indeed basking in old master's glory. Did old master first recognize you as old master's descendant? Or did you take the initiative to mention to him? The former showed that the two elders were not ordinary old friends, but old friends who had a good relationship with each other. Old to me to you, old masters to old master to twos to stay to be to leave to stay in the past. The old man told me that he wanted to invite the old man out for a walk, so he asked me to arrange the time. To be or to be's to him. To be. To it to be, old's old. He. Of old. Of old tease. To old to be, ye was old to old ye. Although OL6 acted frivolously in front of him, he was actually just putting on a show in front of him. When he was outside, he had never heard anyone say that OL6 was not good enough. Old Six's comrade-in-arms, former military school classmate, Major General Yang of the Army, whenever Old Sixth was mentioned, he would give him a thumbs up. Therefore, when he asked Old Sixth to accompany Xiaoyi to visit Old Master, he was confident that Old Sixth would be able to catch Old Master's eye. Now that Old Master was satisfied with Old Sixth, and he was old friends with Old Master, Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that it was better to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 2265. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became more and more serious as he said, "Since you can walk around with your waist injury, you can drop by the old mansion tomorrow after you send Xiaoyi to the airport and talk to the old man about this." He was also worried that Xia Jinyuan's wound would reopen, so he added, "Let the guards drive tomorrow. You can rest." Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "You're more impatient than I am." "Of course I'm impatient. You're so unreliable. You're lucky to be able to marry Xiaoyi. Strike while the iron is hot. Let the old man be satisfied with our family first." Commander-in-Chief Xia discussed this matter seriously, but when he saw that Xia Jinyuan was happy and not anxious at all, his face darkened again. "Xia Jinyuan, I'm seriously discussing your marriage with you now. You'd better correct your attitude. Dad, do you think that Yi Qian and I still need to rely on family connections for our marriage?" Seeing that the commander-in-chief was getting angry, Xia Jinyuan, who had taken a step back, stopped smiling and revealed a rare coldness. "In your eyes, am I a man who needs to rely on his family to solve his marriage? Dad, aren't you underestimating your son too much?" The last sentence was a little cold, as if it was wrapped in ice shards. Commander-in-Chief Xia choked. He had never underestimated Old Six. Although this kid has been muddling along since he was little, he was very opinionated. When he did bad things, he was able to cast himself clean, so that other people could not find any weakness that could be used against him. The old master once joked, "Lao Lu is someone who can do big things, he can hold his temper." Reality had proven that Old Sixth was indeed someone who could accomplish great things. He had gotten into the military academy on his own without using any connections. He had applied to join the Special Forces on his own accord, and immediately became the team leader of the Special Forces. In the past few years he had achieved countless military exploits, big and small. Everything he had done was done with an indomitable spirit and a clear conscience. However, no matter how capable Old Six was, he was still a naive child in his heart. For some reason, the words that should have been in his heart slipped out of his mouth. Suddenly, the living room was silent. The father and son looked at each other and felt awkward. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been through a lot, was the first to come back to his senses. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's surprised expression, the commander-in-chief cleared his throat and said with a straight face, "What, aren't you my son?" Cough cough, yes, I am your son. You are right. Xia Jinyuan, who was trying to hold back his laughter, choked. It was rare to see old man Xia so embarrassed. As his son, he had to laugh, but as his father, he would have to keep a straight face for the next few days. The pressure would be so low that it would double the pressure on the guards. Other than laughing in his heart, there was also a trace of lament. His old man was indeed old. When a person was old, his state of mind would be smoother and firmer. If it had been a few years ago, she would have picked up the thermos flask in her hand and smashed it on him. Time hastens the aging of a person, and it was not up to him at all. As a son, it was better to follow his parents. After laughing, Xia Jinyuan said, "Although Old Master and Old Master are old friends, they haven't contacted each other for a long time. I have to go back and ask Old Master first. I don't intend to tell Old Master that Yi Qian is Old Master's granddaughter for the time being. Yi Qian sent a letter to father-in-law early this morning. I think it won't be too late to tell him when he comes back. You see, the military commission is currently investigating my mother-in-law's death. I personally think it's better not to do anything for the time being to avoid complications." He was referring to the fear that someone would do something if they found out that Yi Qian had returned to the Fu family. Chapter 2266. The commander-in-chief pondered for a moment and nodded. "As long as you know what to do." The commander-in-chief looked at his son, who was already taller than him. Seeing his calm and confident face, the commander-in-chief revealed a kind smile that he only showed to Yi Qian. "Sixth brother, I'm very relieved to see you like this." Then, without waiting for Xia Jinyuan to say anything, the commander-in-chief stood up with a kind smile and solemnly said, "Rest early." Then he turned around and strode away. Xia Jinyuan covered his forehead and laughed so hard that his shoulders trembled. He and Xia Jinyuan were really not suitable for father-son tenderness. Both of them felt uncomfortable. You pick on my thorns, I pick on yours. This kind of father-son relationship was more suitable for him and Xia Jinyuan. No matter how they interacted, he respected Xia Jinyuan because he was not only a father, but also a commander-in-chief who shouldered heavy responsibilities. The next day, Xia Jinyuan woke up early and learned from the guards that the commander-in-chief had received an emergency call and left. The military situation was so urgent that he didn't even bother to wash his face and brush his teeth and left in a hurry with 2 guards. Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. He immediately turned on the TV and called the team. There was a coup in a neighboring country that affected our borders. A mortar fell into our sugarcane forest. Fortunately, it happened at 5 o'clock in the morning, so there were no casualties. However, the border has entered a level 1 alert, and may be upgraded to a special level at any time. The J5 in the army had received the news within half an hour, which was less than 5 minutes after the mortar fell into their country. At this time, an assault team of the Snowfield Brigade had been formed and was ready to go. "How many brothers are you going to bring over now?" Since he knew so much, he must have received the mission. The J5 smiled and said, "An assault team and an ambassador." He was holding a photo in his hand. It was a photo of the ambassador who would meet up with the Snowfield Brigade later. "He's also an acquaintance. We cooperated with him once when we were carrying out a mission in Pakistan." Qin Xiu. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't see the photo, accurately said the name. "Where are you going to meet him? What level is the mission?" J5, who was ready to leave on a private jet, hurriedly said, "We'll meet at the border. It's a level 1 clearance mission. Rest well. We're waiting for you to recover and fight together. Don't talk nonsense. Don't be envious. I'll brag to you when we get back. Take care." Xia Jinyuan, who had only been back in China for less than a week, could no longer hold himself back when he heard that his comrades were going to carry out a level 1 elimination mission. A level 1 elimination mission was usually a decapitation mission, and J5 and the others were going to decapitation. Before he recovered from his injuries, he would not be allowed to participate in the decapitation operation. He would not even be allowed to participate in normal operations. As soon as he hung up, A beeping sound came from the landline at home. Xiao Yi has already set off from Dangue Garden. You can rest at home today. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who called from the military headquarters, brought Xia Jinyuan a piece of completely unexpected news. She needs to accompany an ambassador from our country to negotiate with a neighboring country. She will leave immediately on a special plane from Beijing. The news came unexpectedly, but Xia Jinyuan accepted it calmly. Okay, got it. Yi Qian left in a hurry. She was so anxious that she didn't even say goodbye to the old man and left in a hurry. The person who picked her up was a security guard sent by the military headquarters. There was also a confidential staff member working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the car. Please take a careful look at this information. It concerns the personal safety of you and Ambassador Qin. Please be sure to remember the faces of these people. Once you see them, you must immediately avoid them or take action. Chapter 2267. Yi Qian, who had a good memory, took out the documents. She lowered her eyes and began to flip through the documents. There were a total of 6 people she needed to memorize. She had to remember each person's appearance and characteristics clearly. She also had to remember their backgrounds. There were 6 documents, each with 2 pages. There were a total of 12 pages. Yi Qian memorized them as fast as she could. She was afraid that she might miss something, so she spent another 10 minutes consolidating the information. The relevant departments of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had many abilities, especially the translators. Their memory was quite amazing. When Yi Qian finished memorizing all 6 documents in 20 minutes, the confidential personnel was not surprised. After reading the documents, the confidential personnel took out a separate document from the briefcase. This is the information of the ambassador you are accompanying. Please take a look. The ambassador has a very good personality and is very gentlemanly. However, he has a small problem. The confidential personnel seemed to be a little embarrassed as he cleared his throat. His serious voice lowered by a few decibels. He doesn't know his way around and gets lost easily. You need to keep a close eye on him. Doesn't know his way around? Gets lost easily? The face of an elegant and handsome young man flashed across Yi Qian's mind. She knew a diplomat who also didn't know his way around and got lost easily. Couldn't be him, could it? After taking out the ambassador's information, Yi Qian smiled when she saw the ID photo. It really was him. Principal Chao's nephew Qin Xiu. A man who used his gentlemanly demeanor to hide his inner fierceness. The confidential personnel said that Qin Xiu didn't know his way around and got lost easily. Actually, they were trying to be polite. She had seen how easily Qin Xiu got lost when she was in the province. He was a man who could get lost just a few steps away. Looking at his information again, Yi Qian was shocked just by reading the first few lines. He skipped grades all the time and won the senior award while skipping grades. He went to a key foreign language school from elementary school to university. He graduated from university at the age of 16 and studied in the United States, Italy, and France. Yi Qian, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, was really shocked by Qin Xiu's information. It was no wonder that he had become the youngest diplomat in the history of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was a winner in life and had been looked up to since he was young. Speaking of which, Yi Qian tilted his head and asked the confidential personnel a very important question. How is the ambassador's ability to take care of himself? Do I need to take care of him? Geniuses always had some flaws. In her previous life, she had seen a few news articles. Some geniuses in the children's class at the University of Science and Technology did not even have the basic ability to take care of themselves other than studying. They had outstanding IQ but had 0 experience in life. He didn't know if Qin Xiu was a genius among geniuses in languages. For a moment, the confidential personnel did not understand why Yi Qian would ask such a question. Seeing this, Yi Qian clarified, for example, eating, sleeping, dressing, and so on. Is there someone to serve you? The consequence of clarifying his words was. The confidential personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs turned his head to the car window from time to time. His shoulders trembled from time to time. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed. Qin Xiu was a diplomat who could accompany national leaders on overseas visits. How could he not know how to take care of himself? Yi Qian was shocked by his resume. If Qin Xiu knew what he was thinking. Yi Qian covered his face. He would probably be speechless. Chapter 2268. No, other than the fact that Ambassador Qin doesn't know his way around, he's pretty good at everything else. Eating, sleeping. Ahem. The confidential personnel choked a few times as he tried to hold back his laughter. He adjusted his breathing and continued. His clothes are all arranged by the ambassador himself. He has a certain degree of mysophobia, especially the room he sleeps in. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Even more so, you can't sit on the bed casually. No, you should never sit on it. If you offend him, you'll see the gentlemanly ambassador instantly turn cold and indifferent. The bathroom as well. Can't be shared. His clothes are all packed. You don't have to pay attention to it. The personnel saw Yi Qian's forehead twitch faintly. He was afraid that it would cause disgust, so he hurriedly added, "The ambassador is very particular about his privacy. The bedroom, clothes, and bathroom are all important places of his privacy. Other places don't matter. Don't be scared." Yi Qian smiled. "I'm not scared. It's normal. I don't like people sitting on my bed either." The bed was where people slept at night. She really didn't like people sitting on her bed casually. Therefore, she didn't think that it was mysophobia. It was just a personal hygiene habit. The ambassador is very easy to get along with. You'll know when you see him later. He's a pretty good man. The confidential personnel was probably afraid that his words would cause Yi Qian to dislike Qin Xiu. After confirming that Yi Qian had memorized all the information, he spared no effort to say good things about Qin Xiu. With the confidential personnel's words, Yi Qian had a preliminary understanding of the language genius Qin Xiu. It was only a preliminary understanding. The confidential personnel only talked about Qin Xiu's general habits that could be seen by others. As for the specific details in Qin Xiu's secrets, he didn't say a word. Qin Xiu, who was holding a paper bag in his hand, was already waiting for Yi Qian in the lobby of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He had received Yi Qian's information half an hour ago. Although there was no photo, when he saw the familiar name in her brief introduction, he knew that this was the girl he had fallen in love with. She was accompanying him to the neighboring country. He was a little surprised. Going back to the neighboring country wasn't an easy task. According to his own analysis, it was very dangerous. It was the most dangerous trip he had gone abroad in recent years. After all, there was a coup in the neighboring country. He was surprised that Yi Qian was accompanying him, but he was also looking forward to her arrival. They hadn't seen each other for about 40 days. Ever since he returned from the border, he had dreamt of her walking over a snowdrift. She was tall and straight, like a goddess walking from the top of a snowy mountain, bringing with her the hope of survival. That scene was still unforgettable, so much so that he would dream of it at night. "Yi Jian," he muttered softly as he stared at the door. There was also a tall young soldier beside him. His background, name and unit were unknown. He only knew that this was a Special Forces soldier, who knew the language of a neighboring country. The Special Forces soldier who seemed to have heard his murmur glanced at Qin Xiu from the corner of his eye. His eyes flickered slightly. Why did it feel like this ambassador knew Qing Miao? V8 glanced at his watch. His steady and sharp gaze looked toward the entrance of the office lobby. Qing Miao was almost here. 2 minutes later, Yi Qian's figure appeared at the spacious and bright entrance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was wearing a student's military uniform and walked calmly against the light. He couldn't see her face clearly. He could only see her slender and straight figure walking step by step into his world. Chapter 2269. Qin Xiu couldn't help but hold his breath. He could hear the sound of his heart beating. He could hear her light footsteps, which sounded like the sound of a drum or a guqin, hitting his heart. He thought that at this moment he would fall in love with her even more. His world would be invaded by her. Looking at the figure walking towards him step by step, Qin Xiu's elegant and handsome face had an even more refreshing smile. He didn't stay in place to wait, but went up to greet her. "We meet again, Yi Qian." They meet again, the girl who made him fall in love with her. His gaze landed on her face in a reserved and polite manner. It was so gentle that it didn't offend him at all. As he got closer, Qin Xiu realized how much Yi Qian had changed. Her life in the military academy didn't make her skin tanned. Instead, it was as fair as before. She had the fair skin that most girls dreamed of. She would probably attract a lot of attention in school. Her eyebrows had also completely grown out. When they were at the border, the light was dim, so he didn't look at her carefully. Now that he saw her fully grown eyebrows, they were like pink lotuses poking out of the vast expanse of green leaves. The petals were beautiful and delicate. He didn't deliberately look at her. He only looked at Yi Qian's eyes. Yi Qian, who had always been sensitive, faintly felt that Qin Xiu was looking at him, but he quickly looked away and didn't think too much about it. He politely shook his outstretched hand and smiled. I saw your information in the car just now. Ambassador Qin, I look forward to working with you. I look forward to working with you. Qin Xiu calmly retracted his hand and gracefully and naturally let it fall to his side. He could still feel her softness in his palm. It was dry, warm, and soft as if it was boneless. As a diplomat, it was a compulsory course to hide one's emotions. In his eyes, his expression was very natural, as if he was meeting an ordinary friend. He was polite but didn't lose his manners. It made people feel comfortable and at ease like they were bathing in the spring breeze. V8, who was standing beside Qin Xiu, secretly winked at Yi Qian. When Qin Xiu introduced him, V8 reached out his hand with a cold expression. He simply greeted Yi Qian when they shook hands and didn't say anything else. V8 was a special forces soldier, and Yi Qian was a military academy student whose identity needed to be kept secret. Naturally, the two of them couldn't know each other. Go and change first. We'll wait for you downstairs. Qin Xiu handed the paper bag in his hand to Yi Jian. You are all escorts, so you need to change your attire. She was wearing a slim-fit suit for the female staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When Yi Jian went upstairs to change, the confidential staff who picked her up told Qin Xiu what she had asked with a smile and joked. Ambassador Qin, you have to behave well. You can't let her misunderstand that you can't even take care of yourself. Qin Xiu rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression. Could it be that Yi Qian's impression of him was that he couldn't take care of himself? That's not good. I have to change that impression. So after they got into the car, Qin Xiu smiled and said to Yi Qian, I've been undergoing intensive training for the past 2 years. I don't recognize the way and get lost easily. Just like when I went to your school that year, I didn't get lost after walking around the back of the school. Yi Qian quickly realized why he said that. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I said something wrong. Please forgive me, Ambassador. Qin Xiu. I'm Qin Xiu. You can call me by my name. Qin Xiu didn't like to be addressed as Ambassador. He smiled and said, We've known each other for a few years. Although we haven't met many times, we're already acquaintances. There's no need to be so distant. Chapter 2270. If he wanted to get closer to her, he would have to start by calling her his name. Qin Xiu started to chat. Last time we went through hardships together. Yi Qian, I thought we were already familiar with each other. V8, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, lightly flicked his finger on his knee. School? Last time? Could it be the time when Avalanche rescued him? He did not guess wrong. Qing Niao and the ambassador knew each other, and they had known each other for a long time. It had been several years. The expressionless V8 glanced at the two people who were one seat away from each other through the rearview mirror. He even took a second glance at Yi Jian before retracting his gaze. Although they were familiar with each other, it was not as familiar as their relationship with Qing Niao. Yi Qian, who was lamenting in his heart, did not notice V8 sizing him up. A diplomat was a diplomat. He gently and elegantly put forward a request that no one could refuse. That's true. We have known each other for a few years. Although we haven't seen each other much, at least we are not strangers. Then I won't pay attention to the formalities. Qin Xiu, if I do anything wrong, please correct me. Yi Qian readily called out Qin Xiu. He saw the young diplomat sitting next to him, who seemed to be carefully sculpted. His flawless handsome face rippled with an elegant smile like the spring breeze. Although we have only met a few times, but in my impression you have always been reliable. You don't need other people's advice. Qin Xiu's smile was very faint, but very penetrating. You could see the spring breeze, but you could also see the sharpness of an arrow. This was the temperament of a diplomat. When communicating with friends, it was like the spring breeze. When competing with other countries, it was as sharp as an arrow. Looking at his elegant smile that was like a painting, Yi Jian's mind flashed with a sentence that she had heard from two girls in a hotel in her previous life. The words, "Take care of the facade, take care of the face." At this moment, Qin Xiu could be described perfectly. "It's still better to call me by my name. Ambassador. Ambassador sounds unfamiliar to me." With an elegant smile, Qin Xiu took out her phone from her pocket, glanced at it and said to Yi Qian, "Sorry, I have to take this." It was a call from home. When Yi Qian heard him call out "Mom," he took the initiative to increase the distance between the two of them. His whole body was pressed against the car door. Yi Qian looked towards the front passenger seat. Through the gap between the passenger seat and the door, he could see the V8 making a gesture to him, meaning, "We can fight side by side again." Yi Qian, who couldn't open his mouth to answer, responded with a faint smile. His fingers lightly tapped the side of the car door 3 times, just enough for the V8 to hear. There was no verbal communication. A hand gesture and an action completed a short communication. "Yes, I have some urgent business that requires me to go on a business trip for a few days. It's not a big deal. I'm not sure when I'll be back." Noticing Yi Qian's little movements, Qin Xiu put the phone to his left ear to answer the call. There was a faint but gentle smile on his face as he patiently answered Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin, who had just woken up, found out from the housekeeper that her son went out before dawn. Although this happened before, she remembered the appointment today and called to ask about it. When she found out that Qin Xiu was going on a business trip for a few days and didn't even have a fixed time to come back, Mrs. Qin helplessly said, "You're too busy. You've only been back for a few days and you have to go out again before the house is even warm. I'll call your boss another day and ask him to arrange less work for you." Chapter 2271. Mrs. Qin's voice became a little higher as she spoke. Qin Xiu had no choice but to turn his body slightly and continue listening. Mrs. Qin said with a hint of anger, "I'm so busy that I don't even have time to deal with my personal matters. Even my parents are complaining. We already had an appointment today. Look, I have to apologize again." After being reminded, Qin Xiu finally remembered that he had carelessly agreed to it last night. He didn't like this kind of arrangement, and this business trip was a good opportunity for him to get what he wanted. Hearing Mrs. Qin's complaints, Qin Xiu smiled and coaxed her. "I'm sorry for making you worry. Please help me apologize for what happened today. It was too sudden, so I have to follow the arrangements. You didn't sleep well last night. I heard you open the door and go downstairs several times. It's still early, so you should sleep a little more to make up for it." Mrs. Qin, who had some complaints about her son's thoughtfulness, smiled and said, Okay. You know I'm worried. You should be more considerate in the future. I'll be thankful if you can solve my marriage quickly." Qin Xiu was only 27 years old this year, the same age as Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan. However, all the men in the Qin family got married and had children before the age of 30. Seeing that Qin Xiu was almost 30 years old, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Qin Xiu said a few more words to Mrs. Qin before hanging up the phone. She looked sideways and saw Yi Qian holding a small silver-white phone. Her long and slender fingers were typing furiously. She didn't know who she was texting, but there was a gentle smile on her face. She was as delicate as a flower blooming by a stream. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Yi Qian was chatting with Xia Jinyuan. She had to put away her phone when she arrived at the airport. She had to inform Captain Xia first. Xia Jinyuan, who received the text, replied very seriously and reminded her, "Be careful. If there's anything urgent, you can contact J5 at any time." Although Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't tell him in detail, when J5 mentioned going to a neighboring country, Xia Jinyuan guessed that J5 and Yi Qian were on the same side. Seeing his reply, Yi Qian's cold eyes revealed a gentle smile. She replied with an okay and turned off her phone. They were already at the airport, so she had to hand in her phone. Qin Xiu's heart sank because of the tenderness in her eyes. Who was Yi Jian talking to just now? Classmate? Didn't seem like it. Family? Of course. He didn't seem like a classmate or a relative. Instead, he seemed like he was chatting with the person closest to him. Of Yi. Of ye of such an outstanding girl. Maybe. He had been too careless and overconfident. Qin Xiu. Fortunately, I realized it. It's not too late. I realized it. Without asking who Yi Qian was talking to, Qin Xiu saw that her phone was turned off. He smiled and said, "Phones will only be handed in for safekeeping when we reach the border. Once you're there, tell your family that you're safe." He shook his phone and smiled helplessly. "I left home in a hurry. I didn't tell my parents. They're already here to ask what happened. You left in a hurry too. Remember to tell them that you're safe." Qin Xiu was indeed a very gentlemanly man. His meticulousness could be seen from the details. He was the kind of meticulous man who didn't bat an eyelid. With his reminder, Yi Qian knew that she wouldn't have to hand in her phone for the time being. She could also tell them that she was safe when she got off the plane. Chapter 2272. Before boarding the plane, Yi Qian sent a message to Xia Jinyuan that she had boarded the plane. Yi Qian left a note for the old man. She didn't want the old man to worry, so she planned to call home after the plane landed. It took nearly 4 hours to arrive from Beijing by plane. The plane had to take off at 8 in the morning, so Yi Qian and the others didn't arrive at the border until noon. She sent a message to Xia Jinyuan and called the old man. When she walked out of the special passageway, she handed her phone over. Yi Qian didn't feel nervous on the plane. When she handed her phone over and walked out of the special passageway, she saw several armed soldiers and the solemn deputy commander. Yi Qian's indifferent expression immediately changed. There was a sudden coup in the internal affairs. The old government forced the current ruling party to abdicate. The war has seriously threatened the lives and property of our citizens at the border. The deputy commander's voice was as cold as water as he explained the current situation to Qin Xiu. Our country has never interfered with the policies of other countries. This time there was a coup in a neighboring country. Our country has always maintained our principle of not participating or interfering. This happened too suddenly. The mortars were obviously fired directly into our country. It wasn't an accident like what was later said. Yi Qian followed closely behind Qin Xiu and heard every word the deputy commander said. He also understood that Qin Xiu was risking his life to go to a neighboring country to negotiate with the ruling party and the security team. You can play your coup, but you can't let the war spread to our country. This meant that they had to sign an agreement. There was another problem in the neighboring country. It was a country with 135 ethnic groups. The local armed forces of the ethnic groups were quite large. Among them, the Liqin Independent Army and the Sansa United Army were the strongest. Now that there was a coup in the old government, the other ethnic groups naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Qin Xiu was going to face 3 enemies in a neighboring country, so he had to be careful. V8, who was walking side by side with Yi Qian, heard the deputy commander mention the Liqin Independent Army. His eyes flashed with a dark light. This was an ethnic army that appeared in 1962. It was famous for its ferocity. It could be said that this independent army controlled the northern border of the neighboring country. Its foreign trade was mainly through jade smuggling and drug trafficking. In 1994, the neighboring government signed a peace treaty with Liqin, allowing the independent army to control Liqin. However, the matter wasn't completely resolved. A few members of the Liqin Independent Army and independent organization weren't satisfied, which was why the political situation in Liqin and the neighboring countries were still unstable. There will probably be an assassination attempt. V8 moved his lips lightly, and his low voice was only heard by Yi Qian alone. The Liqin government is unstable, and it has always been at odds with the other ethnic armed forces. They all want to work together to destroy the Liqin Independent Army. This time, the old government's political turmoil has given the other ethnic armed forces a chance. And it is indeed very dangerous for our country's ambassador to negotiate. As a military academy student, Yi Qian knew a little about the situation in neighboring countries, but he did not know as much as V8 and the others. Hearing this, he replied in a low voice, "That's why he has to go. For the sake of the border, he has to go. We have to let the armed forces of the neighboring countries know our attitude." "Okay, be careful." V8 nodded. The oppressive and solemn atmosphere became heavier as the sky darkened. After 3 hours of driving, The military vehicles sent by our country began to enter the border of the neighboring country. The deputy commander of the military shook hands with Qin Xiu, Yi Qian and V8. He said to the three of them with a heavy gaze, "Thank you for your hard work. We will wait for your triumphant return." Chapter 2273. They might not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. As the deputy commander of the military shouted salute, the soldiers behind the deputy commander saluted the three of them in unison. They were sending them off and also supporting them. They were telling the three people going to the neighboring countries that they were still behind them. Yi Qian and V8, who were standing beside Qin Xiu, raised their hands and saluted. The arranged car was already parked on the side of the road. A soldier opened the door for the three of them. Qin Xiu was the first to get in, followed by Yi Qian and then V8. Yi Qian recognized the driver as soon as he got in the car. He couldn't help but smile. It was another familiar comrade. V8 was also surprised to see K7 in the car. Didn't this kid return to the military a day earlier than him? Why did he come here without saying a word? K7 nodded slightly at the three people who got in the car and greeted Qin Xiu. However, K7 was a man of few words. Even if he did greet them, he only said, "Hello." The driver was K7. There were 3 Special Forces soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade in the car. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back, looked a little gloomy. This was a dangerous negotiation. She already knew how dangerous it would be from the escort just now. With the addition of K7, Yi Qian raised the level of danger to another level. She turned around and saw the soldier who opened the car door. The soldiers from the same company were still saluting under the leadership of the deputy commander. Yi Qian held her breath and slowly exhaled. No matter how dangerous it was, she still had comrades to fight by her side. "Are you scared?" Qin Xiu's gentle voice came from the quiet car. It was very pleasant to the ears and made people want to listen to him more. Yi Qian sat up straight and smiled. "It's okay. There's nothing to be scared of right now. You're very brave." Qin Xiu nodded approvingly and talked about something that happened several years ago. "I was scared. 6 years ago, I went to a Western country with my teacher for a negotiation and encountered a suicide attack. I saw with my own eyes 2 soldiers of our country sacrifice themselves to protect us. Their blood spilled all over my body. Even now, I can still feel the heat of their blood." Speaking of the past, Qin Xiu's eyes became dark and gloomy. His eyes were filled with the bloody memory of the sacrifice of our soldiers. Actually, at that time they had a chance to avoid it. One of our soldiers hugged the Western man who tried to commit suicide. Fearing that he would struggle, he carried him and rolled all the way to the ground. At that time, the soldiers of this country were also present, but they did not realize that danger was coming. They did not even realize why our soldiers suddenly hugged the man who was waving the small flag in his hand. I didn't realize it either. When I realized that there was danger, there was an explosion. The glass on the street was shattered by the impact of the bomb. My only reaction was to hear someone shout, "Get down." Then one of our soldiers tackled me to the ground. He used his body to block all the shrapnel for me. My ears were shaken until I lost my hearing. I only felt a sticky liquid on my neck. It was the blood of the soldier who sacrificed himself to protect me. His carotid artery was directly cut by the shrapnel. Several pieces of shrapnel pierced his back. The deepest part was directly buried in his spine. After Jing finished speaking, the car fell into a long period of silence. K7 and V8, who were sitting in the front, looked at each other. They knew about the past that Ambassador Qin mentioned because the 2 soldiers who sacrificed themselves were martyrs of the Snowfield Brigade. Chapter 2274. After a long silence, Qin Xiu sighed. "If I had your calmness back then, I don't think that soldier would have sacrificed himself. To this day, I still don't know the name of the soldier who sacrificed himself to protect me, or which unit he was from." After listening to the heavy past, Yi Qian said softly, "Their duty is to protect their home and country. You don't have to blame yourself. That's why I said you're very good. You're 2 years younger than I was back then. You know the dangers ahead, but you can still face them calmly. Yi Qian, you're really good." Qin Xiu smiled and said to the 3 people in the car, "I'm going to rest for a while. Wake me up if you need me to drive." No one would disturb his rest. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the car, could faintly smell the smoke of gunpowder in the night wind. He looked through the car window and saw the endless rolling mountains that connected the neighboring country and our country. The concave peaks between the mountains were like the giant mouth of a monster, quietly waiting for its prey to come into its mouth. Yi Qian gently tightened his grip on the pistol in his hand. His dark eyes looking into the distance were steady, sharp, and suffused with a cold light. No one spoke in the car. Qin Xiu closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next negotiation. V8 sat in the front with a gun in each hand. He would shoot immediately if he noticed anything unusual. The roads in the neighboring country were not as good as in our country. The roads leading to the neighboring country were rugged and bumpy. As the car drove past, yellow dust rose. The negotiation was not public knowledge. It was a secret trip. Due to the unstable situation in the neighboring country due to the coup d'état, they did not directly arrange for a private plane to fly to the neighboring country for the negotiation. Instead, they sneaked in secretly. Even the governing body of the neighboring country, the old government, and the armed forces of the various ethnic groups did not know the specific itinerary of our ambassador. In terms of security and confidentiality, our country has always been known for its stringent security measures. The car drove along the road that extended into the neighboring country, but it was extremely stable. Next, it would enter the road that merchants from the two countries use for trade. The car would blend into the merchants' vehicles and drive through the two cities. It was estimated that they would arrive at the negotiation location around 2 in the morning. The negotiation would officially begin at 7 tomorrow. As the negotiation ambassador, Qin Xiu's safety had to be guaranteed. At the same time, he had to maintain a good mental state. No one woke him up. Even Yi Qian did not have a chance to drive. K7 and V8 took turns to drive. The night insects outside the car, night and the night breeze. Under the dark night sky, the K7 drove the car with its headlights shining straight ahead, heading towards the first city they were about to reach. Because of the war, the neighboring cities were quiet at 10 o'clock in the evening. Only a few streetlights were lit. The sentry posts in the market were shrouded in the darkness of the night. Only one light was on at the post, illuminating the tall and simple sentry post. This sentry post was not a sentry post between countries, but a sentry post set up by the local armed forces. Inside the sentry post there were 2 sentries holding a rifle. Their bodies were leaning against the chair, and their heads were tilted to the butt of the rifle. They were snoring very soundly. Outside the sentry post, there were 4 armed local soldiers with guns on their backs, walking back and forth from time to time. Occasionally, they would yawn a few times, rub their eyes, and force themselves to complete the mission until midnight. Several shadows ran along the dark roadside, hunching their backs as they ran toward the sentry post. When they were about 200 meters away from the sentry post, a few black shadows hid in the bushes and communicated in the neighboring country's native language. A total of 6 people. Kill them all and drag them into the forest. Chapter 2275. The man who spoke was of medium build and dark skin. In the darkness, his eyes shone with a cold light. He was a supporter of the old regime. They wanted to control the city to have more bargaining chips. Now that the entire city was infiltrated by armed forces, they were just waiting for the order to start the war. The darkness of the night was always the best camouflage. The war to start the armed forces started as the sentry post was taken down. K7 stepped on the brakes slowly. He stared coldly at the flickering fire in front of him. Is there any other route to take? He asked V8, who had also noticed the problem. 2 cars passed by them. They continued driving toward the city without noticing anything. V8 shook his head and said in a low voice, "No, we can only continue driving forward." There were only 3 routes to take from the port, but there was no time to go back now. Keep driving forward. Qin Xiu, who had just woken up, did not hesitate. He looked at the flickering fire and said calmly, "We have to reach the negotiation point at 6 in the morning. The negotiation was at 7. They had no choice but to drive forward. 10 minutes later, more and more cars turned around. They shouted at the cars that were driving forward. There are gunshots. There are gunshots. Leave. Leave. Soon more and more cars turned around on the road that connected the 2 countries with the most traffic. However, there were also cars that continued to drive forward. When they passed by a car that was parked on the side of the road, Yi Qian saw the driver talking on his phone. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. Not long after, the car overtook the car at a high speed and sped toward the city. Most of the cars that were driving forward were city locals. They had families and had to bring them back. The cars that turned around drove very fast. The cars that were driving into the city also drove very fast. This gave K7 the opportunity to speed up and shorten the estimated time to reach the city. The gunshots were especially intense near the edge of the city. As a bomb landed, a huge fire rose from the center of the city with a boom. The entire city was in chaos. Countless civilians who were affected by the gunfire and artillery hurriedly packed up their clothes and rushed out of their homes with the only money they had. As for the civilians who were far away from the war zone, their eyes were wide open. Their families gathered together with their palms together, praying for the war to end quickly and for their families to be safe. Many civilians rushed out of the sentry post, not daring to stay in their hometowns any longer. Some drove their cars all the way out, but when they realized that the road was blocked, they had no choice but to abandon their cars and leave. Yi Qian and the other three had already abandoned the car and blended into the crowd of locals who were looking for their family members. They passed through the checkpoint and entered the city. It was too chaotic and there were screams everywhere. There was no way to drive a car, so it was better to walk. Qin Xiu, this way. Yi Qian held Qin Xiu's right hand tightly. V8 was leading the way in front and K7 was covering them from behind. All she needed to do was to take care of Qin Xiu and make sure he didn't get lost. Not having a good sense of direction was indeed a big problem. If he was not careful, he would get lost. Yi Qian did not dare to be careless. She could only hold his hand tightly. It was the first time in Qin Xiu's life that he was being held by a girl. The feeling of being protected by Yi Qian struck him hard in his heart. It made him realize that the girl he loved was very determined and fearless. Right now she was fighting to protect him. Chapter 2276. Along the way, he tried to break free from her grip several times, but she held on tightly and didn't give him a chance. In the end, he chose to give up and let her hold his hand as they quickly walked through the alleys of the city. Yi Qian was very fast. She kept a safe distance from the V8 in front of her as they rushed from the sentry post to the city. There were so many fleeing civilians and chaotic places, but the V8 was always within her line of sight. Qin Xiu, hold on tight to my hand. Remember, you must not let go. Yi Qian was very worried about Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu's poor sense of direction had been deeply implanted in her mind. She was afraid that she would accidentally lose this ambassador, who entered the war zone to negotiate despite knowing the dangers. Even if something happened to her, she had to protect the safety of the ambassador who carried the country's heavy responsibility. Her voice was a little tense, but it was as steady as steel. It was as if she was by his side. All the dangers would be shouldered and blocked by her, and the person she was protecting only needed to hide under her wings and not worry about any danger. The bang 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 sounds of bullets rang in his ears. The explosions in front of him were so close, but because she was holding his hand, Qin Xiu found himself very reassured. Reassured that with her by his side, he would definitely be safe. He had also experienced the flames of war. Fear had long been removed from him. As a diplomat, being fearless was also a compulsory course for them. However, with her by his side today, with her firmly holding his hand, even if the flames of war were right next to him, he felt peaceful. Be careful. Yi Qian didn't forget to remind Qin Xiu to be careful, as they jumped over a broken wall that had been destroyed by artillery fire. Qin Xiu held her left hand tightly and jumped over the broken wall with his slender legs. He looked at Yi Qian with a hint of tenderness in his solemn and elegant handsome face. Don't worry too much about me, Yi Qian. I still have the ability to protect myself. He had been kidnapped before, and now he had encountered a suicide attack. This made him, who had always been learning Sanda, even more attentive. If he really encountered a few criminals, he could still deal with them with his bare hands. All the street lights went out, and the city was shrouded in darkness. Yi Qian, who was running, turned around and smiled at Qin Xiu when he heard this. About a kilometer ahead of them, there was the sound of gunfire. Amidst the soaring sparks, Qin Xiu saw Yi Qian turn around and smile. Her eyes were like water. and there was a brilliant light in them that made his heart beat faster. Falling in love at first sight. Falling in love when we meet again. I have never forgotten you. My only wish is to spend the rest of my life with you, to spend my twilight years with you. Fight in the central area. Avoid the battle zone and leave from the side of the city. V8 was like a cheetah walking in the night. There was only calmness in his eyes as he analyzed the situation at the fastest speed. Swangla City is the territory of the Liqin Independent Army. The sudden battle might be caused by internal strife within the Liqin Independent Army. This has become the most unsafe city, so we have to leave as soon as possible. K7, who was guarding the rear, said calmly. You make the arrangements, the three of us will follow closely. Okay. Yiqian. V8 called out Yiqian's name. He looked at their female soldier calmly and said coldly, the ambassador is in your hands. No matter what happens, you have to stay with the ambassador. Take good care of the map. Once K7 and I separate from you guys, you have to escort the ambassador safely to the negotiation point. Remember, Yan, we have people that we have to protect. Don't forget, we are soldiers who protect our country. Chapter 2277. This was to remind Yiqian not to be moved by the sight of civilians in the chaos of war. Yiqian nodded solemnly and replied with a firm voice. Understood. Ambassador, Yiqian will definitely protect you. Please believe in her. V8 looked at Qin Xiu again. Even though there were only 4 of them, they still needed to stabilize the morale of the troops. The reason why he said this was so that they could trust each other. Yiqian would definitely protect him. There was no doubt about that. From the moment she grabbed his hand so tightly that it felt like they were one, Qin Xiu knew that she would definitely protect herself and use her life to protect him. I believe in Yiqian. I have always believed in her. Qin Xiu looked at V8 seriously and replied. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yiqian's face. There was a deep, unreadable darkness in his eyes. He trusted her a lot. There had never been a girl who dared to throw away her own life to protect his safety. Because of her appearance, his world had been touched. His entire world had been deeply imprinted with her figure, and the magnificence of her smile when she looked back. They were very close to the crossfire area. After temporarily stabilizing the morale of the troops, V8, who looked like a local, led the 3 of them out of the war zone. Let's get out of here first, then find a car to leave. It was good to have a car. They couldn't waste time here. They walked very quickly, but they didn't attract any attention. The entire city was in chaos. The civilians in the center of the crossfire area were screaming, crying, and stumbling as they ran. Their homes were no longer safe. The soldiers with guns were no longer their protectors. The city was no longer their refuge. Escaping became the only option for the civilians in the city. More and more civilians ran out of their homes. The language of the neighboring country turned into a mournful tide. More and more people screamed, making more and more people feel hopeless. Who can save us? Who can save us? God, please save us. A middle-aged woman from the neighboring country who believed in Christianity hugged her child and cried as she ran into the crowd. The state religion of the neighboring country was Buddhism, but a small number of people believed in Christianity. As Yiqian listened to these desolate cries, her dark eyes grew colder and colder. Through the occasional flash of gunfire, one could see that her eyes were as clear as the cold stars. This is not an era of peace. It is just that we live in a peaceful country. The 4 of them had solemn expressions on their faces. They had to leave as soon as possible and arrive at the negotiation location on time. Tonight's chaos and the mournful cries of the people might happen in their own country one day. This way, away from the crowd. V8 no longer blended into the crowd. He walked to an alley and nimbly entered it. K7, who was at the back of the group, saw Yiqian holding Qin Xiu's hand as they entered the alley, so he followed closely behind. They all knew that Qin Xiu was a bad ambassador. Even with Yiqian keeping an eye on him, K7 would still keep an eye on him from time to time. Even though they had left the central war zone, the area around them was not safe. The local armed forces were divided. Occasionally, they would see soldiers rushing towards the central war zone with guns. They needed to avoid direct confrontation with the soldiers. The sound of gunfire kept coming from the sky above the city. Some of the gunfire came from nearby, but the distance was less than a few meters. The city in the neighboring country was not a large one. The roads were narrow, and small houses could be seen everywhere. The electricity lines that looked like spider webs intertwined with each other. It was as if the whole city was covered in a net. Chapter 2278. The smell of gunpowder thickened in the air, and the sound of bullets and cannons became more intense. Rushing out of the alley, the four ran into about 10 civilians who were running for their lives. They screamed and ran toward them, and it made the four's eyes turn even colder. "This way, follow me." The alley was like a maze, and V8 was like the maze's owner, always able to find the right exit in the shortest time possible. "Someone's coming." In the dark, Yi Qian heard several panicked footsteps coming from behind them. Someone had chosen the same escape route as them. Up ahead, another squad of 10 ran past the alley. V8 covered the mouth of a 13 or 14-year-old girl tightly, stopping her screams in her throat. All that could be heard was her muffled moans. Next to K7 was a middle-aged couple carrying a child, and behind them was an old man in his 60s. This was a family of 5. They had escaped from the center of the war, and were planning to run to the child's aunt's home. "I'll let go now. You don't make a sound. If you make a sound, your parents and grandfather will be shot by the people outside. Do you understand?" V8 used the local language to communicate with the girl. On the count of 1, 2, 3, let go. The girl, whose eyes widened from fear, nodded in a panic to show that she understood. V8 let go, and she covered her mouth. In the dark, the girl's bright eyes were filled with heart-wrenching fear. She was afraid, but she was responsible for scouting the way and protecting the family. It was only then that Yi Jian noticed that the middle-aged couple, each carrying a child, were unable to walk. Their legs were crippled. "Can you take us with you? Can you take us with you?" The old man in his 60s said with a trembling voice. "If that's not possible, can you take the 3 children with you? Is that okay?" The middle-aged couple's eyes were filled with hope. They stared at the 4 people who had saved them with tears. The appearance of Yi Qian's group made them feel safe. V8 looked at the 2 children who were still in his arms. They were about 4 or 5 years old, young and crippled. V8 sighed softly. "I'm sorry, but we can't take you with us. You'd better find a place to hide. I suggest you don't cross the city. If people run into you, they might shoot you. For your safety, you'd better find a place to hide." They had to refuse. Once they agreed, they would be a burden on their journey. They were not there to represent themselves, and they could not be heroes. The reason they were taking the risk to enter a neighboring country was because the country's border and the safety of its citizens were at stake. There was no choice. V8's answer extinguished all the hope in the eyes of the old man's family. The girl bit her lower lip and gently bowed to V8 with her palms pressed together to show that she had just saved them. It was the first time that Yi Jian had met a civilian who asked her for help during a war. She chose to put national affairs first and turned her head away to avoid making eye contact with the girl. "But at least," K7 said softly in English. He then took out his dagger and pried open the lock on the door behind him. Chapter 2279. V8 glanced at them and said to the family of 5, "Hide here for now. We'll talk again when the sun comes up. At least you're not in danger for now." Thank you, thank you." The old man was the first to express his gratitude. He was very sincere and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. This was the best arrangement for both sides. Whether the family of 5 could escape the flames of war was no longer Yi Qian's concern. They still had their own missions to complete. This small episode didn't affect them much, but it gave Yi Qian a deep understanding of the cruelty of war. He more or less understood why his country immediately sent Qin Xiu to negotiate when a neighboring country was at war. Once a neighboring country's borders were affected by a neighboring country's war, perhaps one day it would be the civilians of his country asking for help from the other country's military. V8 walked at the front like a swimming dragon, silently brushing past the danger zone. He managed to avoid the local militants who went to provide support several times. 800 meters to our destination. We'll see it after passing through the alley. V8, with his back pressed against the wall, exhaled a mouthful of foul smoke. There had been a firefight here not long ago. The smell of smoke and blood lingered in the air. They needed to go to a school. After passing through the school, they would reach the nearest street to leave the city. Yi Qian had already loaded his gun and was ready to fire at any moment. Her hand was tightly gripping Qin Xiu's hand and didn't let go for even a second. The four people hiding in the dark passed through two alleys. The school was right in front of them. The main entrance is guarded. Go around and climb over the wall. V8 saw several armed soldiers standing at the school's main entrance. His eyes darkened as he quickly retreated. The school has been taken over. I'm afraid the city is completely divided. We need to leave as soon as possible. The city was divided. Some people supported the reactionary old regime while others supported the current ruling party. Once Qin Xiu's whereabouts were exposed, he would most likely become a target. Qin Xiu rarely spoke. At times like this, he only needed to follow the soldiers who protected him with their lives. The only thing he could do was make sure nothing happened to him. They couldn't pass through the school's main entrance. They had to climb over the wall. V8 was very familiar with the school. He went around the main entrance and arrived at the wall on the left. He bent his knees slightly and placed them on top of each other. He signaled Yi Qian to go first. Step on my shoulder and climb over the wall. K7 was in charge of being on guard. His eyes were sharp as he looked around. Yi Jian nodded and let go of Qin Xiu's hand. She ran up and stepped on V8's palms. As V8 lifted his hands, she quickly climbed up the wall. She leaned against the wall and gestured for Qin Xiu to come up. After all, Qin Xiu was a man. His body weight was much heavier than Yi Jian's, and he was not as skilled as Yi Jian and the other two. Although he had some martial arts skills, it was only limited to fighting. He could not leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Seeing that Yi Jian was as light as a swallow and only needed a run-up to nimbly flip over the wall, he took a deep breath. He could only step on the V8's knee and extend his hand to Yi Jian. With V8 and K7's help, Qin Xiu successfully climbed over the wall. News of the city's internal strife quickly spread back to China. The atmosphere at the border became even more tense. More troops were sent to the border and heavy weapons were mobilized. The military issued a military order overnight. They ordered more troops to be sent to the border just in case. Send 1 armored regiment and 2 infantry regiments to the northern border for a drill. Increase the number of troops at the border. Evacuate all citizens 30 kilometers away from the border. Chapter 2280. Report. The local ethnic militants have split. Our ambassador and 3 accompanying people have called. They have driven out of the civil strife city. Good. Keep in touch with the ambassador at all times. Hearing the news, the deputy commander of the Yun province military region relaxed a little. Now the neighboring country was in chaos, and several cities had become the focus of the war. It was always the civilians who suffered in the civil strife. The sound of gunfire scared them, and the sound of gunfire scared them even more. The unarmed civilians didn't dare to stay. They had to leave if they didn't want to leave their homes. There was still a faint smell of blood in the car, which couldn't be washed away even if they washed it several times. This was the smell of blood left by the car owner who was killed by a stray bullet. Qin Xiu sat upright with his thin lips tightly pursed. His initial elegance was gone, replaced by coldness and sharpness. Please speed up. We need to get to the negotiation point in advance. The civil strife in the neighboring country was deeper than imagined. The split of the ethnic militants in the city meant that the old government had instigated the ethnic militants. Once the war broke out, the border of our country would definitely be in chaos. Instigated without warning. It was not only the power of the old government and the anti-militants, but also the support from the outside. Qin Xiu had quickly adjusted the negotiation plan in his mind. He had to express his determination to defend the country's territory and protect the safety of our citizens with an absolute position and a strong attitude. Morgenthau talked about diplomacy in the book Politics Between Countries, Power Struggle and Peace. He pointed out that diplomacy was the art of persuasion, compromise, and using coercive force. He wouldn't compromise this time, only coercive force. Moreover, he was going to negotiate instead of talk. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Negotiation had a very obvious purpose. He had to fight for every benefit for his country. Talk was like a chat in a tea room. No matter the result or other gains, the whole process was to understand and find out what other people thought. The former was clear while the latter was vague. Halfway through, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called and once again clarified the purpose of the negotiation. This is a political negotiation, which involves the homeland security of our country and the safety of our citizens. We hope that the neighboring countries can sit down and negotiate with each other first to achieve mutual understanding and understanding. Our country doesn't participate in the politics of other countries, so we will always adhere to the idea of peace. The neighboring countries must fight with each other and ensure the peace of our borders. If you disturb the peace of our borders, our country will take necessary protective measures when necessary. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs said this, Qin Xiu turned on the speakerphone, the only phone that could be used to communicate with China, so that the three people in the car could hear it clearly. Qin Xiu was in charge of the whole negotiation, and the three of them swore to protect Qin Xiu with their lives. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the car with bullet holes on the door finally arrived at the negotiation location on time. Someone had already come to pick them up. Yi Qian saw another familiar comrade, J5. He winked at Yi Qian quietly, and then shook hands with Qin Xiu with a serious expression. Let's go in first. I'm afraid there might be some changes in the negotiation. A deputy commander came to us 10 minutes before you and only asked if you were here. He didn't tell us the details. There was a change in the negotiation? Qin Xiu, whose face suddenly darkened, walked with a swift and fierce wind, and the corners of his suit fluttered even though there was no wind. At this moment, as a diplomat, Qin Xiu attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 2281. Yi Jian followed closely behind him. Qin Xiu walked quickly and hurriedly. He was calm even in the war zone. When he reached the top of the stairs, he moved his long legs and took 3 steps with each step. He entered the 3-story building that was temporarily controlled by the Chinese soldiers as fast as he could. In the car, Qin Xiu had already tidied up his clothes. His bow tie was carefully tied and his collar was meticulously smoothed. His black suit jacket was so smooth that it looked like it had been ironed. There was no panic, only calmness. Only then did Yi Qian remember that Qin Xiu had been running with his suit jacket hanging in the crook of his arm. So when he appeared at the meeting point, his neat clothes made him look even more composed. A diplomat represented the country. The details of his attire and appearance had to be meticulous. Just like a soldier, he gave people a sense of calmness and inviolability. As a diplomat, Qin Xiu had done everything perfectly from the very beginning. He walked very quickly. His shiny and dust-free leather shoes stepped on the wooden floor, making thump-thump sounds. When he reached the 2nd floor and approached the room where someone was waiting, Qin Xiu slowed down his footsteps and adjusted his already slow breathing. Then he turned around and said to Yi Jian, "Is there anything wrong?" He was asking if his attire was messed up. Yi Qian looked quickly and finally pointed at his bow tie. "It's a little crooked to the left. Just straighten it." Yi Qian straightened his bow tie with his fair, slender fingers, then straightened his collar and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Looking at him up close, Yi Qian was full of respect for his details. Qin Xiu was able to become the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs not by luck, but by his own ability. The elegant and gentle Qin Xiu straightened his clothes. As his expression became more serious, his eyes darkened. Even his gentle and elegant temperament had changed greatly. He was fierce, calm, and orderly. This was a qualified and excellent diplomat from our country. We don't all have to go in together. Yi Qian, accompany me. Qin Xiu stopped and said to the 4 soldiers behind him, "Sometimes more people means less power." J5 raised his hand, and V8 and the others behind him stopped in their tracks. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Qian. J5 said sternly, "Yi Qian, the ambassador's safety is in your hands. Don't worry." Yi Qian gave the order and walked with Qin Xiu to the room where someone was waiting. Qin Xiu's footsteps were very steady. Every step seemed to be carefully calculated. The distance was surprisingly consistent, and the rhythm of his steps was very strong. Just by listening to his voice, one could feel that he was a mature and steady man with a deep mind. "I'll open the door." When they were about to reach the door, Qin Xiu said gently. The fierceness in the corner of his eyes faded a little as he looked at Yi Qian. revealing his gentleness. "Come in after me." This was when Qin Xiu was in charge, and Yi Qian obeyed him the whole time. When he knocked on the door, Yi Qian, who was paying attention, saw him raise his hand. The gentleness that he had when he spoke to him disappeared instantly, and only coldness remained. The door opened immediately. It was obvious how anxious the person waiting inside was. Inside was a middle-aged man in a khaki military uniform. When he saw Qin Xiu standing at the door, the anxious middle-aged man's eyes lit up. "You're the ambassador sent by China, right?" He spoke fluent Mandarin and was the deputy commander of the Democratic Alliance Army in the 2nd Special District of the neighboring country. "I've received news that the old regime has no intention of negotiating. Mr. Ambassador, for your safety, the commander and I suggest canceling the negotiation at 7 in the morning." This news was undoubtedly a bomb dropped on the already turbulent waters. Chapter 2282. Qin Xiu sat down without a trace of emotion in his eyes. He calmly sat down and looked at the deputy commander of the Alliance Army. He smiled and said, "Sir, can you tell me how you found out about the old regime?" He didn't panic and held the right to ask questions from the beginning. The deputy commander glanced at Yi Qian. Before he said anything, Qin Xiu understood. "You can rest assured that no one will know what you say tonight. The new ruling party doesn't want to expand the war. They found out that there are forces supporting them behind the old regime. The new ruling party hopes that your country will continue to remain neutral. Our two countries have been on good terms for decades. The leader of the new regime hopes that our two countries can maintain friendly relations." The deputy commander spoke very sincerely, but Yi Qian secretly clenched his fists. "Continue to remain neutral? Does this mean that the neighboring country hopes that our country can tolerate it, even if it endangers our country's territory? They hope that our two countries can maintain friendly relations. This is a threat. They are telling China that if China insists on interfering, the diplomatic relations between our two countries will be broken at any time." He spoke sincerely, but he couldn't hide his contempt for China. A weak country has no status, and a weak country has no dignity. The bandit logic of falling behind constantly reminds us that if we don't want to be beaten, have no status, and have no dignity, we have to constantly strive for self-improvement. As a soldier, Yi Qian lowered his eyes slightly to hide the anger in his eyes. Qin Xiu, he must turn his words into a slap and ruthlessly slap the other party's face. He must tell them that China is no longer the same as before. The deputy commander's words seemed sincere, but he didn't realize it himself. Qin Xiu could naturally hear it and understand the other party's intentions. During a negotiation, the negotiator had to keep a cool head. They couldn't hand their emotions over to the other party just because of a few words. Instead, they had to keep a clear mind and immediately understand why the other party said those words, and what the other party meant by those words. As the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu's gaze was firm. He calmly said, "I can tell you very clearly that our country has always adhered to the policy of governing the country peacefully. We don't participate in the political affairs of any other country. However, this time your country's intentions are sinister. It's impossible for our country to not express ourselves and not appear. Your country has already pointed its sword at our territory. If we don't express ourselves and not appear, sir, do you think that's possible? I will wait until 7 o'clock. If the negotiators from the old regime and the new regime don't appear, I will immediately convey your country's attitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of National Defense, and the military. At the same time, all ports and ports will be closed and completely. This is our country's attitude. According to the original Schedule 7, I hope, if the negotiators from your country, the negotiations will unconditionally. And our country will immediately take necessary measures to maintain the stability of our borders. The Deputy Commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region Deputy of the 2nd Special Administrative Region of the 2nd Special Administrative Region Regions. It's at the same time, the Deputy Commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region was helping him. And the Deputy to the OVs. To the 2nd Special Districts to the OV to help to the Qin. Tites have S's. Twos to negotiate Zion, as the domineering Qin Xiu's every word had a certain degree of intimidation, but he did not suppress it all the way. Instead, He first asked questions with the other party's attitude. While expressing their country's position, he did not forget to tell the deputy commander that their country's position was to protect their homeland from being invaded. Chapter 2283. Maintaining a good relationship with your negotiating partner was a key point in diplomatic negotiations. The deputy commander raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. In his heart, he was cursing the old regime. However, he also felt that it was not appropriate for him to come here. There was no way he could convince the Chinese ambassador to turn a blind eye to the flames of war in his country. Before he left, one of the leaders of the new regime had told him in a very disdainful tone, "China has always been weak. As long as our attitude is firm, they will endure unconditionally like before. You can tell him directly that our artillery might accidentally land in China's territory, but we didn't mean to offend them. Please remind the Chinese side to evacuate the Chinese residents at the border who might be affected by the artillery to a safe area." China has always been the weak side in diplomacy. Just take the attack on the residents last year as an accidental explosion to resolve such a major incident. As for China, no matter how angry they can only suppress the anger in their heart. China insists on governing the country peacefully. We don't want the two countries to go to war, and we don't want to go back to the era where we can't even fill our stomachs. In the face of artillery fire that accidentally entered our territory, China can only choose to endure now. The deputy commander thought of the leader's words and cursed him countless times in his heart. What do you mean China will be the same as before? Bullshit. Influenced, he also thought this way before he came. He thought that as long as they said a few words and told the Chinese ambassador that they would not attack the Chinese ambassador, the matter would be resolved. Who knew that the Chinese ambassador's attitude was firm, and the calmness he showed made him wonder if the other side had already made arrangements. Everyone wanted to govern the country peacefully. No one wanted war. Everyone was afraid that a war would cause the country's strength to decline, let alone internal strife. Once other countries suddenly interfered, then it would no longer be internal strife within the country, but internal and external troubles. The Chinese side's strength made the deputy commander know that the leaders of the new regime's plan had failed. It was impossible to move the fire of war outward and protect the city from destruction. This was a whimsical idea. Ambassador, we are indeed very sincere. We just hope that the Chinese side will continue to maintain the original attitude of watching. We really don't need any special expressions from the Chinese side. The deputy commander of the 2nd SAR, who also came with a heavy responsibility, couldn't help but lower his posture a little. Our 2nd SAR has always been pro-China. That's why I risked being assassinated by the old regime tonight to communicate with the Chinese side in advance. I hope that the Chinese side can consider our proposal. Consider our proposal? The corners of Qin Xiu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. The color of his black eyes deepened with the faint smile, almost turning dark and containing a bit of sharpness. Your country has chosen to go against the flow, but you still want our country to continue to abide by the peace treaty. Your Excellency, there is a saying in our country, only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps, which can be used to describe your country's current actions. Our country has always adhered to the policy of peace. Our country is benevolent and righteous, and we do not like to destroy the friendship between the two countries. However, this does not mean that our country is giving in. Please do not take our attitude as giving in. The flames of war have already risen and spread to the borders of our country. Continuing to maintain the original attitude of watching is just your country's imagination. The sanctity of our country cannot be violated. This is our country's only attitude. It's getting late. Deputy Commander, you should go back as soon as possible and truthfully convey our attitude to your country's leaders. Chapter 2284. Qin Xiu stood up with a smile in his eyes. His posture was stern, but he still had the demeanor of a great country. He was sending the guests off. The deputy commander left quickly. He had to convey China's attitude to all the leaders of the new government immediately. He had to tell them that China's attitude this time was strong and that they had come prepared. The room was very quiet. Qin Xiu had been sitting quietly in his original position. Yi Qian, who was sitting on his left, did not disturb him. Instead, he sat quietly with him. She was deeply shocked by Qin Xiu's diplomatic talk. Qin Xiu represented the country's gateway. The strength he displayed was very good at upholding China's dignity. Yi Qian felt very proud to have such a diplomat. Although he didn't know much about diplomacy, he could tell that the deputy commander wanted to take the initiative. In the end, Qin Xiu quietly took the initiative and emphasized that the negotiation time would be at 7 o'clock. This meant that he had grasped the time limit in his hands. It was just the beginning. She could already foresee how serious the negotiation would be at 7 o'clock p.m. sharp. After about 5 minutes, Qin Xiu, who was sitting quietly, looked up and calmly looked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, please ask the soldiers outside to come in. We have some things to discuss. There was indeed a change in the negotiation at 7 o'clock p.m. The new government and the old government seemed to have reached a consensus. However, the deputy commander of the Second Special Administrative Region suddenly came in, indicating that there were internal differences within the new government. If there were internal differences, it would undoubtedly damage the authority of the negotiators. This was beneficial to China. The 5 minutes of silence allowed Qin Xiu to analyze the negotiation situation in more detail. When J5 and the others came in, Qin Xiu spoke of his arrangements with a sharp gaze. It's very likely that the old government will not arrive on time. I need to contact the military now and leak some information about our current arrangements at the border. What he meant was to put pressure on the borders of neighboring countries to let the old government, new government, and national armed forces know China's attitude. J5 nodded. I'll contact the military immediately. I will arrive at the negotiation location 10 minutes in advance to show my sincerity and respect to the negotiators. At 7 o'clock p.m. sharp, if any negotiator does not arrive on time, I will leave immediately. As an ambassador, I represent the country. In such a serious situation, even if the other party is late by even a minute, it means that they have lost respect for our country. And my early departure is likely to indirectly promote the struggle between the old regime and the new regime. When dragons and tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. If the momentum is too great, it will definitely harm the innocent. Everyone, my departure will put you in a dangerous position. Qin Xiu told them everything he could think of and what might happen, so that all the soldiers in the room would feel confident. Ambassador, you don't have to worry too much. Before we came here, we already knew that the situation was dangerous. Everything you do represents the dignity of our country. As soldiers, we have to fight for the dignity of our country. J5's words were cold and heavy, revealing a fearless military might, telling Qin Xiu of their determination. No matter what happens next, we must always remember the mission and responsibility that we shoulder. Qin Xiu smiled slowly. Look, these are the soldiers of our country. It was because of them that he had the strength to face the negotiators of the neighboring countries. With them, he could be fearless. What Qin Xiu did not know was that these soldiers he faced had another important mission. The military learned that the old government was supported by a certain country in America, and this country secretly sent someone to contact the old government in the neighboring countries. J5 was responsible for assassinating this person directly. Chapter 2285. J5 and K7 looked at each other and knew that they could begin their mission now. They could tell from Qin Xiu's words that the negotiation would not go smoothly at 7 o'clock in the morning. China did not interfere with the politics of other countries. Similarly, they would not allow anyone to destroy the peace of China. Since it was all done in secret, then let's do it in secret. Soon, the news of the deployment of additional troops at the border of China spread. There were also a few blurry photos of armored weapons and new missiles that were half-covered. The photos were released at 6:40 a.m. The military media had not reported it yet, but the old government, the new government, and the armed forces of various ethnic groups already had these photos. In the building occupied by the old government, a group of people sat around a large conference table with cold expressions and gloomy eyes. One of the leaders sitting at the head of the table had a dark expression on his face. He threw a few photos on the table and said angrily, "What do you think is our attitude? Do you see it? New missiles, armored weapons, they are all here. What else do you have to say? In Chinese terms, you are a group of frogs in a well. China is weak, can only endure, can only swallow this humiliation. Do you see it? These are the surface-to-air missiles that China used during last year's celebration. If a few missiles come, you will all be finished. China says it is a drill. Do you believe that this is a drill? Missiles, tanks, armored weapons, 3 regiments, thousands of people suddenly appeared in a drill. Do you think this is a drill? The leader was so angry that he slammed the table. The people sitting below all held their breaths and endured the anger silently. The ambassador sent by China told the new government that if he does not see any negotiators at 7 o'clock sharp, he will leave on time. Commander-in-Chief, why don't we wait a little longer? If the Chinese ambassador does not leave at 7 o'clock sharp, we can send someone over immediately. That's right, Commander-in-Chief. The Chinese ambassador and the others are used to waiting. Since they are used to waiting, let him wait a little longer this time. They want to use a drill to intimidate us. China is not a Western country. We can let him wait. Our negotiators are leaving now, and will arrive at around 7:20 a.m. Call them first and say that there is an emergency that needs to be dealt with immediately. That's why they can't arrive in time. Yes, we will call at 6:50 a.m. and ask the Chinese ambassador to wait for us for 20 minutes. Think so. Something came up at the last minute, so we called in advance to explain the importance we attach to this negotiation and our respect for China. At 6:50 p.m., Qin Xiu arrived at the negotiation site. At 6:51 p.m., Old Zheng called, saying that there was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with. He hoped that the Chinese ambassador would understand. He asked the Chinese ambassador to wait for 20 minutes. They would arrive at 7:20 p.m. on time. The call from the old regime made the negotiators of the New Deal and the National Armed Forces heave a sigh of relief. It wasn't that the negotiators of the old regime didn't want to come, but something came up at the last minute and couldn't arrive on time. I'm very sorry, Ambassador. Please wait for another 20 minutes. The negotiators from the old regime will definitely arrive. We are very grateful for the Chinese side's understanding and support. We hope that the Chinese side can forgive us for this hurried meeting. Sometimes there are some things that can't be avoided. We can only do our best. The negotiators of the old government did not arrive on time. The negotiators of the two sides had already expressed their goodwill to Qin Xiu and China, hoping that China would continue to support the neighboring countries and jointly maintain the stability of the border between the two countries. Chapter 2286. Before the official time, Yi Qian, who had come in with him, knew that the informal negotiations had already begun. They were facing a pincer attack from 2 foreign ambassadors from 2 neighboring countries. They were trying to make things difficult for Qin Xiu by saying that the 2 countries should work together for peaceful development. They were even trying to use peace to force Qin Xiu to agree with them before he even entered the formal negotiations. Yi Qian's expression was calm, but there was anger under it. Now that Yi Qian was facing difficulties, especially those who were trying to make things difficult for him, the more difficult it was for Yi Qian. His expression was as calm as a mirror, without the slightest ripple. Right now, this was Qin Xiu's home ground. She was only there to ensure his safety. It was up to Qin Xiu to deal with the difficulties of the foreign negotiators. For some reason, Qin Xiu's behavior outside seemed to have reassured everyone. J5 and K7, who were guarding outside, were not worried at all. Yi Qian and V8, who were accompanying him inside, were not nervous at all. They believed that Qin Xiu could handle everything well. Since the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had only sent Qin Xiu, and only the youngest ambassador in the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wasn't this a strong declaration to the outside world? There was no need to send an experienced ambassador. Our country's young ambassador could fight a group of heroes. Qin Xiu could indeed fight a group of heroes. Right now, he was no longer an individual, but an ambassador representing his country. He was facing the 2 foreign ambassadors from neighboring countries who had yet to officially start using sincerity to hide their arrogance. His gentleness when he sat down was swept away. He stared at the 2 people across from him with a sharp gaze. His polite tone was firm. Your Excellency has completely subverted the true meaning of the 2 countries should work together for peaceful development! The 2 countries represent both neighboring countries and China. Not just China alone. Our countries, the 2 countries should work together for peaceful development. Just like in the beginning, we advocate the supreme concept of peace, harmony, and harmony. We have always been working hard for the peace and development of mankind. As Your Excellency said, when faced with your artillery fire that has landed on our territory, do we still need to understand and support you? Your Excellency, working together for the peaceful development of the two countries means that the two countries can only achieve peace if they work together. In the face of your country's invasion of our territory, your country's meaning is that if we don't express our understanding and support, it will be a breach of peace. Your country's bandit logic has really opened my eyes. Her clear and elegant voice was loud and clear. Facing Lin Guoqing, who was deliberately making things difficult for her on the surface, she directly replied, "Our country advocates peace, but we will never tolerate the invasion of our territory." Yi Qian gently loosened his clenched fists under the table. The intentions of the two diplomats from the neighboring countries were extremely sinister. To put it simply, if China insisted on pursuing the matter of the artillery fire that landed on China's territory, then China would be destroying the peaceful development of the two countries. Using the peace between the two countries as a conspiracy theory, they were still testing the bottom line of the Chinese side. Since the victory of the anti-Japanese war, China had been concealing its strength and biding its time. In the face of some provocations, large and small, it chose to remain silent because of its military strength. As a result, when the artillery fire spread to our territory, the wrong party still dared to turn around and challenge us. Today, China's military strength had made a breakthrough, and it had developed high-end weapons on its own. Qin Shi's strength was to tell the neighboring countries not to take China's, concealing its strength and biding its time as a step back. The two diplomats from the neighboring countries were indeed shocked. Before this, they had never thought that China would be so strong. It was even several times stronger than last night. Chapter 2287. Last night, the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region conveyed Qin Shi's attitude. The leaders of the New Deal and the leaders of the Allied forces quickly convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In order to suppress Qin Shi's strength, the two of them used the excuse of disrupting peaceful development to make the Chinese side have no choice but to agree to their proposal. Unexpectedly, when they launched their attack, the Chinese ambassador's momentum was so strong that it shocked them so much that their backs were covered in sweat. The Chinese ambassador misunderstood. "We never thought of unilaterally disrupting peace." Absolutely not. The ambassador of the Allied forces was the first to speak. He looked down at his watch, stood up and said politely, "There's still 5 minutes until 7 o'clock. I'll hurry the negotiator and ask him how long it will take for him to arrive." Qin Shi smiled faintly and said to Yi Qian, who entered the venue with him, "Inform the outside that I'll be leaving at 7 o'clock sharp." Then he turned slightly to V8 and said in a low voice, "Inform the military that the exercise will begin on time." "Okay." V8, who was impressed by Qin Shi's strength, nodded slightly. He couldn't help but look at him with admiration. As he got up, he moved his fingers inadvertently and quietly gave Yi Qian a look, indicating for her to protect Qin Shi. Then he left the venue. The foreign affairs negotiator of the New Deal also instructed the staff accompanying him. Feed back the Chinese ambassador's words without missing a word. Come up with a new countermeasure. Give me an answer as soon as possible. He was no longer as calm as before. There was a faint trace of anxiety in his expression. In the diplomatic negotiation field, the development of the situation and the severity of the situation could change at any time. The neighboring countries took the initiative to launch an attack on Qin Shi's side with the reason of peaceful development together. As soon as Qin Shi's side relaxed a little, the neighboring countries would move forward to attack. Qin Shi didn't give them a chance, which was equivalent to blocking their reasons. The neighboring countries couldn't do anything if they didn't get a response. Naturally, they would feel anxious. The sweat on their backs was the first sign of their momentum beginning to weaken. Yi Qian cheered for Qin Shi and felt even more proud. There were outstanding diplomats like Qin Shi, who fought for the interests of the country, and excellent soldiers like Captain Xia, who protected the country when it was invaded. The rise of a big country was no longer a pale fantasy, but a real reality step by step. Other than the ambassadors of the V8 and the Alliance, there were 6 other people in the meeting room. There were 2 on our side and 4 on the other side. Each ambassador was accompanied by a staff member and a soldier. The soldier was responsible for the ambassador's safety. Yi Qian's attention was on the two soldiers protecting the ambassadors. The ambassador of the neighboring country didn't speak casually anymore. After smiling at Qin Xiu, he flipped through the information in his hand. He looked calm, but in fact even his palms were sweating slightly at this time. He was a little worried about how the diplomatic negotiators of the alliance army would communicate with the negotiators of the old government. The old government was influenced by Rui Lila. Their central thinking was quite extreme. They were the only ones who could betray others, but others couldn't betray them. He didn't know if there would be any changes in the future, but the situation at hand wasn't good. The unprecedented strength of the Chinese side came at the wrong time. It messed up all their plans. So much so that the secret agreement between them and the old government would be changed again. This was the situation they didn't want to see the most. Chapter 2288. If the Chinese side cooperated as usual, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But they didn't cooperate, and their attitude was even stronger than last night, so they were now in a passive position. The neighboring country's ambassador, who was dissatisfied with the Chinese side's attitude, couldn't help but purse his lips. Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite him, saw this and glanced at him indifferently. Finally, he returned a faint smile to the neighboring country's soldier who was staring at him, and calmly looked at the other party. You look at me and I look back at you. This was courtesy demands reciprocity. Yi Qian thought that Qin Xiu was quite outstanding, and Qin Xiu also thought that Yi Qian was quite outstanding. When he turned his head slightly, he saw that her expression was calm as she looked indifferently at the neighboring country's soldier. He couldn't help but laugh. You're very calm, not bad. He leaned slightly closer to Yi Qian and laughed softly. You've made me see you in a new light again. Surprise after surprise was equivalent to surprise after surprise, and it was also equivalent to being moved again and again. When the other party saw this, he consciously looked away. Yi Qian turned sideways, lowered his head, and replied with a faint smile. Same here. I don't know how many times I've applauded your answer just now. If I could clap my hands, my palms would definitely be red. The girl smiled sweetly. Her lips were as red as cherry blossoms, which contrasted with her fair skin and rosy skin. She was like a ripe fruit, tempting people to take a bite to see if there was too much juice or too much sweetness inside. It wasn't time for formal negotiations yet, so Qin Xiu, who was appropriately relaxed, calmly hid the darkness in his eyes. When he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, he realized that as Yi Qian leaned over and lowered his head, the two of them were very close to each other. They were so close that her soft hair brushed against his forehead. That faint, soft touch caused Qin Xiu's eyelids to droop a little. After hiding everything well, he smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you quite admire me now." If he said this outside, it would be a bit ambiguous, but at this time it was as if he needed to be acknowledged. Yi Qian nodded and looked sincerely at the outstanding diplomat in front of him. Everyone admires you, including me. You stepped forward and defended the dignity of our country. You too, Yi Qian. Qin Xiu answered with a smile as he put some distance between them. He couldn't do anything inappropriate in an inappropriate situation. Although the delicate fragrance was tempting, it was not worth mentioning compared to national affairs. Outside, the diplomatic negotiator sent by the alliance was trying to suppress his anger as he spoke to the negotiator sent by the old regime. Where the hell are you now? The Chinese ambassador won't budge an inch, and the time will be completely according to the agreed 7 o'clock. Your delay is the most foolish behavior. There are still 2 minutes left before 7 o'clock. If you don't show up immediately, you don't have to come again. No one will wait for you here. You will also pay the price for your foolish actions. The old regime's diplomatic negotiations were still in the car. He didn't dare to be too careless when he entered the new regime's territory. There were a total of 4 cars, but he didn't sit in the most luxurious car in front. Instead, he sat in the staff car in the back to avoid being targeted by the new regime's snipers. Hearing this, he snorted softly. The Chinese side's attitude suddenly became strong because you are weak. Do you still need to be afraid of a country that doesn't dare to do anything? Peace, peace. Tell the Chinese side that they hope for peace between the two countries. It's best to cooperate. Chapter 2289. There was nothing to be afraid of. Commander Ruolila had the support of Western hegemonic countries behind him. There was no need to be afraid of a country that didn't even have much international standing. Moreover, it was the new government that was in charge of foreign affairs. If anything happened, the new government would be responsible for it. It had nothing to do with Commander Ruolila. Was the Chinese really not going to cooperate? With Commander Ruolila's methods, the Chinese ambassador wouldn't be able to leave easily. The old regime's diplomatic negotiator's indifference made the alliance's diplomatic negotiator very angry. There's 1 minute left until 7. If you don't show up, this negotiation will be terminated. If Commander Ruolila doesn't terminate the negotiation, no one will. Tell the Chinese ambassador that I'll be there at 7:20. Since you want to cooperate with the old regime, now is the time to show your sincerity. The old regime's diplomatic negotiator was firm in his words. After he finished speaking, he unilaterally ended the communication. The alliance's diplomatic negotiator was offended. His face turned green and white. There was obvious anger in his eyes. Seeing that there was less than a minute left, he could only jog back to the meeting. There were 40 seconds left until 7. J5 looked down at the change in the time and maintained contact with China. No one from Commander Ruolila's side has appeared. Our military exercise. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. J5's deep voice suddenly sounded like a sharp sword being unsheathed. With a murderous aura, he said, "Begin the exercise." At 7 o'clock sharp, if either side of the negotiation didn't show up on time, the Chinese military exercise would coordinate with Qin Shi's time and immediately begin the large firepower mountain attack exercise. China had always been benevolent, especially in the international community. It would never do anything that would endanger the friendship between the two countries. China had always abided by international treaties and never violated the terms of the treaties. It had always prohibited everything and worked hard to promote world peace and development. Then the neighboring countries and even other countries interpreted China's attitude as forbearance, concession, and cowardice. The mortar fired by the neighboring country that fell into China's territory was actually a test to see how far China would go. Qin Shi wouldn't allow the neighboring countries to continue testing. China wouldn't allow this kind of testing with contempt. Yi Qian and V8 received Qin Shi's order and immediately prepared for everything. He stood up with an imposing aura and said coldly to the negotiator, "Sorry, time is up. Our negotiation has failed. I am very sorry that Commander Ruolila does not wish to contribute to the stability of the border between our two countries. I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being, and not endanger our borders. Please wait, Mr. Ambassador." When the New Deal ambassador saw this, his expression suddenly changed. The staff he had just sent to ask for instructions from the higher-ups had not returned yet, and the Chinese ambassador had left without even staying for a minute. "Mr. Ambassador." The ambassador of the Alliance Army pushed the door open and entered. He suppressed his anger and said sincerely, "Mr. Ambassador, please wait for another 20 minutes. The representative sent by Commander Ruolila will be here soon. Mr. Ambassador, please wait for another 20 minutes. Why don't we go to the banquet room and have a glass of champagne first?" When the two sides saw that Qin Shi really stood up and left, the negotiators of the new policy couldn't help but stand up. They didn't expect that the Chinese side would suddenly stop making concessions and become so aggressive. For a moment they panicked. One of them walked around the conference table and hurried over, while the other stood at the door, trying to persuade Qin Shi to stay. Chapter 2290. The two soldiers who were in charge of protecting the neighboring countries' negotiations strode over and stared at Qin Shi. They were very rude. The rudeness of the neighboring country's soldiers made Yi Qian's eyes darken. She stepped out from behind Qin Shi and swept away her previous calmness. Her dark eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Her gaze was like a bullet as it swept straight towards the two soldiers who were rude to Qin Shi. She didn't walk in front of Qin Shi but stood side by side with him. She didn't block Qin Shi's fierce aura, and also let the other party know that she wasn't an ordinary staff member. The two neighboring countries' soldiers probably didn't expect that the Chinese woman who had been silent all this time, who looked delicate and didn't even have a sense of existence, would suddenly have a big change in her aura. She was like a general who had returned from the battlefield bathed in blood. The bloody and murderous aura made the two neighboring countries' soldiers' pupils contract slightly. They ignored this Chinese woman. She wasn't an accompanying staff member at all, but a Chinese female soldier. Moreover, she was a Chinese female soldier whose hands were stained with human lives. Her gaze was like a bullet passing by, bringing with it a sharpness that made the cerebral cortex tense. The two neighboring countries' soldiers' right hands couldn't help but slowly reach for their waists. Yi Qian said to Qin Xiu, "You go first. They are outside." V8 went out and didn't come in. He was standing at the door to support Qin Xiu. When he got up, his fingers moved inadvertently. This was a secret gesture to Yi Qian, indicating that he was in charge of the outside and she was in charge of the inside. Hearing her words, Qin Xiu didn't seem to notice the sudden hostile atmosphere in front of him. He nodded indifferently and calmly walked towards the door. Qin Xiu had already shown the neighboring country's ambassador the strength that couldn't be offended. At this time, Qin Xiu's indifferent gaze swept over, emitting a sense of oppression that made the Alliance Army's negotiation ambassador, who was blocking the door, a little tense. "Mr. Ambassador, you'd better?" Seeing that Qin Xiu was about to walk out of the door, the ambassador of the Alliance Army was unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade him to stop again. However, Qin Xiu, whose handsome face was cold, walked past him without even looking at him. When the New Deal ambassador saw that there was no way to stop Qin Xiu from leaving, he couldn't help but chase after him anxiously. Yi Qian stopped him and said politely, "Your Excellency, please wait. This is not a problem with our country. It's just that some people are not cooperating. Our ambassador's intentions are very clear. He hopes that your country can resolve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders." With Yi Qian blocking the way, the V8 escorted Qin Xiu out. Yi Qian's appearance made the two soldiers from the neighboring country tense up instantly. Their right hands were already touching their waists, as if they were going to pull out their guns and force them to stay in the next second. For a second, the ambassador from the neighboring country's new government did have such an idea in his mind, but he suppressed it, because it was not a small matter to pull out their guns and force an ambassador to stay. China's attitude was already very strong. If they still forced the Chinese ambassador to stay, a few surface-to-air missiles would land on them. In the end, the New Deal would be at a disadvantage. The New Deal only wanted to democratize the North. They absolutely could not have a conflict with China. Yi Qian quickly caught up with Qin Xiu with a cold expression and said in a low voice, "They wanted to pull out their guns just now. We have to leave here as soon as possible. You escort the ambassador out first. I'll cover the rear." The V8 immediately arranged and stayed a few steps behind in case something unexpected happened. He could stall for time for Yi Qian and Qin Xiu to leave. Chapter 2291. Qin Xiu walked out of the conference hall with a warm expression. He still had a smile on his face. The New Deal and the Alliance Army don't have the guts to do that, but... His smile instantly turned sharp, and even his voice was much tighter. But the old regime's Ruilala side might not. The Alliance Army ambassador at the door chased after Qin Xiu to the door and watched him leave without looking back. He was very anxious. He really left. The ambassador sent by the Chinese side really left. They were used to the Chinese side giving in. They suddenly became so strong. This kind of unprecedented thing happened to them. Things are getting tricky. He returned to the conference hall and spoke to the New Deal ambassador in a deep voice. The Chinese side's attitude will become a stumbling block to our country's democratization. If there is no way to take back the northern land, we will first eliminate Ruilala's group. I will go back and report to the commander-in-chief now. You should report our situation to them. We need to express our position as soon as possible and come up with the next step of the plan to completely eliminate the old regime's Ruilala armed forces. Report the current situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be passive. Hearing this, the New Deal ambassador's eyes flashed with a haze. He said in a deep voice, "Now the old regime is giving us a big problem. I don't know if Ruilala will be able to appease the Chinese side's anger by coming out personally." "You mean?" The Alliance Army ambassador seemed to have guessed something. He frowned and showed a disapproving expression. "No, this is undoubtedly. Someone hurried in and interrupted the Alliance Army ambassador. It was the staff sent out by the New Deal ambassador who had returned. He looked at the conference hall where the Chinese ambassador was no longer present. He walked over to the New Deal ambassador and said a few words softly. The Alliance Army ambassador saw the New Deal ambassador's frown disappear. The haze on his face also gradually faded. In the end, he even smiled. Could it be that the New Deal leaders have a solution to the current predicament? The Alliance Army ambassador's eyes narrowed. Seeing that the other party was afraid that he would hear, his eyes flashed with a dark light. He simply sat aside and watched coldly. Okay, tell the higher-ups. I know what to do. The New Deal ambassador nodded. The smile on his face deepened. After the staff left, the New Deal ambassador sat back in his chair with a smile. He smiled at the Alliance Army ambassador who had a cold gaze. The higher-ups already have a countermeasure. Did he have a countermeasure? The ambassador sat up straight and asked, "What's the plan?" It's similar to the countermeasure I thought of before. The moment the New Deal negotiator opened his mouth, the Allied Army negotiator on the other side frowned even more. However, the new policy negotiator was very excited. He lowered his voice and said, "If we want to eliminate the old regime and temporarily stabilize the Northlands, this is the best way." The old regime broke the agreement first and offended the Chinese ambassador. It's also the best time for us to send troops to wipe out the old regime. But this is not a very good countermeasure, a countermeasure that will put our country at the heart of the struggle. Did General Wu Wenyu of the New Deal military group say anything? I would like to hear what the general has suggested. The ambassador of the Allied forces knew that their commander was close to the Chinese side, and he was opposed to the new policy of playing dirty behind the scenes. However, if General Wu Wenyu of the New Deal military group agreed, then the alliance would have nothing to say. And most they would not participate. Chapter 2292. Before he came, Commander-in-Chief Dan Su had told him that if the negotiations failed, the alliance would not participate. The Northern Territory could be dealt with later. The ambassador laughed and nodded. That's right. General Wu Wenyu agreed. He was the one who first proposed the countermeasures here. The Allied Army's diplomatic ambassador's heart sank. Even the military group dared to do this. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Even if they wanted to achieve national democratization, they shouldn't use such a radical strategy to offend China. Outside, a soldier from the neighboring military group strode into the venue with a cold expression. He met Qin Xiao and Yi Qian face to face and walked straight toward the venue. Then the soldier met V8, who was a few steps behind. Both of them were wearing military uniforms. They nodded to each other as a sign of politeness and left after a brief exchange of glances. The ambassador who was about to leave opened the door of the conference room and met the person from the military group. Seeing the other party's serious expression, his heart sank and he immediately turned back to the conference room. This expression was not a good one. One look at it and one would feel that something was wrong. The Chinese side is 50 kilometers away from our border and is conducting a strong firepower exercise. According to the report, this exercise is an army exercise and there are no air exercises for the time being. However, there are air-launched missiles at our border, so we can't rule out air exercises. The soldier with a cold expression described the current situation at the border to the two negotiators. At the same time, he conveyed the opinions of the two top leaders. Immediately leave the war zone. What? The ambassador who was smiling just now was shocked. He looked at the equally shocked ambassador and asked anxiously, "Did you send someone to keep an eye on them? Is there any other news? Are there any signs of them advancing toward our border?" Now he was anxious. Two exclamations came from the conference room. V8, who was a few steps behind, had a ruthless sneer in his eyes. "You want the Chinese side to continue to remain silent? What a joke." The door of the conference room gradually closed, cutting off the sound of the soldiers of the neighboring country. Yi Jian, who had walked a few meters away, walked beside Qin Xiao. Her pace was a little fast. Now they needed to leave the heavily guarded negotiation point as soon as possible. J5 greeted the three and walked side by side with V8 as they escorted Qin Xiao out of the building. Outside, the K7 had already opened the door for Qin Xiao. There was a certain distance between the venue and the outside. Qin Xiu noticed that Yi Qian's expression was exceptionally cold as a sword. He deliberately slowed down his steps and asked with a smile, "Were you nervous for a few seconds just now?" It referred to whether they were nervous when they pulled out their guns. "A little." Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. Then he asked with some doubt, "Why do I feel like you were referring to something when you said that you wanted Lingua to solve the problem internally?" Qin Xiu, who had a cold expression on his face, stared at Yi Jian for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "When you stopped the negotiator for the new policy and said those words, I thought you understood my intention. Turns out that you didn't. You were just following along with what I said. I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our border." Yi Qian was indeed following Qin Xiu's words, but his intentions were unclear. He needed to explain. Chapter 2293. Qin Xiu walked down the stairs calmly and left calmly. He was so calm that even V8, who was following closely behind him, did not notice the cold hostility flashing in his eyes. The new policy of the neighboring countries has ulterior motives. They want to spread the flames of war to speed up the destruction of the armed forces of the northern region. They dare to do so because they believe that our country will concede to the benevolence of the international community. His gentle voice was like the sound of a zither that could break through a battle formation. It was low and elegant, but also contained the restrained murderous aura of a scholar. The old regime and the new policy had an internal conflict. In the end, the artillery fire was focused on the armed forces of the northern region. Perhaps this is a feint played by the old regime and the new policy. As a military academy student, Yi Qian knew of the existence of the armed forces of the neighboring countries. They were an important national armed force that was involved in the division of the neighboring countries and was not westernized. They were of great value to China. After listening to him, she said softly, "As long as the armed forces of the northern region exist, it will be difficult for the neighboring governments to achieve full democratization. They will also not be restrained by America and become a pawn to contain our country." That's right. We have now understood the intentions of the neighboring countries. It doesn't matter whether the negotiations are carried out or not. So, Qin Xiu walked down the stairs and looked at Yi Qian. A warm smile like the ripples of spring water appeared on his elegant and handsome face. "Get in the car first. I'll talk to you in detail in the car." The car was right in front of them. Qin Xiu bent down and entered the car first. Then the three cars on the Chinese side started and sped away from the venue. In the car, Qin Xiu said to Yi Qian with a solemn expression, "They used a mortar to test our country's bottom line and tried to spread the flames of war to our borders to maximize their benefits. This mortar is a direct wake-up call for us. If we don't make a strong statement immediately, more shells will land on our borders and cause casualties to our citizens. Although my departure will bring about certain danger, it will also make the new policy and the alliance wary. The new policy and the old regime were originally fighting for power, but it also invisibly pushed their unspeakable thoughts. So I've completed half of my mission." This was an explanation to Yi Qian and the others in the car. It was also a form of consolation. What she had expected last night really happened today, so she could face it calmly. What Qin Xiu said now was the height that Yi Qian lacked. His explanation opened a window that had never been opened before for Yi Qian, broadening her vision. Diplomacy is to deal with countries all over the world. A good diplomat not only has to understand the world, but also has to have a certain understanding of the overall situation and have their own unique views. When it came to diplomatic negotiations, he could immediately analyze the other party's intentions and fight for the benefits that his country should get from the overall situation. Confucius said, "A gentleman is slow in speech but quick in action." It was indeed not suitable for a diplomat. A diplomat indeed needed to think thrice before speaking, but this thrice had to be done quickly. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other party to take control of the situation. Qin Xiu's words were sharp and sharp. Even if the deputy commander of the second special zone of the neighboring country came prepared last night, he could easily face him. However, there were too many twists and turns in this matter that Yi Qian couldn't understand with her 2 lives of experience. In her previous life she was, after all, a person at the bottom of society. Although she had a good memory and outstanding intelligence, she had been oppressed for too long and had never received a proper education. With her limited vision, how could she understand politics and diplomacy? After Qin Xiu's advice, Yi Qian suddenly felt that the depth of the situation was too deep for her to see through. She had never thought that perhaps the new policy and the old regime were working together to eliminate the armed forces of the Northlands. If that was really the case, wouldn't they really be targeting the Chinese side? Chapter 2294. In that case, Qin Xiu said that he had completed half of his mission. Then what was the other half? Next, let's look at the next steps of the old regime, the new regime, and the alliance army. When two regimes fight, one side has to be defeated. Yi Qian asked a question, but Qin Xiu didn't end the topic out of courtesy. Instead, he continued to chat with her with a smile. Now, can you guess which half of my mission is unfinished? Guess the other half of Qin Xiu's mission? Although it was difficult, Yi Qian still thought about it seriously. After a moment of silence, Yi Qian deliberated and replied, I don't know if I'm right. You're waiting for the two regimes to fight again and pass on the old regime and the new regime to the Northland ethnic armed forces. The three sides will each have their own regime and further prevent the neighboring countries from democratizing. When you said, I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders, the main point was actually the first half of your sentence. After saying this, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. I feel like I'm showing off in front of an expert. I didn't get it right. Please don't take offense. Discussing politics in front of an excellent diplomat, she really lacked confidence. She felt like she was showing off in front of an expert, but Qin Xiu was deeply shocked. He had only asked her to join the conversation out of politeness. Who knew? The girl he had fallen in love with would really answer. It really shocked him. This was the girl Qin Xiu had fallen in love with. She was outstanding enough, confident enough, and capable enough to look down on those delicate girls who only knew how to flirt. Yi Qian, you're very smart. So smart that I'm shocked. Qin Xiu smiled and shook his head. He was very good at hiding his thoughts. He praised. What you said is indeed the other half of my mission. But there's one thing you're wrong about. It's not that we passed on the old regime and the new regime to the Northland ethnic armed forces, but that the Northland ethnic armed forces figured it out themselves. Don't forget, our country is a country that never interferes in the politics of other countries. Now it is, and maybe in the future, it will be, but it's not certain. If the country's strength increased in the future, it might be able to influence a country. With a smile on his face, Qin Xiu thought to himself, once our country reaches the status of being able to control another country, we will be the overlord of the world. He was also looking forward to that day. His answer caused Yi Qian's eyes to gradually darken. Qin Xiu, he wanted to spread the news that he had entered the neighboring kingdom to negotiate, so as to achieve the goal of letting the armed forces of the Northlands guess the conspiracy of the old government and the new government. Qin Xiu was putting himself in danger. If he released the news now, he would have a slim chance of survival. For the country, he had disregarded his own life and death and did everything to protect the dignity and interests of the country. Such a diplomat made the two special forces soldiers in the car respect him. V8, on the other hand, looked deeply at the diplomat who was also fighting for his country through the rearview mirror and said in a low voice, Ambassador, Yi Jian and I are here to ensure your safety. Please rest assured that we will return to our country safely. I always thought that we would return to our country safely. Qin Xiu smiled. This diplomatic negotiation process was not very pleasant. However, with these special forces soldiers protecting him by his side, his mood would always recover quickly. Qin Xiu's phone kept vibrating. When he saw the number, he knew it was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He did not answer the call. V8 and Yi Qian consciously shifted their attention away to give Qin Xiu some personal space. Only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would call at this time. Chapter 2295. Qin Xiu pressed the answer button. As soon as the phone was pressed to his ear, the familiar voice of the Minister of Foreign Affairs came through. Qin Xiu, you have completed the important task given to you by the country. The country's top leader personally called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and told me that you have returned to China. Knowing that the negotiation had failed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs did not wait for the voice on the phone to come through. After the call was connected, he said seriously, "We are all waiting for you to come back." This was the most serious concern, telling Qin Xiu that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knew about his great feat and was waiting for him to come back. The familiar voice was filled with trust, concern, and hope for him. Qin Xiu slowly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, making his elegant and handsome face look exceptionally noble. This was the reason why he was so strong and had strong backing. His motherland sent him out and was waiting for him to come back. Qin Xiu smiled faintly and said calmly, "You still owe me a meal. You have to fulfill your promise when I come back. Of course, you can choose whatever you want to eat from the 4 famous cuisines of our country." The leader of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs laughed heartily. Qin Xiu was the youngest diplomat in their department and also the most promising young man. He was only 27 years old now, but he was already able to hold his own. In time, he would definitely leave his name in the history of our country's diplomacy. Next, the Minister of Foreign Affairs reminded Qin Xiu to follow their soldiers closely and remember not to walk around on his own to avoid trouble. The minister knew that Qin Xiu had a bad sense of direction. After ending the domestic communication, Qin Xiu suddenly saw the soldier who was driving the car talking cheerfully to him. "Ambassador, the military is still waiting for our triumphant return. We should go back safely and have a drink." V8 did not maintain his cold image anymore. He turned his head and promised Qin Xiu with a smile, "With us here everything will be fine." With an outstanding soldier and an outstanding diplomat, Yi Qian confirmed that everything would be fine. With an ambassador as capable as you accompanying us, there will definitely be no problems. Qin Xiu looked sideways at her voice, which was as clear as spring water. Her smiling face was like a blooming flower. The color of the flower was simple and elegant, and the stamen was so beautiful that it took him a lot of effort to look away. He chuckled softly, and his unreadable eyes were filled with a smile that could not be concealed. He half-jokingly and half-seriously said, "With you by my side, I really feel quite safe." The girl in front of him was like a blooming flower, bright and beautiful. It was hard to imagine that such a girl would use her life to protect him. He himself had never thought about it. The laughter seemed to have blown away the tense atmosphere in the car. K7, who was driving, was still expressionless. He didn't say a word, but the light in his eyes was enough to show that he was smiling. However, his smile was so subtle that no one noticed it. Qin Xiu had spent a lot of energy on this negotiation. His mind still hadn't calmed down, so he didn't say anything more. He clenched his fist with one hand, curled his index finger slightly, and pressed his forehead bit by bit. When he did this, it meant that he was deep in thought and it was inconvenient to interrupt him. Yi Qian had learned about Qin Xiu's little tricks from the confidential staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Seeing this, she understood and reminded K7 and V8 softly, "Take a break for now." The 2 Special Forces soldiers sitting in the front nodded. Yi Qian began to think about every word Qin Xiu had just said. As a soldier, not only did she know how to fight, but she also had to know a certain level of politics. If she was only a soldier who knew how to kill in the future, she would be a reckless person. Chapter 2296. Yi Qian had a strong sense of self-reflection and knew how to act. It was very quiet in the car, but her brain was still deep in thought. She had never been in contact with politics before Qin Xiu's advice, so she wouldn't have thought so far ahead. When it came to understanding politics between countries, she was very aware that she had a serious deficiency. She had an outstanding diplomat by her side who gave her serious advice. Even if it was just a short exchange, she still benefited a lot. No one was born to be a politician. With Qin Xiu's advice, Yi Qian, who had always been smart, thought deeply about it. Soon she gradually got to the edge and had a deeper understanding. Qin Xiu's forceful restriction on the time was equivalent to emphasizing that the agreed time couldn't be changed. If the other party didn't arrive on time, it would be considered a breach of their promise. Furthermore, Qin Xiu arrived early. This was a courtesy to the other party, telling them that they were sincere about the negotiations. By the time the other party broke their promise, Qin Xiu had enough reason to leave. This not only expressed China's sincerity, but also showed the neighboring countries China's strength. After leaving, China's borders were immediately engaged in military exercises. This made the neighboring countries realize that China's aggressive defensive attitude wasn't something they could easily test. This had a certain deterrent effect and protected the country's dignity. Now, Qin Xiu intended to let the Northlands know that she had arrived at the neighboring countries for negotiations. This way, even if the negotiations didn't take place, it wouldn't have any impact on China. Yi Qian, who finally understood, glanced at Qin Xiu out of the corner of her eye. She gave the other party a big thumbs up in her heart. Really amazing. Captain Xia and her brother were the best people she had ever seen. Now Qin Xiu was added to the list. Yi Qian admired people who were willing to sacrifice for their country. At this time, Qin Xiu had established a very high image in her heart. This showed her the power of an outstanding diplomat. Yi Qian, who finally understood, quietly looked at Qin Xiu, who was still in his original position. She praised in her heart. Really amazing. The Chinese car drove for less than a kilometer. After hearing the latest report from the military group, the ambassador immediately contacted the new policy leader. Before he could speak, the new policy leader said angrily, "Invite the Chinese ambassador to my office immediately. I will talk to him personally." Under normal circumstances, the country's leaders would not easily meet an ambassador unless they had made an appointment beforehand. The New Deal ambassador was in a difficult position. "Please, where should I go to invite him?" They had already left. By the time he finished speaking, the Chinese ambassador had already left. The leader of the new policy was so angry that he slapped the table. "Send someone to invite him back immediately. No matter what method you use, you must invite him to my office." Yes, the New Deal ambassador also realized the seriousness of the problem. China had never conducted such a large-scale military exercise on the border between the two countries. They were also skeptical and wary of the news they had received previously. However, when they thought of China's usual style of handling matters, they still subconsciously believed that China was just bluffing. But now it was wrong, all wrong. "Is the person Raleigh sent not here yet?" "Very good, I am now on the phone with Raleigh." Later, "Tell the person he sent and tell him how serious the consequences of China's anger are." In addition, General Wu Weini said that the plan will not change. The leader of the new policy leader hung up the phone angrily and immediately picked up the receiver. He needed to talk to this lunatic Raleigh. Chapter 2297. The leadership of the new government was shocked by the maneuver launched by the Chinese side. The negotiator from the old government arrived late at the venue and found it quite unbelievable that the Chinese ambassador had not been seen. Left? Did he really leave? Are you joking with me? Did the Chinese ambassador really leave? How is that possible? Didn't I say that I would definitely arrive? Why did he leave? The negotiator from the old government stared and expressed his confusion in a completely incomprehensible tone. The negotiator sent by the new government thought of the possible trouble that might arise in the future. His face grew darker and darker, and his tone was not polite at all. "Because your negligence disappointed the Chinese ambassador, he can totally leave. After all, the agreed time is 7 o'clock, and you are a full 20 minutes late." The attitude of the negotiator from the new government made the negotiator from the old government instantly pull a long face. "I am telling you very seriously that there is an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with, and will arrive at 7:20. If we were negligent, we would not have called to explain." His face was ashen as if he had been offended. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "A few years ago, the Chinese ambassador negotiated with our diplomatic personnel. He waited for nearly an hour and did not leave. When he went to the Western countries, he gave in step by step. We have already called to apologize and explain seriously." "Ha, you want to tell me that the Chinese ambassador left disappointed just because I was 20 minutes late? Do you think I will believe that? Would a country that had regressed diplomatically leave because of a negotiation that could solve all problems with a nod of the head?" His words were full of contempt for the Chinese side, and there was an inexplicable arrogance in them. He was also full of contempt for the negotiator from the new government. Such a contemptuous attitude made the negotiator from the new government furious. "You mean that we deliberately let the Chinese ambassador leave and deliberately let the Chinese side have a prejudice against you? Even we don't believe your explanation. Do you think the Chinese ambassador will believe it? Last night, The Chinese ambassador clearly told the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone that he would only wait until 7 o'clock. If the negotiator from either side did not appear at 7 o'clock, he would leave immediately. Just now, the new government contacted Commander Ruilala and asked Commander Ruilala if you remembered the wrong time for your late arrival. The two sides were already at odds with each other. Now that Qin Xiu was not present, the last fig leaf was directly removed, leaving only the tit for tat. The negotiators of the new policy received instructions from above. Their words were sharp, and they mercilessly criticized the old regime. A negotiation that was supposed to win and could make the Chinese side temporarily given has failed because of your broken promise. Please go back and tell Commander Ruirala that this war will not end for the time being. We have no way to reach a common agreement. The negotiator from the National Alliance calmly looked at the conflict between the new and old governments. When both sides stopped, he said coldly, "You two should go back as soon as possible. Once the Northland armed forces counterattack, it will not be a matter that can be solved by a war of words. Once the Northlands learn about this, do you think you will still have time to blame each other? Is there any meaning to your quarrel?" The negotiator of the old regime stood up. With a hint of haze in his eyes, he snorted softly and left quickly. The Chinese ambassador had actually left. Since that was the case, then don't blame them for being impolite. The negotiator from the old regime quickly contacted Commander Ruilala and reported the situation. Chapter 2298. Just now, Clichin informed me that the Chinese ambassador has left. Very well. Since you think we were rude first, then please invite the ambassador over to our place. An imposing and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Chinese ambassador. When he leaves the New Deal's sphere of influence, I'll send troops to invite the Chinese ambassador over for a chat. This meant that they wanted to detain Qin Xiu. Commander Raleigh of the old government was an extremist. He was a hegemonic figure who would rather betray the world than betray him. He wanted to detain Qin Xiu, but he did not know that Qin Xiu, Yi Qian, and J5 had already taken precautions against Linguo after the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone left. After getting into the car, V8 drove directly to the city center. The roads in the city center were complicated and there was a lot of traffic. Linguo was also a big motorcycle country, so there were many motorcycles on the streets. Although the old government started a gunfight, it did not affect the city. It was still very crowded and lively. When the car drove onto a flat road, they realized that there were cars following closely behind them. Pay attention to the back. There are 4 cars following closely. 3rd intersection down. Split up. Roger. Roger. V8 saw a black car following closely behind them from the rearview mirror. He said to Yi Qian, "Pay attention to the left and right." Qin Xiu, who was sitting on the side of the seat, leaned slightly to look at the situation behind the car through the rearview mirror. His eyes darkened. "Can you see how many groups of people are following us?" "Only one for now," V8 answered. He frowned slightly and asked J5, "Is there a group of people following you?" "The ambassador suspects that there may be several groups of people following us." Qin Xiu said in a low voice, "Tell them that Raleigh of the old government is a person who likes to kill and has a crazy personality. Once the new government, the Alliance, and the armed forces of the Northlands attack him at the same time, he may do something even crazier." Now, it was up to the armed forces of the Northlands to figure out the conspiracy between the old and new governments. Once the armed forces of the Northlands retaliated, the new government would definitely take advantage of the situation and turn around to take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out the old government led by Ruilala. In this way, Ruilala might as well go all out and wipe out the Chinese ambassador at the same time. Even before he died, he would make it difficult for the neighboring countries to explain to the Chinese and the international community. Qin Xiu had already planned for the worst-case scenario. He had told the Ministry of Foreign Affairs everything last night after Yi Qian left. If things really came to this, he hoped that he would sacrifice himself and not implicate Yi Qian and the Special Forces soldiers who served the country. The minister was silent for a long time. Finally, he said in a heavy tone, "We are all waiting for you to come back." How dangerous was it? There might be endless danger here. Ruilala's troops were all fierce soldiers, and there were also some residents in the mountains who supported him. Therefore, even if he was forced to step down by the New Deal military group, the troops in his hands did not decrease by much. For example, in the previous rebellion, he only sent out a regiment of troops. The loss of a regiment of troops did not affect Ruilala at all. It was like a small demon causing trouble, it did not affect him at all. The only impact was the military support of the national power. J5 and the Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Snow Eagle, who was driving the other car, both answered V8 at the same time. Please tell the ambassador that no matter how many groups of people they send out, we will leave safely. They would return to their country the same way they came. Not one less. Chapter 2299. Qin Xiu discreetly glanced at the rearview mirror in the middle of the car, and saw the unfamiliar cars behind them that were not afraid of being discovered. He smiled and nodded. Yes, we will all leave safely. K7, who was driving the car, had a sinister look in his eyes. He said coldly, "There are two groups of people, be careful. I'm going to take a detour now, follow closely." Taking a detour meant that he was going to race. The driver of the K7 stepped on the accelerator and started the engine. Boom! 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 The car left the crowd on the main street like an arrow and turned into a side road. V8 stepped on the accelerator at the same time and chased after them at the same speed. Snow Eagle, who was proficient in the local language of the neighboring country, did a wide drift and swept the rear of the car, scaring the arrogant cars that were following them and causing them to rush towards the green belt on the side of the street. The driver in the car was too shocked and sat in the car for a long time without coming back to his senses. His companions in the other cars asked him hurriedly through the walkie-talkie. When he came back to his senses, the driver still had a dazed look in his eyes as he replied, "I'm fine." The other cars did not have time to stop and check. They stepped on the accelerator and chased after them. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were all very good at driving. Although the car was driving very fast, it was very stable. Qin Xiu laughed and said, "I feel like I'm sitting in a cradle, I'm sleepy now." If he could say something like that, it meant that he trusted V8 and Yi Qian very much. He was indeed tired. When Yi Qian and the others went to rest in the wee hours of the morning, he had been talking to the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who was also his mentor, without any rest. In the morning, he had been arguing with the two ambassadors from the neighboring country. As he swayed, he really did feel sleepy. He did not mean to say that he wanted to sleep. Yi Qian saw this and laughed. "It's still daytime now, you should rest well. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to sleep at night." This was because they would use the night to meet up with G3 and the others who had completed the assassination mission, and then fly back to China. Although Qin Xiu was young, he had also experienced a lot of bloodshed. Hearing this, he nodded. "Okay, I'll sleep for a while." After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to rest for a short while. V8 at the front wanted to whistle. This ambassador there was nothing to say. He was very much to his liking. Soon J5 and Snow Eagle were able to shake off the two waves of vehicles. V8 and K7 were the first to shake off their pursuers and enter the road leading to the other side of the city. Unlike China, which had sky eyes installed in every corner of the city, V8 and K7, who were familiar with the city, avoided the surveillance cameras on the main road and maintained contact with the vehicles behind them, telling their comrades where to go. They needed to reach a safe place on the other side of the city. The sirens of police cars could be heard from the main road, reminding Yi Qian and the others that the government of Lingguo had already notified the police to look for them. It was also indirectly telling everyone that the group of people who had just chased after them were from the new government. Only the new government could adjust the police and lock down the entire city. The lockdown of the entire city didn't affect Yi Qian and the others much. According to the original plan, they didn't leave the city during the day. The Snowfield Brigade, who were used to fighting at night, preferred to operate at night. Moreover, there was still no news from G3, so Yi Qian and the others weren't in a hurry to leave. As long as they left the venue and the territory controlled by the new government's army, they had enough power to deal with Lingguo without being discovered. The entire city has been locked down. We'll reach the safe place in about 1.5 hours. Roger, Roger. There are police cars heading out. Be careful, brothers. Chapter 2300. The three cars were separated by a certain distance, but they maintained contact with each other at all times. The driving cars were like fish swimming at the bottom of the sea, easily avoiding the pursuit along the way. Qin Xiu, who had entered a half-asleep state, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yi Qian in front of him. "Why don't you rest first? I can still endure it for a while." The route back to China was arranged by the military, and Qin Xiu didn't ask. Now that they said she could rest, he thought about how Yi Qian didn't have much rest either, so he wanted her to sleep first. Because when night came, it was even more impossible for her to rest. Yi Qian, who was still in good spirits, was about to shake her head when the driver V8 said, "Yi Qian, you can rest first too. We might need to take turns driving from now on, so you need to maintain enough energy." Yi Qian didn't have much rest last night, but she did take a nap in the car during the journey from China's border to Lin Nation. V8 was the one who didn't have a good rest. She wasn't the only one who needed to conserve energy. V8 did the same. She didn't feel sleepy at all, because she was all excited by Qin Xiu's brilliant negotiations. She asked V8, "I'm not sleepy now. Why don't you rest and I'll drive?" Qin Xiu smiled and reminded her, "You need to be good at driving. Can you handle it?" He had never seen Yi Qian drive before, so he had some doubts about it. The road conditions in Lin Nation are not as good as in China. "I'm sure everyone knows about my return trip. Although it's misleading, the armed forces of Lin Nation shouldn't be underestimated. Since they have their eyes on me, they won't give up and will track me to the end. Yi Qian, our journey back to China won't be smooth sailing. Also, are you familiar with the road conditions?" He was worried that Yi Qian wouldn't be able to handle the driver's duties if something happened, because she wasn't familiar with the road conditions. He couldn't be blamed for being worried. The situation was grim, and it was better to be cautious. Not being familiar with the road conditions was indeed a problem. Yi Qian laughed. She was so focused on letting V8 rest that she forgot that she wasn't familiar with the road conditions. Now that they were not on the main road, even if she wanted to take care of the V8, there was nothing she could do. V8 really wanted to see Yi Qian's driving skills. He had worked with her many times, but he had never seen it before. According to Q King, he was also a master and his standard was quite high. It was obvious that he had trained hard. There was a training ground in the southern province that specialized in sending motorized soldiers to Zongnanhai. They had everything from motorcycles to trucks. Because these motorized soldiers were driving for national leaders and foreign guests, the training was quite harsh. Not many people could endure it. If Qing Yao walked out of this training ground, then her driving skills were not ordinary. As for the fact that he wasn't familiar with the road conditions, it wasn't difficult and could be easily solved. He wanted to meet Yi Qian's V8. He steered the V8 steadily with one hand and maintained the same speed. He agreed to Yi Qian's suggestion. "You can drive even if you're not familiar with the roads. We're taking the city's auxiliary roads now. Come over here first, I'll draw a driving route for you." It wasn't difficult for V8 to not be familiar with the road conditions. He just had to draw a road map. With Yi Qian's ability, he could understand it. Qin Xiu drew a driving route the moment he heard him. His gaze shifted slightly. He believed Yi Qian based on this Special Forces soldier's tone and demeanor. Could he assume that this Special Forces soldier was actually acquainted with Yi Qian? Qin Xiu didn't ask. Instead, he stared at Yi Qian, who had a light smile on her face as she answered the Special Forces soldier. A confident girl was indeed very charming. Just like her at this moment, her eyes were sparkling. It was as if there was a ball of fire in her eyes. If he stared at her for a little longer, he felt like he would be burned to ashes by that ball of fire. Chapter 2301. "Okay, I'll come over now. When you're done, you can rest at ease like the ambassador. I promise you won't get lost." Yi Qian was still worried that Qin Xiu would be worried about him, so he specifically said to him, "Since I dared to take over driving, I definitely have my own confidence. You can rest at ease." He was confident enough, calm enough, and the expression in his eyes was enough to attract attention. Qin Xiu's smile deepened, and the color in his dark eyes deepened. He said with interest, "When I heard you say you were going to drive, I was so sleepy that I flew away. Now I want to see how good your driving skills are." If he wanted to get closer to her, he needed to understand her better. Since he had the chance now, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Qin Xiu and Xia Jinyuan were undoubtedly the same type of people. They were both very quiet and powerful people who knew everything in the palm of their hands. They didn't make a move easily and liked to plan before making a move. They would slowly encroach on the opponent's territory until the opponent had nowhere else to retreat to. Only then would they appear and take down the opponent in one fell swoop. Although Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, he was still a little inexperienced in front of the 2 of them. He had a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts, but he couldn't instantly see what Qin Xiu, who could chat and laugh with other countries on diplomatic occasions and fight for the interests of the country, was thinking. She couldn't see through him in time, and Qin Xiu, an excellent diplomat, couldn't let her see through him either. The V8 and Yi Qian didn't even need to stop the car when they swapped positions. The car was still moving, so the 2 of them quickly and smoothly completed the swap. It wasn't rare for a SWAT member to swap positions to protect himself, but Yi Qian was only a military school student. For him to be in such a position and be able to work so well with the SWAT member, this surprised Qin Xiu. There wasn't the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. One look, one movement, and he knew what the other was thinking. Qin Xiu was even more certain that the SWAT member and Yi Qian actually knew each other, but for some reason they couldn't publicly know each other. Yi Qian was just a military school student, but he actually knew a special forces soldier. Qin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. His interest in Yi Qian did not diminish. We'll let Yi Qian drive now. Brothers, stay close to her. She looks like a pro too. The V8 who was sitting at the back did not forget to inform his brothers in the other 2 cars. J5 raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Then I really want to see it for myself. There was no doubt, only trust. This was Shui Ying's first time working with Yi Qian, and they had only exchanged glances with each other this time. When he heard that it was Yi Qian's turn to drive, his interest was piqued. I'd like to see it too. They all believed him and did not question him at all. They did not even ask him if he was familiar with the roads. Qin Xiu was already certain that Yi Qian was a special forces soldier, and came from the same unit as these special forces soldiers. A military school student entering the special forces in advance? It was definitely a special case. Qin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly when he thought about the first time he met Yi Qian. It was at a Chinese hotel in Pakistan. The leader had summoned Yi Qian and had a cordial conversation with her. At that time, the leader was accompanied by SWAT members. Facing the leader and a group of murderous special forces soldiers, Yi Qian was not afraid at all. She faced them calmly. At that time, Qin Xiu couldn't help but notice her from the side. Now that he thought about it, as a high school student, Yi Qian must be extraordinary to be able to accompany the leader on an overseas visit. Furthermore, based on the company this time and the calmness she showed last night, he was afraid that the Yi Qian he saw was not the real Yi Qian. Chapter 2302. No, it couldn't be said that it wasn't the real Yi Qian. It should be said that the Yi Qian he saw was only the Yi Qian that people could see on the surface. It seemed that it wasn't easy for him to pursue Yi Qian. Without understanding her, he couldn't cater to her tastes and communicate with her according to her ideas. After returning to China, he couldn't see her every year or so. If he had the time, he should visit the National University of Science and Technology. Only by meeting and communicating could he understand her and get closer to her. Yi Qian didn't know that Qin Xiu was trying to figure her out. He gripped the steering wheel smoothly and drove forward at the same speed as the V8. About 10 minutes later, the V8 had drawn out the rest of the driving route and marked out the number of meters they would need to turn onto which road. With a detailed road map, it was easy to remember and understand the distance they needed to take another road. Yi Qian memorized it in a few glances and sped up. J5 and Snow Eagle, who were chasing behind, saw this and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Damn, that's fast. At this time, with the Chinese side conducting a drill at the border, all the armed forces in Lin Kingdom knew that the Chinese ambassador had arrived overnight to negotiate with the People's Government, the old government, and the National Alliance. Due to the old government's arrogant attitude, they didn't arrive on time. The Chinese ambassador, who arrived 10 minutes early to show his sincerity, was greatly disappointed and left without waiting for the old government's negotiator. When the armed forces in the north of Lin Kingdom found out about this, the higher-ups were furious. When the old government was fighting with the new government, artillery fire spread to the north and a mortar was fired into China's territory. When the Chinese ambassador arrived overnight to negotiate, the old government deliberately broke their promise and caused the negotiation to fail. It was obvious that the old government had no sincerity in negotiating. Behind their lack of sincerity was that they didn't want to solve the actual problem and let the artillery fire continue to spread to the north. The war between the old and the new government was between the two governments. But what did it mean when they fired into China's territory and didn't want to negotiate? It meant that they had made up their minds to start a conflict in the north and deliberately let the artillery fire into China's territory. What was their reason for doing this? They wanted China to remain silent. So silent that they didn't stand up even when the old government and the new government's artillery fire occupied the north and accidentally entered China's territory. This was their shameless and self-righteous scheme. In the end, the Chinese side displayed an unprecedented display of strength and directly sent their troops to the border for an exercise. Furthermore, the border was less than 30 kilometers away from the Northland's armed forces. Once the artillery fire of the new and old governments landed on China's territory again, and if it accidentally landed on the Northlands during China's military exercise, the senior leaders of the Northland's armed forces in the emergency meeting had solemn expressions. The upper echelons of the Northland armed forces had a heated discussion about the Chinese military exercise. Obviously, the reason why the Chinese suddenly started the exercise is to remind us to be careful of the conspiracy of the old and new governments. The old regime is trying to provoke a firefight between our armed forces and the Chinese. Once the two sides exchange fire, the new and old governments in the northern lands will take advantage of the situation and attack the northern lands. Both the new and old governments have a common goal, which is to realize the full democratization of our country. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that the new and old governments have reached an agreement that is unfavorable to the Northlands. They want to divide the Northlands. Chapter 2303. They must not be allowed to do this. The military group fears the American hegemonism and wants to achieve democratization through hegemony. They want to divide and eliminate all of our armed forces. This is a conspiracy against the people of the North. We cannot remain silent. The upper echelons of the armed forces of the North gathered together and started a new round of intense discussion about the war between the old and new governments. Soon they came to a conclusion. The old and new governments had reached a conspiracy agreement against the North. The Chinese maneuver was a reminder to the North. With a clear result, the armed forces of the North naturally could not sit still and wait for death. While secretly deploying, they told the old government, new government, and allied forces that they already knew about the conspiracy of the three parties. What? How did they know? Who leaked the news? Who? The leader of the new government jumped up from his office chair. His expression was very bad, so gloomy that the official who reported the news lowered his head. Investigate this thoroughly. Who is the one who leaked the information? You must find this person and sentence him to death. Only a few people knew that the Chinese ambassador was coming. How did everyone know about it now? The official did not dare to look directly at the leader. He lowered his head and replied, "I'm afraid that even the armed forces of the North already know that the Chinese ambassador has arrived in our country. We are a little passive now." It was not a little passive but rather quite passive. It was equivalent to letting the armed forces of the North know that the armed forces of the North could no longer stand by and do nothing. They would definitely deploy and resist. Ruilala! Ruilala! Damn it! The leader of the new government slammed his hand on the desk and gritted his teeth. Pass down the order. Wipe out the old government and capture Ruilala alive. Don't let a single one of them go. Also, how is the situation with the Chinese ambassador? It has been an hour. Why is he not here yet? The Chinese ambassador. The official lowered his head even more. The vehicles we sent out have all been abandoned. We are now looking for them through the city's surveillance. We will report to you immediately if there is any news. The leader of the new government, who was already in a mess, gritted his teeth and said sinisterly, "No matter what, don't let him leave our country. Don't let him fall into the hands of that lunatic Ruilala." The military group had finally obtained the support of a Western country and had the opportunity to democratize the country. In the end, the old government Ruilala was full of himself and caused the situation today to be passive. The official replied, "Yes. He immediately contacted the commander-in-chief of the New Deal military group and asked him to come to the leader's office to discuss the next step. At this time, the government had already forgotten what they had said about the Chinese side at the time. They had completely forgotten that they had also thought that the Chinese side would endure and give in like before, turning big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. In the end, the Chinese side acted out of character and didn't give them any chance to negotiate at all. They showed an unprecedented strength, which instantly made the neighboring countries panic. At this moment, they could only immediately adjust their strategy and stop testing China's bottom line to avoid being attacked from the front and back, causing the collapse of the new policy and allowing the old regime to regain control of state affairs. The new government quickly called for an emergency meeting. Commander Ruilala of the old government was also furious, and a broken wooden chair fell apart. The dark-skinned and average-sized Commander Ruilala stared at the generals below him like an eagle. His gaze swept across them one by one, like a sharp knife at the back of everyone's neck. As his anger grew, the knife would rise and fall at any time, causing everyone to feel afraid.